Book II, Section 26, Part 1, of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 1, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by J.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book II, The World as Will, First Aspect, The Objectification of the Will. Section 26. Part 1. The lowest grades of the objectification of will are to be found in those most universal forces of nature which partly appear in all matter without exception as gravity and impenetrability, and partly have shared the given matter among them, so that certain of them reign in one species of matter and others in another species, constituting its specific difference as rigidity, fluidity, elasticity, electricity, magnetism, chemical properties, and qualities of every kind. They are in themselves immediate manifestations of will, just as much as human action, and as such they are groundless like human character. Only their particular manifestations are subordinated to the principle of sufficient reason, like the particular actions of men. They themselves, on the other hand, can never be called either effect or cause, but are the prior and presupposed conditions of all causes and effects, through which their real nature unfolds and reveals itself. It is therefore senseless to demand a cause of gravity or electricity, for they are original forces. Their expressions indeed take place in accordance with the law of cause and effect, so that every one of their particular manifestations has a cause, which is itself, again, just a similar particular manifestation which determines that this force must express itself here, must appear in space and time. But the force itself is by no means the effect of a cause, nor the cause of an effect. It is therefore a mistake to say gravity is the cause of a stone falling, for the cause in this case is rather the nearness of the earth, because it attracts the stone. Take the earth away and the stone will not fall, although gravity remains. The force itself lies quite outside the chain of causes and effects, which presupposes time, because it only has meaning in relation to it. But the force lies outside time. The individual change always has for its cause another change just as individual as itself, and not the force of which it is the expression. For that which always gives its efficiency to a cause, however many times it may appear, is a force of nature. As such it is groundless, that is, it lies outside the chain of causes, and outside the province of the principle of sufficient reason in general, and is philosophically known as the immediate objectivity of will, which is the in itself of the whole of nature. But in etiology, which in this reference is physics, it is set down as an original force, that is, a qualitas occulta. In the higher grades of the objectivity of will, we see individuality occupy a prominent position, especially in the case of man, where it appears as the great difference of individual characters, that is, as complete personality, outwardly expressed in strongly marked individual physiognomy, which influences the whole bodily form. None of the brutes have this individuality in anything like so high a degree, though the higher species of them have a trace of it. But the character of the species completely predominates over it, and therefore they have little individual physiognomy. The farther down we go, the more completely is every trace of the individual character lost in the common character of the species, and the physiognomy of the species alone remains. We know the physiological character of the species, and from that we know exactly what is to be expected from the individual. While, on the contrary, in the human species every individual has to be studied and fathomed for himself, which, if we wish to forecast his action with some degree of certainty, is, on account of the possibility of concealment that first appears with reason, a matter of the greatest difficulty. It is probably connected with this difference of the human species from all others, that the folds and convolutions of the brain, which are entirely wanting in birds, and very weakly marked in rodents, are even in the case of the higher animals far more symmetrical on both sides, and more constantly the same in each individual than in the case of human beings. It is further to be regarded as a phenomenon of this peculiar individual character, which distinguishes men from all the lower animals, that in the case of the brutes the sexual instinct seeks its satisfaction without observable choice of objects, while in the case of man this choice is, in a purely instinctive manner and independent of all reflection, carried so far that it rises into a powerful passion. While then every man is to be regarded as a specially determined and characterized phenomenon of will, and indeed to a certain extent as a special idea, in the case of the brutes this individual character as a whole is wanting, because only the species has a special significance. And the farther we go from man, the fainter becomes the trace of this individual character, so that plants have no individual qualities left, except such as may be fully explained from the favourable or unfavourable external influences of soil, climate, and other accidents. Finally, in the inorganic kingdom of nature all individuality disappears. The crystal alone is to be regarded as to a certain extent individual. It is a unity of the tendency in definite directions, fixed by crystallization, which makes the trace of this tendency permanent. It is at the same time a cumulative repetition of its primitive form, bound into unity by an idea, just as the tree is an aggregate of the single germinating fibre which shows itself in every rib of the leaves, in every leaf, in every branch, which repeats itself, and to some extent makes each of these appear as a separate growth, nourishing itself from the greater as a parasite, so that the tree, resembling the crystal, is a systematic aggregate of small plants, although only the whole is the complete expression of an individual idea, that is, of this particular grade of the objectification of will. But the individuals of the same species of crystal can have no other difference than such as is produced by external accidents. Indeed, we can make at pleasure large or small crystals of every species. The individual, however, as such, that is, with traces of an individual character, does not exist further in unorganized nature. All its phenomena are expressions of general forces of nature, that is, of those grades of the objectification of will which do not objectify themselves, as is the case in organized nature, by means of the difference of the individualities which collectively express the whole of the idea, but show themselves only in the species and as a whole, without any variation in each particular example of it. Time, space, multiplicity, and existence conditioned by causes do not belong to the will or to the idea, the grade of the objectification of will, but only to their particular phenomena. Therefore, such a force of nature as, for example, gravity or electricity, must show itself as such in precisely the same way in all its million phenomena, and only external circumstances can modify these. This unity of its being in all its phenomena, this unchangeable constancy of the appearance of these, whenever under the guidance of causality the necessary conditions are present, is called a law of nature. If such a law is once learned from experience, then the phenomenon of that force of nature, the character of which is expressed and laid down in it, may be accurately forecast and counted upon. But it is just this conformity to law of the phenomena of the lower grades of the objectification of will, which gives them such a different aspect from the phenomena of the same will in the higher, that is, the more distinct grades of its objectification in animals and in men and their actions, where the stronger or weaker influence of the individual character and the susceptibility to motives which often remain hidden from the spectator because they lie in knowledge, has had the result that the identity of the inner nature of the two kinds of phenomena has hitherto been entirely overlooked. If we start from the knowledge of the particular, and not from that of the idea, there is something astonishing and sometimes even terrible in the absolute uniformity of the laws of nature. It might astonish us that nature never once forgets her laws. That if, for example, it has once been according to a law of nature that where certain materials are brought together under given conditions, a chemical combination will take place, or gas will be evolved, or they will go on fire. If these conditions are fulfilled, whether by our interposition or entirely by chance, and in this case the accuracy is the more astonishing because unexpected, today just as well as 1,000 years ago, the determined phenomenon will take place at once and without delay. We are most vividly impressed with the marvelousness of this fact in the case of rare phenomena, which only occur under very complex circumstances, but which we are previously informed will take place if these conditions are fulfilled. For example, when we are told that if certain metals, when arranged alternately in fluid with which an acid has been mixed, are brought into contact, silver leaf brought between the extremities of this combination will suddenly be consumed in a green flame, or that under certain conditions the hard diamond turns into carbonic acid. It is the ghostly omnipresence of natural forces that astonishes us in such cases. And we remark here what in the case of phenomena which happen daily no longer strikes us, how the connection between cause and effect is really as mysterious as that which is imagined between a magic formula and a spirit that must appear when invoked by it. On the other hand, if we have attained to the philosophical knowledge that a force of nature is a definite grade of the objectification of will, that is to say, a definite grade of that which we recognize as our own inmost nature, and that this will in itself, and distinguished from its phenomena and their forms, lies outside time and space, and that therefore the multiplicity which is conditioned by time and space does not belong to it, nor directly to the grade of its objectifications, that is, the idea, but only to the phenomena of the idea. And if we remember that the law of causality has significance only in relation to time and space, inasmuch as it determines the position of the multitude of phenomena of the different ideas in which the will reveals itself, governing the order in which they must appear. If, I say, in this knowledge the inner meaning of the great doctrine of Kant has been fully grasped, the doctrine that time, space, and causality do not belong to the thing in itself, but merely to the phenomenon, that they are only the forms of our knowledge, not qualities of things in themselves, then we shall understand that this astonishment at the conformity to law and accurate operation of a force of nature, this astonishment at the complete sameness of all its million phenomena and the infallibility of their occurrence, is really like that of a child or a savage, who looks for the first time through a glass with many facets at a flower, and marvels at the complete similarity of the innumerable flowers which he sees, and counts the leaves of each of them separately. End of Book 2, Section 26, Part 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, Section 26, Part 2. Of the World as Will and Idea, Volume 1, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2. The World as Will. First Aspect. The Objectification of the Will. Section 26, Part 2. Thus, every universal, original force of nature is nothing but a low grade of the objectification of will, and we call every such grade an eternal idea in Plato's sense. But a law of nature is the relation of the idea to the form of its manifestation. This form is time, space, and causality, which are necessarily and inseparably connected and related to each other. Through time and space, the idea multiplies itself in innumerable phenomena, but the order according to which it enters these forms of multiplicity is definitely determined by the law of causality. This law is, as it were, the norm of the limit of these phenomena of different ideas, in accordance with which time, space, and matter are assigned to them. This norm is therefore necessarily related to the identity of the aggregate of existing matter, which is the common substratum of all those different phenomena. If all these were not directed to that common matter in the possession of which they must be divided, there would be no need for such a law to decide their claims. They might all at once and together fill a boundless space throughout an endless time. Therefore, because all these phenomena of the eternal Ideas are directed to one and the same matter, must there be a rule for their appearance and disappearance, for if there were not, they would not make way for each other. Thus the law of causality is essentially bound up with that of the permanence of substance. They reciprocally derive significance from each other. Time and space, again, are related to them in the same way. For time is merely the possibility of conflicting states of the same matter, and space is merely the possibility of the permanence of the same matter under all sorts of conflicting states. Accordingly, in the preceding book we explained matter as the union of space and time, and this union shows itself as change of the accidents in the permanence of the substance, of which causality or becoming is the universal possibility. And accordingly we said that matter is through and through causality. We explained the understanding as the subjective correlative of causality, and said matter, and thus the whole world as idea, exists only for the understanding. The understanding is its condition, its supporter as its necessary correlative. I repeat all this in passing, merely to call to mind what was demonstrated in the first book, for it is necessary for the complete understanding of these two books that their inner agreement should be observed, since what is inseparably united in the actual world as its two sides, will and idea, has, in order that we might understand each of them more clearly in isolation, been dissevered in these two books. It may not perhaps be superfluous to elucidate further by an example how the law of causality has meaning only in relation to time and space, and the matter which consists in the union of the two. For it determines the limits in accordance with which the phenomena of the forces of nature divide themselves in the possession of matter, while the original forces of nature, as the immediate objectification of will, which, as a thing in itself, is not subordinated to the principle of sufficient reason, lie outside these forms, within which alone all etiological explanation has validity and meaning, and just on that account can never lead us to the inner reality of nature. For this purpose, let us think of some kind of machine constructed according to the laws of mechanics. Iron weights begin the motion by their gravity. Copper wheels resist by their rigidity, affect and raise each other and the lever by their impenetrability, and so on. Here gravity, rigidity, and impenetrability are original unexplained forces. Mechanics only gives us the condition under which, and the manner in which, they manifest themselves, appear and govern a definite matter, time, and place. If now a strong magnet is made to attract the iron of the weight, and overcome its gravity, the movement of the machine stops, and the matter becomes forthwith the scene of quite a different force of nature, magnetism, of which etiology again gives no further explanation than the condition under which it appears. Or let us suppose that the copper discs of such a machine are laid upon zinc plates, and an acid solution introduced between them. At once, the same matter of the machine has become subject to another original force, galvanism, which now governs it according to its own laws, and reveals itself in it through its phenomena. And etiology can again tell us nothing about this force, except the conditions under which, and the laws in accordance with which, it manifests itself. Let us now raise the temperature and add pure acid. The whole machine burns. That is to say, once more an entirely different force of nature, chemical energy, asserts at this time and in this place irresistible claims to this particular matter, and reveals itself in it as idea, as a definite grade of the objectification of will. The calcined metal thus produced now unites with an acid, and a salt is obtained which forms itself into crystals. These are the phenomena of another idea, which in itself is again quite inexplicable, while the appearance of its phenomena is dependent upon certain conditions which etiology can give us. The crystals dissolve, mix with other materials, and vegetation springs up from them, a new phenomenon of will. And so the same permanent matter may be followed ad infinitum, to observe how now this and now that natural force obtains a right to it and temporarily takes possession of it, in order to appear and reveal its own nature. The condition of this right, the point of time and space at which it becomes valid, is given by causality, but the explanation founded upon this law only extends thus far. The force itself is a manifestation of will, and as such is not subject to the forms of the principle of sufficient reason, that is, it is groundless. It lies outside all time, is omnipresent, and seems, as it were, to wait constantly till the circumstances occur under which it can appear and take possession of a definite matter, supplanting the forces which have reigned in it till then. All time exists only for the phenomena of such a force, and is without significance for the force itself. Through thousands of years, chemical forces slumber in matter, till the contact with the reagent sets them free. Then they appear. But time exists only for the phenomena, not for the forces themselves. For thousands of years galvanism slumbered in copper and zinc, and they lay quietly beside silver, which must be consumed in flame as soon as all three are brought together under the required conditions. Even in the organic kingdom we see a dry seed preserve the slumbering force through 3,000 years, and when at last the favourable circumstances occur, grow up as a plant. If by this exposition the difference between a force of nature and all its phenomena has been made quite distinct, if we have seen clearly that the former is the will itself at this particular grade of its objectification, but that multiplicity comes to phenomena only through time and space, and that the law of causality is nothing but the determination of the position of these phenomena in time and space, then we shall recognize the complete truth and the deep meaning of Malebranche's doctrine of occasional causes. It is well worth while comparing this doctrine of his, as he explains it in the Recherche de la Vérité, both in the 3rd chapter of the 2nd part of the 6th book, and in the éclaircissements appended to this chapter, with this exposition of mine, and observing the complete agreement of the two doctrines in the case of such different systems of thought. Indeed, I cannot help admiring how Malebranche, though thoroughly involved in the positive dogmas which his age inevitably forced upon him, yet, in such bonds and under such a burden, hit the truth so happily, so correctly, and even knew how to combine it with these dogmas, at all events verbally. For the power of truth is incredibly great, and of unspeakable endurance. We find constant traces of it in all, even the most eccentric and absurd dogmas of different times and different lands. Often, indeed, in strange company, curiously mixed up with other things, but still recognizable. It is like a plant that germinates under a heap of great stones, but still struggles up to the light, working itself through with many deviations and wanderings, disfigured, worn out, stunted in its growth, but yet to the light. In any case, Malebranche is right. Every natural cause is only an occasional cause. It only gives opportunity or occasion for the manifestation of the one indivisible will, which is the in itself of all things, and whose graduated objectification is the whole visible world. Only the appearance, the becoming visible in this place at this time, is brought about by the cause, and is so far dependent on it, but not the whole of the phenomenon, nor its inner nature. This is the will itself, to which the principle of sufficient reason has not application, and which is therefore groundless. Nothing in the world has a sufficient cause of its existence generally. but only a cause of existence just here and just now. That a stone exhibits now gravity, now rigidity, now electricity, now chemical qualities, depends upon causes, upon impressions upon it from without, and is to be explained from these. But these qualities themselves, and thus the whole inner nature of the stone which consists in them, and therefore manifests itself in all the ways referred to, thus in general, that the stone is such as it is, that it exists generally, all this, I say, has no ground, but is the visible appearance of the groundless will. Every cause is thus an occasional cause. We have found it to be so in nature, which is without knowledge, and it is also precisely the same when motives and not causes or stimuli determine the point at which the phenomena are to appear, that is to say, in the actions of animals and human beings. For in both cases it is one and the same will which appears, very different in the grades of its manifestation, multiplied in the phenomena of these grades, and, in respect of these, subordinated to the principle of sufficient reason, but in itself free from all this. Motives do not determine the character of man, but only the phenomena of his character, that is, his actions, the outward fashion of his life, not its inner meaning and content. These proceed from the character which is the immediate manifestation of the will, and is therefore groundless. That one man is bad and another good does not depend upon motives or outward influences, such as teaching and preaching, and is in this sense quite inexplicable. But whether a bad man shows his badness in petty acts of injustice, cowardly tricks, or low knavery, which he practices in the low sphere of his circumstances, or whether as a conqueror he oppresses nations, throws a world into lamentation, and sheds the blood of millions, this is the outward form of his manifestation, that which is unessential to it, and depends upon the circumstances in which fate has placed him, upon his surroundings, upon external influences, upon motives. But his decision upon these motives can never be explained from them. It proceeds from the will, of which this man is a manifestation. Of this we shall speak in the fourth book. The manner in which the character discloses its qualities is quite analogous to the way in which those of every material body in unconscious nature are disclosed. Water remains water with its intrinsic qualities, whether as a still lake it reflects its banks, or leaps in foam from the cliffs, or, artificially confined, spouts in a long jet into the air. All that depends upon external causes. The one form is as natural to it as the other, but it will always show the same form in the same circumstances. It is equally ready for any, but in every case true to its character, and at all times revealing this alone. So will every human character under all circumstances reveal itself, but the phenomena which proceed from it will always be in accordance with the circumstances. End of Book 2, Section 26. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, Section 27, Part 1, of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 1, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2. The World as Will, First Aspect. The Objectification of the Will. Section 27, Part 1. If, from the foregoing consideration of the forces of nature and their phenomena, we have come to see clearly how far an explanation from causes can go, and where it must stop if it is not to degenerate into the vain attempt to reduce the content of all phenomena to their mere form, in which case there would ultimately remain nothing but form, we shall be able to settle in general terms what is to be demanded of etiology as a whole. It must seek out the causes of all phenomena in nature, that is, the circumstances under which they invariably appear. Then it must refer the multitude of phenomena which have various forms in various circumstances, to what is active in every phenomenon and is presupposed in the cause, original forces of nature. It must correctly distinguish between a difference of the phenomenon, which arises from a difference of the force, and one which results merely from a difference of the circumstances under which the force expresses itself. And with equal care it must guard against taking the expressions of one and the same force under different circumstances for the manifestations of different forces, and conversely against taking for manifestations of one and the same force what originally belongs to different forces. Now this is the direct work of the faculty of judgment, and that is why so few men are capable of increasing our insight in physics, while all are able to enlarge experience. Indolence and ignorance make us disposed to appeal too soon to original forces. This is exemplified with an exaggeration that savours of irony in the entities and quiddities of the schoolmen. Nothing is further from my desire than to favour their resuscitation. We have just as little right to appeal to the objectification of will, instead of giving a physical explanation, as we have to appeal to the creative power of God. For physics demands causes, and the will is never a cause. Its whole relation to the phenomenon is not in accordance with the principle of sufficient reason. But that which in itself is the will exists in another aspect as idea, that is to say, is phenomenon. As such, it obeys the laws which constitute the form of the phenomenon. Every movement, for example, although it is always a manifestation of will, must yet have a cause from which it is to be explained in relation to a particular time and space; that is, not in general in its inner nature, but as a particular phenomenon. In the case of the stone, this is a mechanical cause; in that of the movement of a man, it is a motive; but in no case can it be wanting. On the other hand, the universal common nature of all phenomena of one particular kind, that which must be presupposed if the explanation from causes is to have any sense and meaning, is the general force of nature, which in physics must remain a qualitas occulta, because with it the etiological explanation ends and the metaphysical begins. But the chain of causes and effects is never broken by an original force to which it has been necessary to appeal. It does not run back to such a force as if it were its first link, but the nearest link, as well as the remotest presupposes the original force, and could otherwise explain nothing. A series of causes and effects may be the manifestation of the most different kinds of forces, whose successive visible appearances are conducted through it, as I have illustrated above by the example of a metal machine. But the difference of these original forces, which cannot be referred to each other, by no means breaks the unity of that chain of causes, and the connection between all its links. The etiology and the philosophy of nature never do violence to each other, but go hand in hand, regarding the same object from different points of view. Etiology gives an account of the causes which necessarily produce the particular phenomenon to be explained. It exhibits, as the foundation of all its explanations, the universal forces which are active in all these causes and effects. It accurately defines, enumerates, and distinguishes these forces, and then indicates all the different effects in which each force appears, regulated by the difference of the circumstances, always in accordance with its own peculiar character, which it discloses in obedience to an invariable rule called a law of nature. When all this has been thoroughly accomplished by physics in every particular, it will be complete, and its work will be done. There will then remain no unknown force in unorganised nature, nor any effect, which has not been proved to be the manifestation of one of these forces under definite circumstances, in accordance with the law of nature. Yet a law of nature remains merely the observed rule, according to which nature invariably proceeds whenever certain definite circumstances occur. Therefore, a law of nature may be defined as a fact expressed generally, and thus a complete enumeration of all the laws of nature would only be a complete register of facts. The consideration of nature as a whole is thus completed in morphology, which enumerates, compares, and arranges all the enduring forms of organised nature. Of the causes of the appearance of the individual creature it has little to say, for in all cases this is procreation, the theory of which is a separate matter, and in rare cases the generatio equivoca; but to this last belongs, strictly speaking, the manner in which all the lower grades of the objectification of will, that is to say, physical and chemical phenomena, appear as individual, and it is precisely the task of etiology to point out the conditions of this appearance. Philosophy, on the other hand, concerns itself only with the universal, in nature as everywhere else. The original forces themselves are here its object, and it recognises in them the different grades of the objectivity of will, which is the inner nature, the in itself of this world. And when it regards the world apart from will, it explains it as merely the idea of the subject. But if etiology, instead of preparing the way for philosophy, and supplying its doctrines with practical application by means of instances, supposes that its aim is rather to deny the existence of all original forces, except perhaps one, the most general, for example, impenetrability, which it imagines it thoroughly understands, and consequently seeks forcibly to refer all the others to it, it forsakes its own province, and can only give us error instead of truth. The content of nature is supplanted by its form, everything is ascribed to the circumstances which work from without, and nothing to the inner nature of the thing. Now, if it were possible to succeed by this method, a problem in arithmetic would ultimately, as we have already remarked, solve the riddle of the universe. But this is the method adopted by those, referred to above, who think that all physiological effects ought to be reduced to form and combination, this perhaps to electricity, and this again to chemism, and chemism to mechanism. The mistake of Descartes, for example, and of all the atomists, was of this last description. They referred the movements of the globe to the impact of a fluid, and the qualities of matter to the connection and form of the atoms, and hence they laboured to explain all the phenomena of nature as merely manifestations of impenetrability and cohesion. Although this has been given up, precisely the same error is committed in our own day by the electrical, chemical, and mechanical physiologists, who obstinately attempt to explain the whole of life and all the functions of the organism from form and combination. In Meckel's Archiv für Physiologie we still find it stated that the aim of physiological explanation is the reduction of organic life to the universal forces with which physics deals. Lamarck also, in his Philosophie Zoologique, explains life as merely the effect of warmth and electricity. According to this, warmth and electricity would be the thing in itself, and the world of animals and plants its phenomenal appearance. The absurdity of this opinion becomes glaringly apparent at the 306th and following pages of that work. It is well known that all these opinions that have been so often refuted have reappeared quite recently with renewed confidence. If we carefully examine the foundation of these views, we shall find that they ultimately involve the presupposition that the organism is merely an aggregate of phenomena of physical, chemical, and mechanical forces, which have come together here by chance, and produce the organism as a freak of nature without further significance. The organism of an animal or of a human being would therefore be, if considered philosophically, not the exhibition of a special idea, that is, not its self-immediate objectivity of the will at a definite higher grade, but in it would appear only those ideas which objectify the will in electricity, in chemism, and in mechanism. Thus, the organism would be as fortuitously constructed by the concurrence of these forces as the forms of men and beasts in clouds and stalactites, and would therefore in itself be no more interesting than they are. However, we shall see immediately how far the application of physical and chemical modes of explanation to the organism may yet within certain limits be allowable and useful. For I shall explain that the vital force certainly avails itself of, and uses the forces of, unorganised nature. Yet these forces no more constitute the vital force than a hammer and anvil make a blacksmith. Therefore even the most simple example of plant life can never be explained from these forces by any theory of capillary attraction and endosmos, much less animal life. The following observations will prepare the way for this somewhat difficult discussion. It follows from all that has been said, that it is certainly an error on the part of natural science to seek to refer the higher grades of the objectification of will to the lower, for the failure to recognise, or the denial of, original and self-existing forces of nature is just as wrong as the groundless assumption of special forces when what occurs is merely a peculiar kind of manifestation of what is already known. Thus Kant rightly says that it would be absurd to hope for a blade of grass from a Newton, that is, from one who reduced the blade of grass to the manifestations of physical and chemical forces, of which it was the chance product, and therefore a mere freak of nature, in which no special idea appeared. That is, the will did not directly reveal itself in it in a higher and specific grade, but just as in the phenomena of unorganised nature, and by chance in this form. The schoolmen, who certainly would not have allowed such a doctrine, would rightly have said that it was a complete denial of the forma substantialis, and a degradation of it to the forma accidentalis. For the forma substantialis of Aristotle denotes exactly what I call the grade of the objectification of will in a thing. On the other hand, it is not to be overlooked that in all ideas, that is, in all forces of unorganised and all forms of organised nature, it is one and the same will that reveals itself, that is to say, which enters the form of the idea and passes into objectivity. Its unity must therefore be also recognisable through an inner relationship between all its phenomena. Now this reveals itself in the higher grades of the objectification of will, where the whole phenomenon is more distinct, thus in the vegetable and animal kingdoms, through the universally prevailing analogy of all forms, the fundamental type which recurs in all phenomena. This has, therefore, become the guiding principle of the admirable zoological system which was originated by the French in this century, and it is most completely established in comparative anatomy, as the unity and the uniform plan of the anatomic element. To discover this fundamental type has been the chief concern, or at any rate the praiseworthy endeavour of the natural philosophers of the school of Schelling, who have in this respect considerable merit, although in many cases their hunt after analogies in nature degenerated into mere conceits. They have, however, rightly shown that that general relationship and family likeness exists also in the ideas of unorganised nature, for example, between electricity and magnetism, the identity of which was afterwards established, between chemical attraction and gravitation, and so forth. They specially called attention to the fact that polarity, that is, the sundering of a force into two qualitatively different and opposed activities striving after reunion, which also shows itself for the most part in space as a dispersion in opposite directions, is a fundamental type of almost all the phenomena of nature, from the magnet and the crystal to man himself. Yet this knowledge has been current in China from the earliest times, in the doctrine of opposition of yin and yang. Indeed, since all things in the world are the objectification of one and the same will, and therefore in their inner nature identical, it must not only be the case that there is that unmistakable analogy between them, and that in every phenomenon the trace, intimation, and plan of the higher phenomenon that lies next to it in point of development shows itself, but also because all these forms belong to the world as idea. It is indeed conceivable that even in the most universal forms of the idea, in that peculiar framework of the phenomenal world, space and time, it may be possible to discern and establish the fundamental type, intimation, and plan of what fills the forms. It seems to have been a dim notion of this that was the origin of the Kabbalah, and all the mathematical philosophy of the Pythagoreans, and also of the Chinese in I Ching. In the school of Schelling also, to which we have already referred, we find among their efforts to bring to light the similarity among the phenomena of nature, several attempts, though rather unfortunate ones, to deduce laws of nature from the laws of pure space and time. However, one can never tell to what extent a man of genius will realize both endeavors. Now, although the difference between phenomenon and thing in itself is never lost sight of, and therefore the identity of the will which objectifies itself in all ideas can never, because it has different grades of its objectification, be distorted to mean identity of the particular ideas themselves in which it appears, so that, for example, chemical or electrical attraction can never be reduced to the attraction of gravitation. Although this inner analogy is known, and the former may be regarded as, so to speak, higher powers of the latter, just as little does the similarity of the construction of all animals warrant us in mixing and identifying the species, and explaining the more developed as mere variations of the less developed. And although, finally, the physiological functions are never to be reduced to chemical or physical processes, yet, in justification of this procedure, within certain limits, we may accept the following observations as highly probable. If several of the phenomena of will in the lower grades of its objectification, that is, in unorganized nature, come into conflict because each of them, under the guidance of causality, seeks to possess a given portion of matter, there arises from the conflict the phenomenon of a higher idea, which prevails over all the less developed phenomena previously there, yet in such a way that it allows the essence of these to continue to exist in a subordinate manner, and that it takes up into itself from them something which is analogous to them. This process is only intelligible from the identity of the will which manifests itself in all the ideas, and which is always striving after higher objectification. We thus see, for example, in the hardening of the bones, an unmistakable analogy to crystallization, as the force which originally had possession of the chalk, although ossification is never to be reduced to crystallization. The analogy shows itself in a weaker degree in the flesh becoming firm. The combination of humours in the animal body and secretion are also analogous to chemical combination and separation. Indeed, the laws of chemistry are still strongly operative in this case, but subordinated, very much modified, and mastered by a higher idea. Therefore mere chemical forces outside the organism will never afford us such humours, but encheiresin naturae nennt es die Chemie, spottet ihrer selbst und weiß nicht wie. The more developed idea resulting from this victory over several lower ideas or objectifications of will gains an entirely new character by taking up into itself from every idea over which it has prevailed a strengthened analogy. The will objectifies itself in a new, more distinct way. It originally appears in generatio equivoca, afterwards in assimilation to the given germ, organic moisture, plant, animal, man. Thus, from the strife of lower phenomena, the higher arise, swallowing them all up, but yet realizing in the higher grade the tendency of all the lower. Here then already the law applies. Serpens nisi serpentem commiderit non fit Draco. End of Book 2, Section 27, Part 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, Section 27, Part 2. Of the World as Will and Idea, Volume 1, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, The World as Will, First Aspect. The Objectification of the Will. Section 27, Part 2. I wish it had been possible for me to dispel by clearness of explanation the obscurity which clings to the subject of these thoughts. But I see very well that the reader's own consideration of the matter must materially aid me, if I am not to remain uncomprehended or misunderstood. According to the view I have expressed, the traces of chemical and physical modes of operation will indeed be found in the organism, but it can never be explained from them, because it is by no means a phenomenon even accidentally brought about through the united actions of such forces, but a higher idea which has overcome these lower ideas by subduing assimilation. For the one will which objectifies itself in all ideas always seeks the highest possible objectification, and has therefore in this case given up the lower grades of its manifestation after a conflict, in order to appear in a higher grade, and one so much the more powerful. No victory without conflict. Since the higher idea or objectification of will can only appear through the conquest of the lower, it endures the opposition of these lower ideas, which, although brought into subjection, still constantly strive to obtain an independent and complete expression of their being. The magnet that has attracted a piece of iron carries on a perpetual conflict with gravitation, which, as the lower objectification of will, has a prior right to the matter of the iron, and in this constant battle the magnet indeed grows stronger, for the opposition excites it, as it were, to greater effort. In the same way every manifestation of the will, including that which expresses itself in the human organism, wages a constant war against the many physical and chemical forces which, as lower ideas, have a prior right to that matter. Thus the arm falls which for a while, overcoming gravity, we have held stretched out. Thus the pleasing sensation of health, which proclaims the victory of the idea of the self‐conscious organism over the physical and chemical laws which originally govern the humours of the body, is so often interrupted, and is indeed always accompanied by greater or less discomfort, which arises from the resistance of these forces, and on account of which the vegetative part of our life is constantly attended by slight pain. Thus also digestion weakens all the animal functions, because it requires the whole vital force to overcome the chemical forces of nature by assimilation. Hence also in general the burden of physical life, the necessity of sleep, and finally of death. For at last these subdued forces of nature, assisted by circumstances, win back from the organism, wearied even by the constant victory, the matter it took from them, and attain to an unimpeded expression of their being. We may therefore say that every organism expresses the idea of which it is the image, only after we have subtracted the part of its force which is expended in subduing the lower ideas that strive with it for matter. This seems to have been running in the mind of Jacob Böhm when he says somewhere that all the bodies of men and animals, and even all plants, are really half dead. According as the subjection in the organism of these forces of nature, which express the lower grades of the objectification of will, is more or less successful, the more or less completely does it attain to the expression of its idea; that is to say, the nearer it is to the ideal or the further from it, the ideal of beauty in its species. Thus everywhere in nature we see strife, conflict, and alternation of victory, and in it we shall come to recognise more distinctly that variance with itself which is essential to the will. Every grade of the objectification of will fights for the matter, the space, and the time of the others. The permanent matter must constantly change its form, for under the guidance of causality, mechanical, physical, chemical, and organic phenomena, eagerly striving to appear, wrests the matter from each other, for each desires to reveal its own idea. This strife may be followed through the whole of nature. Indeed, nature exists only through it. Nam si non inesset in rebus contentio, unum omnia essent, ut ait Empedocles. Yet this strife itself is only the revelation of that variance with itself which is essential to the will. This universal conflict becomes most distinctly visible in the animal kingdom. For animals have the whole of the vegetable kingdom for their food, and even within the animal kingdom every beast is the prey and the food of another; that is, the matter in which its idea expresses itself must yield itself to the expression of another idea, for each animal can only maintain its existence by the constant destruction of some other. Thus the will to live everywhere preys upon itself, and in different forms is its own nourishment, till finally the human race, because it subdues all the others, regards nature as a manufactory for its use. Yet even the human race, as we shall see in the fourth book, reveals in itself with most terrible distinctness this conflict, this variance with itself of the will, and we find homo homini lupus. Meanwhile we can recognize this strife, this subjugation, just as well in the lower grades of the objectification of will. Many insects, especially ichneumon flies, lay their eggs on the skin, and even in the body of the larvae of some other insects, whose slow destruction is the first work of the newly hatched brood. The young hydra, which grows like a bud out of the old one, and afterwards separates itself from it, fights while it is still joined to the old one for the prey that offers itself, so that the one snatches it out of the mouth of the other. But the bulldog ant of Australia affords us the most extraordinary example of this kind; for if it is cut in two, a battle begins between the head and the tail. The head seizes the tail with its teeth, and the tail defends itself bravely by stinging the head. The battle may last for half an hour, until they die or are dragged away by other ants. This contest takes place every time the experiment is tried. On the banks of the Missouri one sometimes sees a mighty oak, the stem and branches of which are so encircled, fettered, and interlaced by a gigantic wild vine that it withers as if choked. The same thing shows itself in the lowest grades; for example, when water and carbon are changed into vegetable sap, or vegetables or bread into blood by organic assimilation. And so also in every case in which animal secretion takes place, along with the restriction of chemical forces to a subordinate mode of activity. This also occurs in unorganized nature. When, for example, crystals in process of formation meet, cross, and mutually disturb each other to such an extent that they are unable to assume the pure crystalline form, so that almost every cluster of crystals is an image of such a conflict of will at this low grade of its objectification. Or again, when a magnet forces its magnetism upon iron in order to express its idea in it; or when galvanism overcomes chemical affinity, decomposes the closest combinations, and so entirely suspends the laws of chemistry, that the acid of a decomposed salt at the negative pole must pass to the positive pole without combining with the alkalis through which it goes on its way, or turning red the litmus paper that touches it. On a large scale it shows itself in the relation between the central body and the planet, for although the planet is in absolute dependence, yet it always resists, just like the chemical forces in the organism. Hence arises the constant tension between centripetal and centrifugal force, which keeps the globe in motion, and is itself an example of that universal essential conflict of the manifestation of will which we are considering. For as every body must be regarded as the manifestation of a will, and as will necessarily expresses itself as a struggle, the original condition of every world that is formed into a globe cannot be rest, but motion, a striving forward in boundless space without rest and without end. Neither the law of inertia nor that of causality is opposed to this. For as, according to the former, matter as such is alike indifferent to rest and motion, its original condition may just as well be the one as the other. Therefore, if we first find it in motion, we have just as little right to assume that this was preceded by a condition of rest, and to inquire into the cause of the origin of the motion, as conversely, if we found it at rest, we would have to assume a previous motion, and inquire into the cause of its suspension. It is therefore not needful to seek for a first impulse for centrifugal force; for according to the hypothesis of Kant and Laplace, It is, in the case of the planets, the residue of the original rotation of the central body, from which the planets have separated themselves as it contracted. But to this central body itself motion is essential; it always continues its rotation, and at the same time rushes forward in endless space, or perhaps circulates round a greater central body invisible to us. This view entirely agrees with the conjecture of astronomers that there is a central sun, and also with the observed advance of our whole solar system, and perhaps of the whole stellar system to which our sun belongs. From this we are finally led to assume a general advance of fixed stars, together with the central sun, and this certainly loses all meaning in boundless space. For motion in absolute space cannot be distinguished from rest, and becomes, as is already the case from its striving and aimless flight, an expression of that nothingness, that failure of all aim, which at the close of this book we shall be obliged to recognise in the striving of will in all its phenomena. Thus boundless space and endless time must be the most universal and essential forms of the collective phenomena of will, which exist for the expression of its whole being. Lastly, we can recognise that conflict which we are considering of all phenomena of will against each other in simple matter regarded as such. For the real characteristic of matter is correctly expressed by Kant as repulsive and attractive force, so that even crude matter has its existence only in the strife of conflicting forces. If we abstract from all chemical differences in matter, or go so far back in the chain of causes and effects that as yet there is no chemical difference, there remains mere matter, the world rounded to a globe, whose life, that is, objectification of will, is now constituted by the conflict between attractive and repulsive forces, the former as gravitation pressing from all sides towards the centre, the latter as impenetrability always opposing the former either as rigidity or elasticity. And this constant pressure and resistance may be regarded as the objectivity of will in its very lowest grade, and even there it expresses its character. We should see the will express itself here in the lowest grade as blind striving, an obscure, inarticulate impulse, far from susceptible of being directly known. It is the simplest and the weakest mode of its objectification. But it appears as this blind and unconscious striving in the whole of unorganised nature, in all those original forces of which it is the work of physics and chemistry to discover and to study the laws, and each of which manifests itself to us in millions of phenomena, which are exactly similar and regular, and show no trace of individual character, but are mere multiplicity through space and time, that is, through the principium individuationis, as a picture is multiplied through the facets of a glass. From grade to grade objecting itself more distinctly, yet still completely without consciousness as an obscure striving force, the will acts in the vegetable kingdom also, in which the bond of its phenomena consists no longer properly of causes, but of stimuli; and finally, also in the vegetative part of the animal phenomenon, in the production and maturing of the animal, and in sustaining its inner economy, in which the manifestation of will is still always necessarily determined by stimuli. The ever ascending grades of the objectification of will bring us at last to the point at which the individual that expresses the Idea could no longer receive food for its assimilation through mere movement following upon stimuli. For such a stimulus must be waited for. But the food has now come to be of a more special and definite kind, and with the ever increasing multiplicity of the individual phenomena, the crowd and confusion has become so great that they interfere with each other, and the chance of the individual that is moved merely by stimuli and must wait for its food would be too unfavourable. From the point, therefore, at which the animal has delivered itself from the egg or the womb in which it vegetated without consciousness, its food must be sought out and selected. For this purpose movement following upon motives, and therefore consciousness becomes necessary, and consequently it appears as an agent, called in at this stage of the objectification of will for the conservation of the individual and the propagation of the species. It appears represented by the brain or a large ganglion, just as every other effort or determination of the will, which objectifies itself, is represented by an organ, that is to say, manifests itself for the idea as an organ. But with this means of assistance, the world as idea comes into existence at a stroke, with all its forms, object and subject, time, space, multiplicity, and causality. The world now shows its second side. Till now mere will, it becomes also idea, object of the knowing subject. The will, which up to this point followed its tendency in the dark with unerring certainty, has at this grade kindled for itself a light as a means which became necessary for getting rid of the disadvantage which arose from the throng and the complicated nature of its manifestations, and which would have accrued precisely to the most perfect of them. The hitherto infallible certainty and regularity with which it worked in unorganized and merely vegetative nature rested upon the fact that it alone was active in its original nature, as blind impulse, will, without assistance, and also without interruption, from a second and entirely different world, the world as idea, which is indeed only the image of its own inner being, but is yet of quite another nature, and now encroaches on the connected whole of its phenomena. Hence its infallible certainty comes to an end. Animals are already exposed to illusion, to deception. They have, however, merely ideas of perception, no conceptions, no reflection, and they are therefore bound to the present. They cannot have regard for the future. It seems as if this knowledge without reason was not in all cases sufficient for its end, and at times required, as it were, some assistance. For the very remarkable phenomenon presents itself, that the blind working of the will and the activity enlightened by knowledge encroach in a most astonishing manner upon each other's spheres in two kinds of phenomena. In the one case we find in the very midst of those actions of animals which are guided by perceptive knowledge and its motives, one kind of action which is accomplished apart from these, and thus through the necessity of the blindly acting will. I refer to those mechanical instincts which are guided by no motive or knowledge, and which yet have the appearance of performing their work from abstract rational motives. The other case, which is opposed to this, is that in which, on the contrary, the light of knowledge penetrates into the workshop of the blindly active will, and illuminates the vegetative functions of the human organism. I mean clairvoyance. Finally, when the will has attained to the highest grade of its objectification, that knowledge of the understanding given to brutes to which the senses supply the data, out of which there arises mere perception confined to what is immediately present, does not suffice. That complicated, many-sided, imaginative being, man, with his many needs, and exposed as he is to innumerable dangers, must, in order to exist, be lighted by a double knowledge. A higher power, as it were, of perceptive knowledge must be given him, and also reason, as the faculty of framing abstract conceptions. With this there has appeared reflection, surveying the future and the past, and, as a consequence, deliberation, care, the power of premeditated action independent of the present, and finally the full and distinct consciousness of one's own deliberate volition as such. Now if with mere knowledge of perception there arose the possibility of illusion and deception, by which the previous infallibility of the blind striving of will was done away with, so that mechanical and other instincts, as expressions of unconscious will, had to lend their help in the midst of those that were conscious, with the entrance of reason, that certainty and infallibility of the expressions of will, which at the other extreme, in unorganized nature, appeared as strict conformity to law, is almost entirely lost. Instinct disappears altogether. Deliberation, which is supposed to take the place of everything else, begets, as was shown in the first book, irresolution and uncertainty. Then error becomes possible, and in many cases obstructs the adequate objectification of the will in action. For although in the character the will has already taken its definite and unchangeable bent or direction, in accordance with which volition, when occasioned by the presence of a motive, invariably takes place, yet error can falsify its expressions, for it introduces illusive motives that take the place of the real ones which they resemble. As, for example, when superstition forces on a man imaginary motives, which impel him to a course of action directly opposed to the way in which the will would otherwise express itself in the given circumstances. Agamemnon slays his daughter, a miser dispenses alms out of pure egotism in the hope that he will some day receive an hundredfold, and so on. Thus knowledge generally, rational as well as merely sensuous, proceeds originally from the will itself, belongs to the inner being of the higher grades of its objectification, a means of supporting the individual and the species, just like any organ of the body. Originally destined for the service of the will, for the accomplishment of its aims, it remains almost throughout entirely subjected to its service. It is so in all brutes and in almost all men. Yet we shall see in the third book how in certain individual men knowledge can deliver itself from this bondage, throw off its yoke, and, free from all the aims of will, exist purely for itself, simply as a clear mirror of the world, which is the source of art. Finally, in the fourth book, we shall see how, if this kind of knowledge reacts on the will, it can bring about self‐surrender, that is, resignation, which is the final goal, and indeed the inmost nature of all virtue and holiness, and is deliverance from the world. End of Book 2, Section 27. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, Section 28. Of the World as Will and Idea, Volume 1, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, The World as Will, First Aspect. The Objectification of the Will. Section 28. We have considered the great multiplicity and diversity of the phenomena in which the will objectifies itself, and we have seen their endless and implacable strife with each other. Yet, according to the whole discussion up to this point, the will itself, as thing in itself, is by no means included in that multiplicity and change. The diversity of the Platonic ideas, that is, grades of objectification, the multitude of individuals in which each of these expresses itself, the struggle of forms for matter, all this does not concern it, but is only the manner of its objectification. And only through this has an indirect relation to it, by virtue of which it belongs to the expression of the nature of will for the idea. As the magic lantern shows many different pictures, which are all made visible by one and the same light, so in all the multifarious phenomena which fill the world together, or throng after each other as events, only one will manifests itself, of which everything is the visibility, the objectivity, and which remains unmoved in the midst of this change. It alone is thing in itself. All objects are manifestations, or, to speak the language of Kant, phenomena. Although in man, as Platonic idea, the will finds its clearest and fullest objectification, yet man alone could not express its being. In order to manifest the full significance of the will, the idea of man would need to appear, not alone and sundered from everything else, but accompanied by the whole series of grades, down through all the forms of animals, through the vegetable kingdom to unorganized nature. All these supplement each other in the complete objectification of will. They are as much presupposed by the idea of man as the blossoms of a tree presuppose leaves, branches, stem, and root. They form a pyramid of which man is the apex. If fond of similes, one might also say that their manifestations accompany that of man as necessarily as the full daylight is accompanied by all the gradations of twilight, through which little by little it loses itself in darkness. Or one might call them the echo of man, and say animal and plant are the descending fifth and third of man, the inorganic kingdom is the lower octave. The full truth of this last comparison will only become clear to us when in the following book we attempt to fathom the deep significance of music, and see how a connected progressive melody made up of high, quick notes may be regarded as in some sense expressing the life and efforts of man connected by reflection, while the unconnected complemental notes and the slow bass, which make up the harmony necessary to perfect the music, represent the rest of the animal kingdom and the whole of nature that is without knowledge. But of this in its own place, where it will not sound so paradoxical. We find, however, that the inner necessity of the gradation of its manifestations, which is inseparable from the adequate objectification of the will, is expressed by an outer necessity in the whole of these manifestations themselves, by reason of which man has need of the beasts for his support, the beasts in their grades have need of each other as well as of plants, which in their turn require the ground, water, chemical elements in their combinations, the planet, the sun, rotation and motion round the sun, the curve of the ellipse, etc., etc. At bottom this results from the fact that the will must live on itself, for there exists nothing beside it, and it is a hungry will. Hence arise eager pursuit, anxiety, and suffering. It is only the knowledge of the unity of will as thing in itself, in the endless diversity and multiplicity of the phenomena, that can afford us the true explanation of that wonderful, unmistakable analogy of all the productions of nature, that family likeness on account of which we may regard them as variations on the same ungiven theme. So in like measure, through the distinct and thoroughly comprehended knowledge of that harmony, that essential connection of all the parts of the world, that necessity of their gradation which we have just been considering, we shall obtain a true and sufficient insight into the inner nature and meaning of the undeniable teleology of all organized productions of nature, which indeed we presupposed a priori when considering and investigating them. This teleology is of a twofold description. Sometimes an inner teleology, that is, an agreement of all the parts of a particular organism, so ordered that the sustenance of the individual and the species results from it, and therefore presents itself as the end of that disposition or arrangement. Sometimes, however, there is an outward teleology, a relation of unorganized to organized nature in general, or of particular parts of organized nature to each other, which makes the maintenance of the whole of organized nature, or of the particular animal species, possible, and therefore presents itself to our judgment as the means to this end. Inner teleology is connected with the scheme of our work in the following way. If, in accordance with what has been said, all variations of form in nature, and all multiplicity of individuals, belong not to the will itself, but merely to its objectivity and the form of this objectivity, it necessarily follows that the will is indivisible and is present as a whole in every manifestation, although the grades of its objectification, the Platonic ideas, are very different from each other. We may, for the sake of simplicity, regard these different ideas as in themselves individual and simple acts of the will, in which it expresses its nature more or less. Individuals, however, are again manifestations of the ideas, thus of these acts in time, space, and multiplicity. Now, in the lowest grades of objectivity, such an act or an idea retains its unity in the manifestation, while, in order to appear in higher grades, it requires a whole series of conditions and developments in time, which only collectively express its nature completely. Thus, for example, the idea that reveals itself in any general force of nature has always one single expression, although it presents itself differently according to the external relations that are present. Otherwise its identity could not be proved, for this is done by abstracting the diversity that arises merely from external relations. In the same way the crystal has only one manifestation of life, crystallization, which afterwards has its fully adequate and exhaustive expression in the rigid form, the corpse of that momentary life. The plant, however, does not express the idea, whose phenomenon it is, at once and through a single manifestation, but in a succession of developments of its organs in time. The animal not only develops its organism in the same manner, in a succession of forms which are often very different (metamorphosis), but this form itself, although it is already objectivity of will at this grade, does not attain to a full expression of its idea. This expression must be completed through the actions of the animal, in which its empirical character, common to the whole species, manifests itself, and only then does it become the full revelation of the idea, a revelation which presupposes the particular organism as its first condition. In the case of man, the empirical character is peculiar to every individual; indeed, as we shall see in the fourth book, even to the extent of supplanting entirely the character of the species through the self‐surrender of the whole will. That which is known as the empirical character, through the necessary development in time, and the division into particular actions that is conditioned by it, is, when we abstract from this temporal form of the manifestation the intelligible character, according to the expression of Kant, who shows his undying merit, especially in establishing this distinction and explaining the relation between freedom and necessity, that is, between the will as thing in itself and its manifestations in time. Thus the intelligible character coincides with the idea, or, more accurately, with the original act of will which reveals itself in it. So far, then, not only the empirical character of every man, but also that of every species of animal and plant, and even of every original force of unorganized nature, is to be regarded as the manifestation of an intelligible character, that is, of a timeless, indivisible act of will. I should like here to draw attention in passing to the naïveté with which every plant expresses and lays open its whole character in its mere form, reveals its whole being and will. This is why the physiognomy of plants is so interesting, while in order to know an animal in its idea, it is necessary to observe the course of its action. As for man, he must be fully investigated and tested, for reason makes him capable of a high degree of dissimulation. The beast is as much more naïve than the man as the plant is more naïve than the beast. In the beast we see the will to live more naked, as it were, than in the man, in whom it is clothed with so much knowledge, and is, moreover, so veiled through the capacity for dissimulation, that it is almost only by chance, and here and there, that its true nature becomes apparent. In the plant it shows itself quite naked, but also much weaker, as mere blind striving for existence without end or aim. For the plant reveals its whole being at the first glance and with complete innocence, which does not suffer from the fact that it carries its organs of generation exposed to view on its upper surface, though in all animals they have been assigned to the most hidden part. This innocence of the plant results from its complete want of knowledge. Guilt does not lie in willing, but in willing with knowledge. Every plant speaks to us first of all of its home, of the climate, and the nature of the ground in which it has grown. Therefore even those who have had little practice easily tell whether an exotic plant belongs to the tropical or the temperate zone, and whether it grows in water, in marshes, on mountain, or on moorland. Besides this, however, every plant expresses the special will of its species, and says something that cannot be uttered in any other tongue. But we must now apply what has been said to the teleological consideration of the organism, so far as it concerns its inner design. If in unorganized nature the idea, which is everywhere to be regarded as a single act of will, reveals itself also in a single manifestation, which is always the same, and thus one may say that here the empirical character directly partakes of the unity of the intelligible, coincides, as it were, with it, so that no inner design can show itself here. If, on the contrary, all organisms express their ideas through a series of successive developments, conditioned by a multiplicity of coexisting parts, and thus only the sum of the manifestations of the empirical character collectively constitute the expression of the intelligible character. This necessary coexistence of the parts and succession of the stages of development does not destroy the unity of the appearing idea, the act of will which expresses itself. Nay, rather this unity finds its expression in the necessary relation and connection of the parts and stages of development with each other, in accordance with the law of causality. Since it is the will which is one, indivisible, and therefore entirely in harmony with itself, that reveals itself in the whole idea as an act, its manifestation, although broken up into a number of different parts and conditions, must yet show this unity again in the thorough agreement of all of these. This is effected by a necessary relation and dependence of all the parts upon each other, by means of which the unity of the idea is re-established in the manifestation. In accordance with this, we now recognize these different parts and functions of the organism as related to each other reciprocally as means and ends, but the organism itself as the final end of all. Consequently, neither the breaking up of the idea, which in itself is simple, into the multiplicity of the parts and conditions of the organism on the one hand, nor, on the other hand, the re-establishment of its unity through the necessary connection of the parts and functions which arises from the fact that they are the cause and effect, the means and end of each other, is peculiar and essential to the appearing will as such, to the thing in itself, but only to its manifestation in space, time, and causality, mere modes of the principle of sufficient reason, the form of the phenomenon. They belong to the world as idea, not to the world as will. They belong to the way in which the will becomes object, that is, idea at this grade of its objectivity. Every one who has grasped the meaning of this discussion, a discussion which is perhaps somewhat difficult, will now fully understand the doctrine of Kant which follows from it, that both the design of organized and the conformity to law of unorganized nature are only introduced by our understanding, and therefore both belong only to the phenomenon, not to the thing in itself. The surprise, which was referred to above, at the infallible constancy of the conformity to law of unorganized nature, is essentially the same as the surprise that is excited by design in organized nature, for in both cases what we wonder at is only the sight of the original unity of the idea, which, for the phenomenon, has assumed the form of multiplicity and diversity. As regards the second kind of teleology, according to the division made above, the outer design, which shows itself not in the inner economy of the organisms, but in the support and assistance they receive from without, both from unorganized nature and from each other, its general explanation is to be found in the exposition we have just given. For the whole world with all its phenomena is the objectivity of the one indivisible will, the idea, which is related to all other ideas as harmony is related to the single voice. Therefore, that unity of the will must show itself also in the agreement of all its manifestations. But we can very much increase the clearness of this insight if we go somewhat more closely into the manifestations of that outer teleology and agreement of the different parts of nature with each other, an inquiry which will also throw some light on the foregoing exposition. We shall best attain this end by considering the following analogy. The character of each individual man, so far as it is thoroughly individual and not entirely included in that of the species, may be regarded as a special idea, corresponding to a special act of the objectification of will. This act itself would then be his intelligible character, and his empirical character would be the manifestation of it. The empirical character is entirely determined through the intelligible, which is without ground, that is, as thing in itself, is not subordinated to the principle of sufficient reason, the form of the phenomenon. The empirical character must in the course of life afford us the express image of the intelligible, and can only become what the nature of the latter demands. But this property extends only to the essential, not to the unessential in the course of life to which it applies. To this unessential belong the detailed events and actions which are the material in which the empirical character shows itself. These are determined by outward circumstances, which present the motives upon which the character reacts according to its nature. And as they may be very different, the outward form of the manifestation of the empirical character, that is, the definite actual or historical form of the course of life, will have to accommodate itself to their influence. Now this form may be very different, although what is essential to the manifestation, its content, remains the same. Thus, for example, it is immaterial whether a man plays for nuts or for crowns. But whether a man cheats or plays fairly, that is the real matter. The latter is determined by the intelligible character, the former by outward circumstances. As the same theme may be expressed in 100 different variations, so the same character may be expressed in 100 very different lives. But various as the outward influence may be, the empirical character which expresses itself in the course of life must yet, whatever form it takes, accurately objectify the intelligible character, for the latter adapts its objectification to the given material of actual circumstances. We have now to assume something analogous to the influence of outward circumstances upon the life that is determined in essential matters by the character, if we desire to understand how the will, in the original act of its objectification, determines the various ideas in which it objectifies itself, that is, the different forms of natural existence of every kind, among which it distributes its objectification, and which must therefore necessarily have a relation to each other in the manifestation. We must assume that between all these manifestations of the one will, there existed a universal and reciprocal adaptation and accommodation of themselves to each other, by which, however, as we shall soon see more clearly, all time determination is to be excluded, for the idea lies outside time. In accordance with this, every manifestation must have adapted itself to the surroundings into which it entered, and these again must have adapted themselves to it, although it occupied a much later position in time. And we see the consensus naturae everywhere. Every plant is therefore adapted to its soil and climate, every animal to its element and the prey that will be its food, and is also in some way protected, to a certain extent, against its natural enemy. The eye is adapted to the light and its refrangibility, the lungs and the blood to the air bladder of fish to water, the eye of the seal to the change of the medium in which it must see, the water pouch in the stomach of the camel to the drought of the African deserts, the sail of the nautilus to the wind that is to drive its little bark, and so on down to the most special and astonishing outward adaptations. We must abstract, however, here from all temporal relations, for these can only concern the manifestation of the idea, not the idea itself. Accordingly, this kind of explanation must also be used retrospectively, and we must not merely admit that every species accommodated itself to the given environment, but also that this environment itself, which preceded it in time, had just as much regard for the being that would sometime come into it. For it is one and the same will that objectifies itself in the whole world; it knows no time, for this form of the principle of sufficient reason does not belong to it, nor to its original objectivity, the Ideas, but only to the way in which these are known by the individuals who themselves are transitory, that is, to the manifestation of the Ideas. Thus time has no significance for our present examination of the manner in which the objectification of the will distributes itself among the Ideas, and the Ideas whose manifestations entered into the course of time earlier, according to the law of causality, to which as phenomena they are subject, have no advantage over those whose manifestation entered later. Nay, rather, these last are the completest objectifications of the will, to which the earlier manifestations must adapt themselves just as much as they must adapt themselves to the earlier. Thus the course of the planets, the tendency to the ellipse, the rotation of the earth, the division of land and sea, the atmosphere, light, warmth, and all such phenomena, which are in nature what bass is in harmony, adapted themselves in anticipation of the coming species of living creatures of which they were to become the supporter and sustainer. In the same way the ground adapted itself to the nutrition of plants, plants adapted themselves to the nutrition of animals, animals to that of other animals, and conversely, they all adapted themselves to the nutrition of the ground. All the parts of nature correspond to each other, for it is one will that appears in them all, but the course of time is quite foreign to its original and only adequate objectification. This expression will be explained in the following book, The Ideas. Even now, when the species have only to sustain themselves, no longer to come into existence, we see here and there some such forethought of nature extending to the future, and abstracting, as it were, from the process of time, a self‐adaptation of what is to what is yet to come. The bird builds the nest for the young which it does not yet know, the beaver constructs a dam, the object of which is unknown to it. Ants, marmots, and bees lay in provision for the winter they have never experienced. The spider and the ant lion make snares, as if with deliberate cunning, for future unknown prey. Insects deposit their eggs where the coming brood finds future nourishment. In the springtime, the female flower of the Diocyon vallisneria unwinds the spirals of its stalk, by which till now it was held at the bottom of the water, and thus rises to the surface. Just then the male flower, which grows on a short stalk from the bottom, breaks away, and so, at the sacrifice of its life, reaches the surface, where it swims about in search of the female. The latter is fructified, and then draws itself down again to the bottom by contracting its spirals, and there the fruit grows. I must again refer here to the larva of the male stag beetle, which makes the hole in the wood for its metamorphosis as big again as the female does, in order to have room for its future horns. The instinct of animals in general gives us the best illustration of what remains of teleology in nature. For as instinct is an action, like that which is guided by the conception of an end, and yet is entirely without this, so all construction of nature resembles that which is guided by the conception of an end, and yet is entirely without it. For in the outer as in the inner teleology of nature, what we are obliged to think, as means and end, is in every case the manifestation of the unity of the one will, so thoroughly agreeing with itself, which has assumed multiplicity in space and time for our manner of knowing. The reciprocal adaptation and self-accommodation of phenomena that springs from this unity cannot, however, annul the inner contradiction, which appears in the universal conflict of nature described above, and which is essential to the will. That harmony goes only so far as to render possible the duration of the world and the different kinds of existences in it, which without it would long since have perished. Therefore it only extends to the continuance of the species and the general conditions of life, but not to that of the individual. If then, by reason of that harmony and accommodation, the species in organized nature and the universal forces in unorganized nature continue to exist beside each other, and indeed support each other reciprocally, on the other hand, the inner contradiction of the will, which objectifies itself in all these ideas, shows itself in the ceaseless internecine war of the individuals of these species, and in the constant struggle of the manifestations of these natural forces with each other, as we pointed out above. The scene and the object of this conflict is matter, which they try to wrest from each other, and also space and time, the combination of which through the form of causality is in fact matter, as was explained in the first book. End of Book 2, Section 28. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, Section 29, of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 1, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp, this LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, The World as Will, First Aspect, The Objectification of the Will. Section 29. I here conclude the second principal division of my exposition, in the hope that so far as is possible in the case of an entirely new thought, which cannot be quite free from traces of the individuality in which it originated, I have succeeded in conveying to the reader the complete certainty that this world in which we live and have our being is in its whole nature through and through will, and at the same time through and through idea. That this idea, as such, already presupposes a form, object, and subject, is therefore relative. And if we ask what remains if we take away this form, and all those forms which are subordinate to it, and which express the principle of sufficient reason, the answer must be that as something toto genere different from idea, this can be nothing but will, which is thus properly the thing in itself. Every one finds that he himself is this will, in which the real nature of the world consists. And he also finds that he is the knowing subject, whose idea the whole world is, the world which exists only in relation to his consciousness as its necessary supporter. Every one is thus himself in a double aspect, the whole world, the microcosm, finds both sides whole and complete in himself. And what he thus recognizes as his own real being also exhausts the being of the whole world, the macrocosm. Thus the world, like man, is through and through will, and through idea, and nothing more than this. So we see the philosophy of Thales, which concerned the macrocosm, unite at this point with that of Socrates, which dealt with the microcosm. For the object of both is found to be the same. But all the knowledge that has been communicated in the two first books will gain greater completeness, and consequently greater certainty, from the two following books, in which I hope that several questions that have more or less distinctly arisen in the course of our work will also be sufficiently answered. In the meantime, one such question may be more particularly considered, for it can only properly arise so long as one has not fully penetrated the meaning of the foregoing exposition, and may so far serve as an illustration of it. It is this: every will is a will towards something, has an object, an end of its willing. What then is the final end, or towards what is that will striving, that is exhibited to us as the being in itself of the world? This question rests, like so many others, upon the confusion of the thing in itself with a manifestation. The principle of sufficient reason, of which the law of motivation is also a form, extends only to the latter, not to the former. It is only of phenomena, of individual things, that a ground can be given, never of the will itself, nor of the idea in which it adequately objectifies itself. So then, of every particular movement or change of any kind in nature, a cause is to be sought, that is, a condition that of necessity produced it, but never of the natural force itself, which is revealed in this and innumerable similar phenomena. And it is therefore simple misunderstanding, arising from want of consideration, to ask for a cause of gravity, electricity, and so on. Only if one had somehow shown that gravity and electricity were not original special forces of nature, but only the manifestations of a more general force already known, would it be allowable to ask for the cause which made this force produce the phenomena of gravity or of electricity here. All this has been explained at length above. In the same way, every particular act of will of a knowing individual, which is itself only a manifestation of will as the thing in itself, has necessarily a motive without which that act would never have occurred. But just as material causes contain merely the determination that at this time, in this place, and in this matter, a manifestation of this or that natural force must take place, So the motive determines only the act of will of a knowing being, at this time, in this place, and under these circumstances, as a particular act, but by no means determines that that being wills in general, or wills in this manner. This is the expression of his intelligible character, which, as will itself, the thing in itself, is without ground, for it lies outside the province of the principle of sufficient reason. Therefore every man has permanent aims and motives by which he guides his conduct, and he can always give an account of his particular actions. But if he were asked why he wills at all, or why in general he wills to exist, he would have no answer, and the question would indeed seem to him meaningless. And this would be just the expression of his consciousness that he himself is nothing but will, whose willing stands by itself and requires more particular determination by motives only in its individual acts at each point of time. In fact, freedom from all aim, from all limits, belongs to the nature of the will, which is an endless striving. This was already touched on above in the reference to centrifugal force. It also discloses itself in its simplest form in the lowest grade of the objectification of will, in gravitation, which we see constantly exerting itself, though a final goal is obviously impossible for it. For if, according to its will, all existing matter were collected in one mass, yet within this mass gravity, ever striving towards the centre, would still wage war with impenetrability as rigidity or elasticity. The tendency of matter can therefore only be confined, never completed or appeased. But this is precisely the case with all tendencies of all phenomena of will. Every attained end is also the beginning of a new course, and so on ad infinitum. The plant raises its manifestations from the seed through the stem and the leaf to the blossom and the fruit, which again is the beginning of a new seed, a new individual, that runs through the old course, and so on through endless time. Such also is the life of the animal. Procreation is its highest point, and after attaining to it, the life of the first individual quickly or slowly sinks, while a new life ensures to nature the endurance of the species and repeats the same phenomena. Indeed, the constant renewal of the matter of every organism is also to be regarded as merely the manifestation of this continual pressure and change, and physiologists are now ceasing to hold that it is the necessary reparation of the matter wasted in motion, for the possible wearing out of the machine can by no means be equivalent to the support it is constantly receiving through nourishment. Eternal becoming, endless flux, characterizes the revelation of the inner nature of will. Finally, the same thing shows itself in human endeavors and desires, which always delude us by presenting their satisfaction as the final end of will. As soon as we attain to them they no longer appear the same, and therefore they soon grow stale, are forgotten, and though not openly disowned, are yet always thrown aside as vanished illusions. We are fortunate enough if there still remains something to wish for and to strive after, that the game may be kept up of constant transition from desire to satisfaction, and from satisfaction to a new desire, the rapid course of which is called happiness, and the slow course sorrow, and does not sink into that stagnation that shows itself in fearful ennui that paralyzes life, vain yearning without a definite object, deadening languor. According to all this, when the will is enlightened by knowledge, it always knows what it wills now and here, never what it wills in general. Every particular act of will has its end. The whole will has none. Just as every particular phenomenon of nature is determined by a sufficient cause so far as concerns its appearance in this place at this time. But the force which manifests itself in it has no general cause, for it belongs to the thing in itself, to the groundless will. The single example of self-knowledge of the will as a whole is the idea as a whole, the whole world of perception. It is the objectification, the revelation, the mirror of the will. What the will expresses in it will be the subject of our further consideration. End of Book 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, Sections 30 and 31 of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 1, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, The World as Idea, Second Aspect. The idea independent of the principle of sufficient reason, the Platonic idea, the object of art. Epigraph. Ti to on men ae genesin de uk echan, kai ti to gignomenon men kai apolymenon antos de udepote on. Plato. Section 30. In the first book the world was explained as mere idea, object for a subject. In the second book we considered it from its other side, and found that in this aspect it is will, which proved to be simply that which this world is besides being idea. In accordance with this knowledge we called the world as idea, both as a whole and in its parts, the objectification of will, which therefore means the will become object, i.e., idea. Further, we remember that this objectification of will was found to have many definite grades, in which, with gradually increasing distinctness and completeness, the nature of will appears in the idea, that is to say, presents itself as object. In these grades we already recognized the Platonic ideas, for the grades are just the determined species, or the original unchanging forms and qualities of all natural bodies, both organized and unorganized, and also the general forces which reveal themselves according to natural laws. These ideas, then, as a whole, express themselves in innumerable individuals and particulars, and are related to these as archetypes to their copies. The multiplicity of such individuals is only conceivable through time and space, their appearing and passing away through causality. And in all these forms we recognize merely the different modes of the principle of sufficient reason, which is the ultimate principle of all that is finite, of all individual existence, and the universal form of the idea as it appears in the knowledge of the individual as such. The Platonic idea, on the other hand, does not come under this principle, and has therefore neither multiplicity nor change. While the individuals in which it expresses itself are innumerable, and unceasingly come into being and pass away, it remains unchanged as one and the same, and the principle of sufficient reason has for it no meaning. As, however, this is the form under which all knowledge of the subject comes, so far as the subject knows as an individual, the ideas lie quite outside the sphere of its knowledge. If, therefore, the ideas are to become objects of knowledge, this can only happen by transcending the individuality of the knowing subject. The more exact and detailed explanation of this is what will now occupy our attention. Section 31. First, however, the following very essential remark. I hope that in the preceding book I have succeeded in producing the conviction that what is called in the Kantian philosophy the thing in itself, and appears there as so significant, and yet so obscure and paradoxical a doctrine, and especially on account of the manner in which Kant introduced it as an inference from the cause to the cause, was considered a stumbling stone, and in fact the weak side of his philosophy. That this, I say, if it is reached by the entirely different way by which we have arrived at it, is nothing but the will, when the sphere of that conception is extended and defined in the way I have shown. I hope further that after what has been said there will be no hesitation in recognizing the definite grades of the objectification of the will, which is the inner reality of the world, to be what Plato called the eternal Ideas or unchangeable forms. a doctrine which is regarded as the principal, but at the same time the most obscure and paradoxical dogma of his system, and has been the subject of reflection and controversy, of ridicule, and of reverence to so many and such differently endowed minds in the course of many centuries. If now the will is for us the thing in itself, and the idea is the immediate objectivity of that will at a definite grade, we find that Kant's thing in itself and Plato's idea, which to him is the only οντως ον, these two great obscure paradoxes of the two greatest philosophers of the West, are not indeed identical, but yet very closely related, and only distinguished by a single circumstance. The purport of these two great paradoxes, with all inner harmony and relationship, is yet so very different on account of the remarkable diversity of the individuality of their authors, that they are the best commentary on each other, for they are like two entirely different roads that conduct us to the same goal. This is easily made clear. What Kant says is in substance this: time, space, and causality are not determinations of the thing in itself, but belong only to its phenomenal existence, for they are nothing but the forms of our knowledge. Since, however, all multiplicity and all coming into being and passing away are only possible through time, space, and causality, it follows that they also belong only to the phenomenon, not to the thing in itself. But as our knowledge is conditioned by these forms, the whole of experience is only knowledge of the phenomenon, not of the thing in itself. Therefore its laws cannot be made valid for the thing in itself. This extends even to our own ego, and we know it only as phenomenon and not according to what it may be in itself. This is the meaning and content of the doctrine of Kant in the important respect we are considering. What Plato says is this: the things of this world which our senses perceive have no true being. They always become, they never are. They have only a relative being. They all exist merely in and through their relations to each other. Their whole being may therefore quite as well be called a non-being. They are consequently not objects of a true knowledge, episteme, for such a knowledge can only be of what exists for itself, and always in the same way. They, on the contrary, are only the objects of an opinion based on sensation. Doxa met αισθησεως αλλαγου. So long as we are confined to the perception of these, we are like men who sit in a dark cave, bound so fast that they cannot turn their heads, and who see nothing but the shadows of real things which pass between them and a fire burning behind them, the light of which casts the shadows on the wall opposite them, and even of themselves and of each other they see only the shadows on the wall. Their wisdom would thus consist in predicting the order of the shadows learned from experience. The real archetypes, on the other hand, to which these shadows correspond, the eternal ideas, the original forms of all things, can alone be said to have true being, οντως ον, because they always are, but never become nor pass away. To them belongs no multiplicity, for each of them is according to its nature only one, for it is the archetype itself, of which all particular transitory things of the same kind, which are named after it, are copies or shadows. They have also no coming into being nor passing away, for they are truly being, never becoming nor vanishing like their fleeting shadows. It is necessarily presupposed, however, in these two negative definitions, that time, space, and causality have no significance or validity for these ideas, and that they do not exist in them. Of these only can there be true knowledge, for the object of such knowledge can only be that which always and in every respect, thus in itself, is, not that which is and again is not, according as we look at it. This is Plato's doctrine. It is clear, and requires no further proof that the inner meaning of both doctrines is entirely the same, that both explain the visible world as a manifestation, which in itself is nothing, and which only has meaning and a borrowed reality through that which expresses itself in it, in the one case the thing in itself, in the other the idea. To this last, which has true being, all the forms of that phenomenal existence, even the most universal and essential, are, according to both doctrines, entirely foreign. In order to disown these forms, Kant has directly expressed them even in abstract terms, and distinctly refused time, space, and causality as mere forms of the phenomenon to the thing in itself. Plato, on the other hand, did not attain to the fullest expression, and has only distinctly refused these forms to his ideas, in that he denies of the ideas what is only possible through these forms, multiplicity of similar things, coming into being and passing away. Though it is perhaps superfluous, I should like to illustrate this remarkable and important agreement by an example. There stands before us, let us suppose, an animal in the full activity of life. Plato would say, this animal has no true existence, but merely an apparent existence, a constant becoming, a relative existence which may just as well be called non-being as being. Only the idea which expresses itself in that animal is truly being, or the animal in itself, which is dependent upon nothing, (αυτο το θηριον), but is in and for itself, καθ' εαυτο, αε ως αυτος. It has not become, it will not end, but always is in the same way. αεαν kai mide pote ute gugnomenon ute apolumenon. If now we recognize its idea in this animal, it is all one and of no importance whether we have this animal now before us, or its progenitor of 1,000 years ago; whether it is here or in a distant land; whether it presents itself in this or that manner, position, or action; whether, lastly, it is this or any other individual of the same species. All this is nothing, and only concerns the phenomenon. The idea of the animal alone has true being, and is the object of real knowledge. So Plato. Kant would say something of this kind. This animal is a phenomenon in time, space, and causality, which are collectively the conditions a priori of the possibility of experience, lying in our faculty of knowledge, not determinations of the thing in itself. Therefore this animal as we perceive it at this definite point of time, in this particular place, as an individual in the connection of experience, that is, in the chain of causes and effects, which has come into being, and will just as necessarily pass away, is not a thing in itself, but a phenomenon which only exists in relation to our knowledge. To know it as what it may be in itself, that is to say, independent of all the determinations which lie in time, space, and causality, would demand another kind of knowledge than that which is possible for us through the senses and the understanding. In order to bring Kant's mode of expression nearer the Platonic, we might say, time, space, and causality are that arrangement of our intellect by virtue of which the one being of each kind which alone really is, manifests itself to us as a multiplicity of similar beings, constantly appearing and disappearing in endless succession. The apprehension of things by means of, and in accordance with this arrangement, is immanent knowledge. That, on the other hand, which is conscious of the true state of the case, is transcendental knowledge. The latter is obtained in abstracto, through the criticism of pure reason, but in exceptional cases it may also appear intuitively. This last is an addition of my own, which I am endeavouring in this third book to explain. If the doctrine of Kant had ever been properly understood and grasped, and since Kant's time that of Plato, if men had truly and earnestly reflected on the inner meaning and content of the teaching of these two great masters, instead of involving themselves in the technicalities of the one and writing parodies of the style of the other, they could not have failed to discern long ago to what an extent these two great philosophers agree, and that the true meaning, the aim of both systems, is the same. Not only would they have refrained from constantly comparing Plato to Leibnitz, on whom his spirit certainly did not rest, or indeed to a well-known gentleman who is still alive, as if they wanted to mock the manes of the great thinker of the past, but they would have advanced much farther in general, or rather they would not have fallen so disgracefully far behind as they have in the last 40 years. They would not have let themselves be led by the nose, today by one vain boaster and tomorrow by another. Nor would they have opened the 19th century, which promised so much in Germany, with the philosophical farces that were performed over the grave of Kant, as the ancients sometimes did at the funeral obsequies of their dead, and which deservedly called forth the derision of other nations, for such things least become the earnest and strait-laced German. But so small is the chosen public of true philosophers, that even students who understand are but scantily brought them by the centuries. ACD narthikophoroi men poloi, bachoi dege pauroi, tirgiseri quidem multi baachi vero pauci. I atemia philosophia dia tauta prospoptoken oti u cat axion autis aptantai ugar nophus ede aptaesthai alla nisius eam ab attingunt neque enim aspuriis sad a legitimis erat attractanda. Plato. Men followed the words, such words as a priori ideas, forms of perception and thought existing in consciousness independently of experience, fundamental conceptions of the pure understanding, &c., &c., and asked whether Plato's ideas, which were also original conceptions, and besides this were supposed to be reminiscences of a perception before life of the truly real things, were in some way the same as Kant's forms of perception and thought, which lie a priori in our consciousness. On account of some slight resemblance in the expression of these two entirely different doctrines, the Kantian doctrine of the forms which limit the knowledge of the individual to the phenomenon, and the Platonic doctrine of ideas, the knowledge of which these very forms expressly deny, these so far diametrically opposed doctrines were carefully compared, and men deliberated and disputed as to whether they were identical, found at last that they were not the same, and concluded that Plato's doctrine of ideas and Kant's critique of reason had nothing in common. But enough of this. End of Book 3, Section 31, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, Section 32 and 33, of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 1, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, The World as Idea, Second Aspect, Section 32. It follows from our consideration of the subject that for us idea and thing in itself are not entirely one and the same, in spite of the inner agreement between Kant and Plato, and the identity of the aim they had before them, or the conception of the world which roused them and led them to philosophize. The idea is for us rather the direct and therefore adequate objectivity of the thing in itself, which is, however, itself the will as not yet objectified, not yet become idea. For the thing in itself must, even according to Kant, be free from all the forms connected with knowing as such. And it is merely an error on his part, as shown in the appendix, that he did not count among these forms, before all others, that of being object for a subject. For it is the first and most universal form of all phenomena, that is, of all idea. He should therefore have distinctly denied objective existence to his thing in itself, which would have saved him from a great inconsistency that was soon discovered. The Platonic idea, on the other hand, is necessarily object, something known, an idea, and in that respect is different from the thing in itself, but in that respect only. It has merely laid aside the subordinate forms of the phenomenon, all of which we include in the principle of sufficient reason, or rather it has not yet assumed them, but it has retained the first and most universal form, that of the idea in general, the form of being object for a subject. It is the forms which are subordinate to this, whose general expression is the principle of sufficient reason, that multiply the idea in particular, transitory individuals, whose number is a matter of complete indifference to the idea. The principle of sufficient reason is thus again the form into which the idea enters when it appears in the knowledge of the subject as individual. The particular thing that manifests itself in accordance with the principle of sufficient reason is thus only an indirect objectification of the thing in itself, which is the will; for between it and the thing in itself stands the idea as the only direct objectivity of the will, because it has assumed none of the special forms of knowledge as such, except that of the idea in general, that is, the form of being object for a subject. Therefore it alone is the most adequate objectivity of the will, or thing in itself, which is possible. Indeed, it is the whole thing in itself, only under the form of the idea. And here lies the ground of the great agreement between Plato and Kant, although, in strict accuracy, that of which they speak is not the same. But the particular things are no really adequate objectivity of the will, for in them it is obscured by those forms whose general expression is the principle of sufficient reason, but which are conditions of the knowledge which belongs to the individual as such. If it is allowable to draw conclusions from an impossible presupposition, we would, in fact, no longer know particular things, nor events, nor change, nor multiplicity, but would comprehend only ideas, only the grades of the objectification of that one will, of the thing in itself, in pure unclouded knowledge. Consequently our world would be a nunc stans, if it were not that, as knowing objects, we are also individuals, i.e., our perceptions come to us through the medium of a body, from the affections of which they proceed, and which is itself only concrete willing, objectivity of the will, and thus is an object among objects, and as such comes into the knowing consciousness in the only way in which an object can, through the forms of the principle of sufficient reason, and consequently already presupposes, and therefore brings in, time, and all other forms which that principle expresses. Time is only the broken and piecemeal view which the individual being has of the ideas, which are outside time, and consequently eternal. Therefore Plato says time is the moving picture of eternity. § 33. Since now, as individuals, we have no other knowledge than that which is subject to the principle of sufficient reason, and this form of knowledge excludes the ideas, it is certain that if it is possible for us to raise ourselves from the knowledge of particular things to that of the ideas, this can only happen by an alteration taking place in the subject which is analogous and corresponds to the great change of the whole nature of the object, and by virtue of which the subject, so far as it knows an idea, is no more individual. It will be remembered from the preceding book that knowledge in general belongs to the objectification of will at its higher grades, and sensibility, nerves, and brain, just like the other parts of the organised being, are the expression of the will at this stage of its objectivity. And therefore the idea which appears through them is also in the same way bound to the service of will as a means, μηξανη, for the attainment of its now complicated πολυτερεστερεια, aims for sustaining a being of manifold requirements. Thus originally, and according to its nature, knowledge is completely subject to the will, and, like the immediate object, which, by means of the application of the law of causality, is its starting point, all knowledge which proceeds in accordance with the principle of sufficient reason remains in a closer or more distant relation to the will. For the individual finds his body as an object among objects, to all of which it is related and connected according to the principle of sufficient reason. Thus all investigations of these relations and connections lead back to his body, and consequently to his will. Since it is the principle of sufficient reason which places the objects in this relation to the body, and through it to the will, the one endeavour of the knowledge which is subject to this principle will be to find out the relations in which objects are placed to each other through this principle, and thus to trace their innumerable connections in space, time, and causality. For only through these is the object interesting to the individual, i.e., related to the will. Therefore the knowledge which is subject to the will knows nothing further of objects than their relations, knows the objects only so far as they exist at this time, in this place, under these circumstances, from these causes, and with these effects, in a word, as particular things. And if all these relations were to be taken away, the objects would also have disappeared for it, because it knew nothing more about them. We must not disguise the fact that what the sciences consider in things is also in reality nothing more than this: their relations, the connections of time and space, the causes of natural changes, the resemblance of forms, the motives of actions, thus merely relations. What distinguishes science from ordinary knowledge is merely its systematic form, the facilitating of knowledge by the comprehension of all particulars in the universal, by means of the subordination of concepts, and the completeness of knowledge which is thereby attained. All relation has itself only a relative existence. For example, all being in time is also non-being. For time is only that by means of which opposite determinations can belong to the same thing. Therefore every phenomenon which is in time again is not, for what separates its beginning from its end is only time, which is essentially a fleeting, inconstant, and relative thing, here called duration. But time is the most universal form of all objects of the knowledge which is subject to the will, and the prototype of its other forms. Knowledge now, as a rule, remains always subordinate to the service of the will, as indeed it originated for this service, and grew, so to speak, to the will, as the head to the body. In the case of the brutes, this subjection of knowledge to the will can never be abolished. In the case of men, it can be abolished only in exceptional cases, which we shall presently consider more closely. This distinction between man and brute is outwardly expressed by the difference of the relation of the head to the body. In the case of the lower brutes, both are deformed. In all brutes, the head is directed towards the earth, where the objects of its will lie. Even in the higher species, the head and the body are still far more one than in the case of man, whose head seems freely set upon his body, as if only carried by and not serving it. This human excellence is exhibited in the highest degree by the Apollo of Belvedere. The head of the god of the Muses, with eyes fixed on the far distance, stands so freely on his shoulders that it seems wholly delivered from the body, and no more subject to its cares. End of Section 33. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, Section 34, of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 1, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3. The World as Idea, Second Aspect. The Idea independent of the principle of sufficient reason. The Platonic Idea, the object of art. Section 34. The transition which we have referred to as possible, but yet to be regarded as only exceptional, from the common knowledge of particular things to the knowledge of the idea, takes place suddenly, for knowledge breaks free from the service of the will, by the subject ceasing to be merely individual, and thus becoming the pure will-less subject of knowledge, which no longer traces relations in accordance with the principle of sufficient reason, but rests in fixed contemplation of the object presented to it, out of its connection with all others, and rises into it. A full explanation is necessary to make this clear, and the reader must suspend his surprise for a while, till he has grasped the whole thought expressed in this work, and then it will vanish of itself. If, raised by the power of the mind, a man relinquishes the common way of looking at things, gives up tracing under the guidance of the forms of the principle of sufficient reason their relations to each other, the final goal of which is always a relation to his own will, If he thus ceases to consider the where, the when, the why, and the whither of things, and looks simply and solely at the what, if, further, he does not allow abstract thought, the concepts of the reason, to take possession of his consciousness, but instead of all this gives the whole power of his mind to perception, sinks himself entirely in this, and lets his whole consciousness be filled with the quiet contemplation of the natural object actually present, whether a landscape, a tree, a mountain, a building, or whatever it may be, inasmuch as he loses himself in this object, to use a pregnant German idiom, that is, forgets even his individuality, his will, and only continues to exist as the pure subject, the clear mirror of the object, so that it is as if the object alone were there, without any one to perceive it, and he can no longer separate the perceiver from the perception, but both have become one, because the whole consciousness is filled and occupied with one single sensuous picture. If thus the object has to such an extent passed out of all relation to something outside it, and the subject out of all relation to the will, then that which is so known is no longer the particular thing as such, but it is the idea, the eternal form, the immediate objectivity of the will at this grade. And therefore he who is sunk in this perception is no longer individual, for in such perception the individual has lost himself, but he is pure, will-less, painless, timeless subject of knowledge. This, which in itself is so remarkable, which I well know confirms the saying that originated with Thomas Paine, Du sublime au ridicule il n'y a qu'un pas, will by degrees become clearer and less surprising from what follows. It was this that was running in Spinoza's mind when he wrote, Meus aeterna es, qua tenus res sub aeternitatis specie concipit. In such contemplation the particular thing becomes at once the idea of its species, and the perceiving individual becomes pure subject of knowledge. The individual, as such, knows only particular things. The pure subject of knowledge knows only ideas. For the individual is the subject of knowledge in its relation to a definite particular manifestation of will, and in subjection to this. This particular manifestation of will is, as such, subordinated to the principle of sufficient reason in all its forms. Therefore all knowledge which relates itself to it also follows the principle of sufficient reason. And no other kind of knowledge is fitted to be of use to the will but this, which always consists merely of relations to the object. The knowing individual as such, and the particular things known by him, are always in some place, at some time, and are links in the chain of causes and effects. The pure subject of knowledge and his correlative, the idea, have passed out of all these forms of the principle of sufficient reason. Time, place, the individual that knows, and the individual that is known, have for them no meaning. When an individual knower has raised himself in the manner described to be pure subject of knowledge, and at the same time has raised the observed object to the Platonic idea, the world as idea appears complete and pure, and the full objectification of the will takes place, for the Platonic idea alone is its adequate objectivity. The idea includes object and subject in like manner in itself, for they are its one form, but in it they are absolutely of equal importance. For as the object is here, as elsewhere, simply the idea of the subject, which passes entirely into the perceived object, has thus become this object itself, for the whole consciousness is nothing but its perfectly distinct picture. Now this consciousness constitutes the whole world as idea, for one imagines the whole of the Platonic ideas, or grades of the objectivity of will, in their series passing through it. The particular things of all time and space are nothing but ideas multiplied through the principle of sufficient reason, the form of the knowledge of the individual as such, and thus obscured as regards their pure objectivity. When the Platonic idea appears, in it subject and object are no longer to be distinguished. For the Platonic Idea, the adequate objectivity of will, the true world as idea, arises only when the subject and object reciprocally fill and penetrate each other completely. And in the same way, the knowing and the known individuals, as things in themselves, are not to be distinguished. For if we look entirely away from the true world as idea, there remains nothing but the world as will. The will is the in itself of the Platonic Idea, which fully objectifies it. It is also the in itself of the particular thing and of the individual that knows it, which objectify it incompletely. As will, outside the idea and all its forms, it is one and the same in the object contemplated and in the individual, who soars aloft in this contemplation, and becomes conscious of himself as pure subject. These two are, therefore, in themselves not different, for in themselves they are will, which here knows itself, and multiplicity and difference exist only as the way in which this knowledge comes to the will, that is, only in the phenomenon, on account of its form, the principle of sufficient reason. Now the known thing, without me as the subject of knowledge, is just as little an object and not mere will, blind effort, as without the object, without the idea, I am a knowing subject and not mere blind will. This will is in itself, that is, outside the idea, one and the same with mine. Only in the world as idea, whose form is always at least that of subject and object, we are separated as the known and the knowing individual. As soon as knowledge, the world as idea, is abolished, there remains nothing but mere will, blind effort. That it should receive objectivity, become idea, supposes at once both subject and object. But that this should be pure, complete, and adequate objectivity of the will, supposes the object as Platonic Idea, free from the forms of the principle of sufficient reason, and the subject as the pure subject of knowledge, free from individuality and subjection to the will. Whoever now has, after the manner referred to, become so absorbed and lost in the perception of nature, that he only continues to exist as the pure knowing subject, becomes in this way directly conscious that as such he is the condition, that is, the supporter of the world and all objective existence, for this now shows itself as dependent upon his existence. Thus he draws nature into himself, so that he sees it to be merely an accident of his own being. In this sense, Byron says, "Are not the mountains, waves, and skies a part of me and of my soul, as I of them?" But how shall he who feels this regard himself as absolutely transitory, in contrast to imperishable nature? Such a man will rather be filled with the consciousness which the Upanishad of the Veda expresses: Hae omnes creaturae in totum ego sum, et praeter me aliud ens non est. End of Book 3, Section 34. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, Section 35, of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 1, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3. The World as Idea, Second Aspect. The Idea independent of the principle of sufficient reason, the Platonic Idea, the object of art. Section 35. In order to gain a deeper insight into the nature of the world, it is absolutely necessary that we should learn to distinguish the will, as thing in itself, from its adequate objectivity, and also the different grades in which this appears more and more distinctly and fully, the ideas themselves, from the merely phenomenal existence of these ideas in the forms of the principle of sufficient reason, the restricted method of knowledge of the individual. We shall then agree with Plato when he attributes actual being only to the ideas and allows only an elusive, dream-like existence to things in space and time, the real world for the individual. Then we shall understand how one and the same idea reveals itself in so many phenomena, and presents its nature only bit by bit to the individual, one side after another. Then we shall also distinguish the idea itself from the way in which its manifestation appears in the observation of the individual, and recognize the former as essential and the latter as unessential. Let us consider this with the help of examples taken from the most insignificant things, and also from the greatest. When the clouds move, the figures which they form are not essential, but indifferent to them, but that as elastic vapour they are pressed together, drifted along, spread out, or torn asunder by the force of the wind. This is their nature, the essence of the forces which objectify themselves in them, the idea. Their actual forms are only for the individual observer. To the brook that flows over stones, the eddies, the waves, the foam flakes which it forms, are indifferent and unessential, but that it follows the attraction of gravity and behaves as inelastic, perfectly mobile, formless, transparent fluid, this is its nature. This, if known through perception, is its idea. These accidental forms are only for us so long as we know as individuals. The ice on the window pane forms itself into crystals according to the laws of crystallization, which reveal the essence of the force of nature that appears here, exhibit the idea, but the trees and flowers which it traces on the pane are unessential, and are only there for us. What appears in the clouds, the brook, and the crystal is the weakest echo of that will which appears more fully in the plant, more fully still in the beast, and most fully in man. But only the essential in all these grades of its objectification constitutes the idea. On the other hand, its unfolding or development, because broken up in the forms of the principle of sufficient reason into a multiplicity of many-sided phenomena, is unessential to the idea, lies merely in the kind of knowledge that belongs to the individual and has reality only for this. The same thing necessarily holds good of the unfolding of that idea which is the completest objectivity of will. Therefore, the history of the human race, the throng of events, the change of times, the multifarious forms of human life in different lands and countries, all this is only the accidental form of the manifestation of the idea, does not belong to the idea itself, in which alone lies the adequate objectivity of the will, but only to the phenomenon which appears in the knowledge of the individual, and is just as foreign, unessential, and indifferent to the idea itself as the figures which they assume are to the clouds the form of its eddies and foam flakes to the brook, or its trees and flowers to the ice. To him who has thoroughly grasped this, and can distinguish between the will and the idea, and between the idea and its manifestation, the events of the world will have significance only so far as they are the letters out of which we may read the idea of man, but not in and for themselves. He will not believe with the vulgar that time may produce something actually new and significant, that through it or in it something absolutely real may attain to existence, or indeed that it itself as a whole has beginning and end, plan and development, and in some way has for its final aim the highest perfection, according to their conception, of the last generation of man, whose life is a brief 30 years. Therefore he will just as little with Homer people a whole Olympus with gods to guide the events of time, as, with Ossian, he will take the forms of the clouds for individual beings. For, as we have said, both have just as much meaning as regards the idea which appears in them. In the manifold forms of human life, and in the unceasing change of events, he will regard the idea only as the abiding and essential, in which the will to live has its fullest objectivity, in which shows its different sides in the capacities, the passions, the errors, and the excellences of the human race, in self-interest, hatred, love, fear, boldness, frivolity, stupidness, slyness, wit, genius, and so forth, all of which crowding together and combining in thousands of forms, individuals, continually create the history of the great and the little world, in which it is all the same whether they are set in motion by nuts or by crowns. Finally, he will find that in the world it is the same as in the dramas of Goetze, in all of which the same persons appear with like intention and with a like fate. The motives and incidents are certainly different in each place, but the spirit of the incidents is the same. The actors in one piece know nothing of the incidents of another, although they performed in it themselves. Therefore, after all experience of former pieces, Pantaloon has become no more agile or generous, Tartaglia no more conscientious, Brigalia no more courageous, and Columbine no more modest. Suppose we were allowed for once a clearer glance into the kingdom of the possible, and over the whole chain of causes and effects. If the earth spirit appeared and showed us in a picture all the greatest men, enlighteners of the world, and heroes, that chance destroyed before they were ripe for their work, then the great events that would have changed the history of the world and brought in periods of the highest culture and enlightenment, but which the blindest chance, the most insignificant accident, hindered at the outset. Lastly, the splendid powers of great men that would have enriched whole ages of the world, but which, either misled by error or passion, or compelled by necessity, they squandered uselessly on unworthy or unfruitful objects, or even wasted in play. If we saw all this, we would shudder and lament at the thought of the lost treasures of whole periods of the world. But the earth spirit would smile and say, the source from which the individuals and their powers proceed is inexhaustible and unending as time and space. For, like these forms of all phenomena, they also are only phenomena, visibility of the will. No finite measure can exhaust that infinite source. Therefore an undiminished eternity is always open for the return of any event or work that was nipped in the bud. In this world of phenomena, true loss is just as little possible as true gain. The will alone is. It is the thing in itself, and the source of all these phenomena. Its self‐knowledge and its assertion or denial, which is then decided upon, is the only event in itself. End of Book 3, Section 35. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, Section 36 of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 1, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, The World as Idea, Second Aspect. The idea independent of the principle of sufficient reason, the Platonic idea, the object of art. Section 36. History follows the thread of events. It is pragmatic, so far as it deduces them in accordance with the law of motivation, a law that determines the self-manifesting will wherever it is enlightened by knowledge. At the lowest grades of its objectivity, where it still acts without knowledge, natural science, in the form of etiology, treats of the laws of the changes of its phenomena, and, in the form of morphology, of what is permanent in them. This almost endless task is lightened by the aid of concepts, which comprehend what is general in order that we may deduce what is particular from it. Lastly, mathematics treats of the mere forms, time and space, in which the ideas, broken up into multiplicity, appear for the knowledge of the subject as individual. All these, of which the common name is science, proceed according to the principle of sufficient reason in its different forms, and their theme is always the phenomenon, its laws, connections, and the relations which result from them. But what kind of knowledge is concerned with that which is outside and independent of all relations, that which alone is really essential to the world, the true content of its phenomena, that which is subject to no change, and therefore is known with equal truth for all time, in a word, the ideas, which are the direct and adequate objectivity of the thing in itself, the will? We answered, art, the work of genius. It repeats or reproduces the eternal ideas grasped through pure contemplation. the essential and abiding in all the phenomena of the world, and according to what the material is in which it reproduces, it is sculpture or painting, poetry or music. Its one source is the knowledge of ideas, its one aim the communication of this knowledge. While science, following the unresting and inconstant stream of the fourfold forms of reason and consequent, with each end attained sees further, and can never reach a final goal nor attain full satisfaction, any more than by running we can reach the place where the clouds touch the horizon. Art, on the contrary, is everywhere at its goal, for it plucks the object of its contemplation out of the stream of the world's course, and has it isolated before it. And this particular thing, which in that stream was a small perishing part, becomes to art the representative of the whole, an equivalent of the endless multitude in space and time. It therefore pauses at this particular thing, the course of time stops, the relations vanish for it, only the essential, the idea, is its object. We may therefore accurately define it as the way of viewing things independent of the principle of sufficient reason, in opposition to the way of viewing them which proceeds in accordance with that principle, and which is the method of experience and of science. This last method of considering things may be compared to a line infinitely extended in a horizontal direction, and the former to a vertical line which cuts it at any point. The method of viewing things which proceeds in accordance with the principle of sufficient reason is the rational method, and it alone is valid and of use in practical life and in science. The method which looks away from the content of this principle is the method of genius, which is only valid and of use in art. The first is the method of Aristotle, the second is, on the whole, that of Plato. The first is like the mighty storm, that rushes along without beginning and without aim, bending, agitating, and carrying away everything before it. The second is like the silent sunbeam, that pierces through the storm quite unaffected by it. The first is like the innumerable showering drops of the waterfall, which, constantly changing, never rest for an instant. The second is like the rainbow, quietly resting on this raging torrent. Only through the pure contemplation described above, which ends entirely in the object, can ideas be comprehended, and the nature of genius consists in pre‐eminent capacity for such contemplation. Now, as this requires that a man should entirely forget himself and the relations in which he stands, genius is simply the completest objectivity, that is, the objective tendency of the mind, as opposed to the subjective, which is directed to one's own self, in other words, to the will. Thus, genius is the faculty of continuing in the state of pure perception, of losing oneself in perception, and of enlisting in this service the knowledge which originally existed only for the service of the will. That is to say, genius is the power of leaving one's own interests, wishes, and aims entirely out of sight, thus of entirely renouncing one's own personality for a time, so as to remain pure knowing subject, clear vision of the world. And this not merely at moments, but for a sufficient length of time and with sufficient consciousness to enable one to reproduce by deliberate art what has thus been apprehended, and to fix in lasting thoughts the wavering images that float before the mind. It is as if, when genius appears in an individual, a far larger measure of the power of knowledge falls to his lot than is necessary for the service of an individual will. And the superfluity of knowledge, being free, now becomes subject purified from will, a clear mirror of the inner nature of the world. This explains the activity, amounting even to disquietude, of men of genius, for the present can seldom satisfy them, because it does not fill their consciousness. This gives them that restless aspiration, that unceasing desire for new things, and for the contemplation of lofty things, and also that longing that is hardly ever satisfied, for men of similar nature and of like stature, to whom they might communicate themselves. Whilst the common mortal, entirely filled and satisfied by the common present, ends in it, and finds everywhere his like, enjoys that peculiar satisfaction in daily life that is denied to genius. Imagination has rightly been recognised as an essential element of genius. It has sometimes even been regarded as identical with it, but this is a mistake. As the objects of genius are the eternal Ideas, the permanent essential forms of the world and all its phenomena, and as the knowledge of the Idea is necessarily knowledge through perception, is not abstract, the knowledge of the genius would be limited to the Ideas of the objects actually present to his person, and dependent upon the chain of circumstances that brought these objects to him, if his imagination did not extend his horizon far beyond the limits of his actual personal existence, and thus enable him to construct the whole out of the little that comes into his own actual apperception, and so to let almost all possible scenes of life pass before him in his own consciousness. Further, the actual objects are almost always very imperfect copies of the Ideas expressed in them. Therefore the man of genius requires imagination, in order to see in things, not that which nature has actually made, but that which she endeavoured to make, yet could not, because of that conflict of her forms among themselves, which we referred to in the last book. We shall return to this farther on in treating of sculpture. The imagination then extends the intellectual horizon of the man of genius beyond the objects which actually present themselves to him, both as regards quality and quantity. Therefore extraordinary strength of imagination accompanies, and is indeed a necessary condition of genius. But the converse does not hold, for strength of imagination does not indicate genius. On the contrary, men who have no touch of genius may have much imagination. For as it is possible to consider a real object in two opposite ways, purely objectively, the way of genius grasping its Idea, or in the common way, merely in the relations in which it stands to other objects and to one's own will, in accordance with the principle of sufficient reason, it is also possible to perceive an imaginary object in both of these ways. Regarded in the first way, it is a means to the knowledge of the Idea, the communication of which is the work of art. In the second case, the imaginary object is used to build castles in the air congenial to egotism and the individual humour, and which for the moment delude and gratify. Thus only the relations of the fantasies so linked together are known. The man who indulges in such an amusement is a dreamer. He will easily mingle those fancies that delight his solitude with reality, and so unfit himself for real life. Perhaps he will write them down, and then we shall have the ordinary novel of every description, which entertains those who are like him and the public at large, for the readers imagine themselves in the place of the hero, and then find the story very agreeable. The common mortal, that manufacture of nature which she produces by the thousand every day, is, as we have said, not capable, at least not continuously so, of observation that in every sense is wholly disinterested, as sensuous contemplation, strictly so called, is. He can turn his attention to things only so far as they have some relation to his will, however indirect it may be. Since in this respect, which never demands anything but the knowledge of relations, the abstract conception of the thing is sufficient, and for the most part even better adapted for use. The ordinary man does not linger long over the mere perception, does not fix his attention long on one object, but in all that is presented to him hastily seeks merely the concept under which it is to be brought, as the lazy man seeks a chair, and then it interests him no further. This is why he is so soon done with everything, with works of art, objects of natural beauty, and indeed everywhere with the truly significant contemplation of all the scenes of life. He does not linger, only seeks to know his own way in life, together with all that might at any time become his way. Thus he makes topographical notes in the widest sense; over the consideration of life itself as such he wastes no time. The man of genius, on the other hand, whose excessive power of knowledge frees it at times from the service of will, dwells on the consideration of life itself, strives to comprehend the Idea of each thing, not its relations to other things. and in doing this he often forgets to consider his own path in life, and therefore for the most part pursues it awkwardly enough. While to the ordinary man his faculty of knowledge is a lamp to lighten his path, to the man of genius it is the sun which reveals the world. This great diversity in their way of looking at life soon becomes visible in the outward appearance both of the man of genius and of the ordinary mortal. The man in whom genius lives and works is easily distinguished by his glance, which is both keen and steady, and bears the stamp of perception, of contemplation. This is easily seen from the likenesses of the few men of genius whom nature has produced here and there among countless millions. On the other hand, in the case of an ordinary man, the true object of his contemplation, what he is prying into, can be easily seen from his glance, if indeed it is not quite stupid and vacant, as is generally the case. Therefore the expression of genius in a face consists in this, that in it a decided predominance of knowledge over will is visible, and consequently there also shows itself in it a knowledge that is entirely devoid of relation to will, i.e., pure knowing. On the contrary, in ordinary countenances there is a predominant expression of will, and we see that knowledge only comes into activity under the impulse of will, and thus is directed merely by motives. Since the knowledge that pertains to genius, or the knowledge of ideas, is that knowledge which does not follow the principle of sufficient reason, so, on the other hand, the knowledge which does follow that principle is that which gives us prudence and rationality in life, and which creates the sciences. Thus men of genius are affected with the deficiencies entailed in the neglect of this latter kind of knowledge. Yet what I say in this regard is subject to the limitation that it only concerns them in so far and while they are actually engaged in that kind of knowledge which is peculiar to genius. And this is by no means at every moment of their lives. For the great though spontaneous exertion which is demanded for the comprehension of ideas free from will must necessarily relax, and there are long intervals during which men of genius are placed in very much the same position as ordinary mortals, both as regards advantages and deficiencies. On this account the action of genius has always been regarded as an inspiration, as indeed the name indicates, as the action of a superhuman being distinct from the individual himself, and which takes possession of him only periodically. The disinclination of men of genius to direct their attention to the content of the principle of sufficient reason will first show itself, with regard to the ground of being, as dislike of mathematics. For its procedure is based upon the most universal forms of the phenomenon space and time, which are themselves merely modes of the principle of sufficient reason, and is consequently precisely the opposite of that method of thought which seeks merely the content of the phenomenon, the idea which expresses itself in it apart from all relations. The logical method of mathematics is also antagonistic to genius, for it does not satisfy but obstructs true insight, and presents merely a chain of conclusions in accordance with the principle of the ground of knowing. The mental faculty upon which it makes the greatest claim is memory, for it is necessary to recollect all the earlier propositions which are referred to. Experience has also proved that men of great artistic genius have no faculty for mathematics. No man was ever very distinguished for both. Alfieri relates that he was never able to understand the fourth proposition of Euclid. Goethe was constantly reproached with his want of mathematical knowledge by the ignorant opponents of his theory of colours. Here certainly, where it was not a question of calculation and measurement upon hypothetical data, but of direct knowledge by the understanding of causes and effects, this reproach was so utterly absurd and inappropriate that by making it they have exposed their entire want of judgment, just as much as by the rest of their ridiculous arguments. The fact that up to the present day, nearly half a century after the appearance of Goethe's theory of colours, even in Germany the Newtonian fallacies still have undisturbed possession of the professorial chair, and men continue to speak quite seriously of the 7 homogeneous rays of light and their different refrangibility, will some day be numbered among the great intellectual peculiarities of men generally, and especially of Germans. From the same cause as we have referred to above, may be explained the equally well known fact that conversely admirable mathematicians have very little susceptibility for works of fine art. This is very naively expressed in the well-known anecdote of the French mathematician, who, after having read Racine's Iphigenia, shrugged his shoulders and asked, "Qu'est-ce que cela prouve?" Further, as quick comprehension of relations in accordance with the laws of causality and motivation is what specially constitutes prudence or sagacity, a prudent man, so far as and while he is so, will not be a genius, and a man of genius, so far as and while he is so, will not be a prudent man. Lastly, perceptive knowledge generally, in the province of which the idea always lies, is directly opposed to rational or abstract knowledge, which is guided by the principle of the ground of knowing. It is also well known that we seldom find great genius united with pre‐eminent reasonableness. On the contrary, persons of genius are often subject to violent emotions and irrational passions. But the ground of this is not weakness of reason, but partly unwonted energy of that whole phenomenon of will, the man of genius, which expresses itself through the violence of all his acts of will, and partly preponderance of the knowledge of perception through the senses and understanding over abstract knowledge, producing a decided tendency to the perceptible, the exceedingly lively impressions of which so far outshine colourless concepts, that they take their place in the guidance of action, which consequently becomes irrational. Accordingly, the impression of the present moment is very strong with such persons, and carries them away into unconsidered action, violent emotions, and passions. Moreover, since in general the knowledge of persons of genius has to some extent freed itself from the service of will, they will not in conversation think so much of the person they are addressing as of the thing they are speaking about, which is vividly present to them, and therefore they are likely to judge or narrate things too objectively for their own interests. They will not pass over in silence what would more prudently be concealed, and so forth. Finally, they are given to soliloquizing, and in general may exhibit certain weaknesses which are actually akin to madness. It has often been remarked that there is a side at which genius and madness touch, and even pass over into each other, and indeed poetical inspiration has been called a kind of madness, amabilis insania, Horace calls it, and Wieland, in the introduction to Oberon, speaks of it as amiable madness. Even Aristotle, as quoted by Seneca, is reported to have said, nullum magnum ingenium sine mixtura dementiae fuit. Plato expresses it in the figure of the dark cave referred to above, when he says, "Those who outside the cave have seen the true sunlight and the things that have true being, ideas, cannot afterwards see properly down in the cave, because their ideas are not accustomed to the darkness. They cannot distinguish the shadows, and are jeered at for their mistakes by those who have never left the cave and its shadows." In the Phaedrus also, he distinctly says that there can be no true poet without a certain madness. In fact, that every one appears mad who recognizes the eternal ideas in fleeting things. Cicero also quotes, "Negat enim sine furore, Democritus, quemquam poetam magnum esse posse, quod idem dicit Plato." And lastly Pope says, "Great wits to madness sure are near allied, and thin partitions do their bounds divide." Especially instructive in this respect is Goethe's Torquato Tasso, in which he shows us not only the suffering, the martyrdom of genius as such, but also how it constantly passes into madness. Finally, the fact of the direct connection of genius and madness is established by the biographies of great men of genius, such as Rousseau, Byron, and Alfieri, and by anecdotes from the lives of others. On the other hand, I must mention that by a diligent search in lunatic asylums, I have found individual cases of patients who were unquestionably endowed with great talents, and whose genius distinctly appeared through their madness, which, however, had completely gained the upper hand. Now this cannot be ascribed to chance, for on the one hand the number of mad persons is relatively very small, and on the other hand a person of genius is a phenomenon which is rare beyond all ordinary estimation, and only appears in nature as the greatest exception. It will be sufficient to convince us of this if we compare the number of really great men of genius that the whole of civilized Europe has produced, both in ancient and modern times, with the 250 millions who are always living in Europe, and who change entirely every 30 years. In estimating the number of men of outstanding genius, we must of course only count those who have produced works which have retained through all time an enduring value for mankind. I shall not refrain from mentioning that I have known some persons of decided, though not remarkable, mental superiority, who also showed a slight trace of insanity. It might seem from this that every advance of intellect beyond the ordinary measure, as an abnormal development, disposes to madness. In the meantime, however, I will explain as briefly as possible my view of the purely intellectual ground of the relation between genius and madness, for this will certainly assist the explanation of the real nature of genius, that is to say, of that mental endowment which alone can produce genuine works of art. But this necessitates a brief explanation of madness itself. A clear and complete insight into the nature of madness, a correct and distinct conception of what constitutes the difference between the sane and the insane, has, as far as I know, not as yet been found. Neither reason nor understanding can be denied to madmen, for they talk and understand, and often draw very accurate conclusions. They also, as a rule, perceive what is present quite correctly, and apprehend the connection between cause and effect. Visions, like the fantasies of delirium, are no ordinary symptom of madness. Delirium falsifies perception, madness the thoughts. For the most part, madmen do not err in the knowledge of what is immediately present. Their raving always relates to what is absent and past, and only through these to their connection with what is present. Therefore it seems to me that their malady specially concerns the memory. Not indeed that memory fails them entirely, for many of them know a great deal by heart, and sometimes recognize persons whom they have not seen for a long time, but rather that the thread of memory is broken, the continuity of its connection destroyed, and no uniformly connected recollection of the past is possible. Particular scenes of the past are known correctly, just like the particular present, but there are gaps in their recollection which they fill up with fictions, and these are either always the same, in which case they become fixed ideas, and the madness that results is called monomania or melancholy, or they are always different, momentary fancies, and then it is called folly, fatuitas. This is why it is so difficult to find out their former life from lunatics when they enter an asylum. The true and the false are always mixed up in their memory. Although the immediate present is correctly known, it becomes falsified through its fictitious connection with an imaginary past. They therefore regard themselves and others as identical with persons who exist only in their imaginary past. They do not recognize some of their acquaintances at all, and thus while they perceive correctly what is actually present, they have only false conceptions of its relations to what is absent. If the madness reaches a high degree, there is complete absence of memory, so that the madman is quite incapable of any reference to what is absent or past, and is only determined by the caprice of the moment in connection with the fictions which in his mind fill the past. In such a case we are never for a moment safe from violence or murder, unless we constantly make the madman aware of the presence of superior force. The knowledge of the madman has this in common with that of the brute. Both are confined to the present. What distinguishes them is that the brute has really no idea of the past as such, though the past acts upon it through the medium of custom, so that, for example, the dog recognizes its former master even after years, that is to say, it receives the wonted impression at the sight of him. But of the time that has passed since it saw him, it has no recollection. The madman, on the other hand, always carries about in his reason an abstract past, but it is a false past, which exists only for him, and that either constantly or only for the moment. The influence of this false past prevents the use of the true knowledge of the present, which the brute is able to make. The fact that violent mental suffering or unexpected and terrible calamities should often produce madness, I explain in the following manner. All such suffering is as an actual event confined to the present, It is thus merely transitory, and is consequently never excessively heavy. It only becomes unendurably great when it is lasting pain. But as such it exists only in thought, and therefore lies in the memory. If now such a sorrow, such painful knowledge or reflection is so bitter that it becomes altogether unbearable, and the individual is prostrated under it, then terrified nature seizes upon madness as the last resource of life. The mind so fearfully tortured at once destroys the thread of its memory, fills up the gaps with fictions, and thus seeks refuge in madness from the mental suffering that exceeds its strength, just as we cut off a mortified limb and replace it with a wooden one. The distracted Ajax, King Lear, and Ophelia may be taken as examples, for the creations of true genius, to which alone we can refer here, as universally known, are equal in truth to real persons. Besides, in this case, frequent actual experience shows the same thing. A faint analogy of this kind of transition from pain to madness is to be found in the way in which all of us often seek, as it were mechanically, to drive away a painful thought that suddenly occurs to us by some loud exclamation or quick movement, to turn ourselves from it, to distract our minds by force. We see from what has been said that the madman has a true knowledge of what is actually present, and also of certain particulars of the past, but that he mistakes the connection, the relations, and therefore falls into error and talks nonsense. Now this is exactly the point at which he comes into contact with the man of genius. For he also leaves out of sight the knowledge of the connection of things, since he neglects that knowledge of relations which conforms to the principle of sufficient reason, in order to see in things only their ideas, and to seek to comprehend their true nature, which manifests itself to perception, and in regard to which one thing represents its whole species, in which way, as Goethe says, one case is valid for 1,000. The particular object of his contemplation, or the present which is perceived by him with extraordinary vividness, appear in so strong a light that the other links of the chain to which they belong are at once thrown into the shade, and this gives rise to phenomena which have long been recognised as resembling those of madness. That which in particular given things exists only incompletely and weakened by modifications, is raised by the man of genius, through his way of contemplating it, to the idea of the thing, to completeness. He therefore sees everywhere extremes, and therefore his own action tends to extremes. He cannot hit the mean, he lacks soberness, and the result is what we have said. He knows the ideas completely, but not the individuals. Therefore it has been said that a poet may know mankind deeply and thoroughly, and may yet have a very imperfect knowledge of men. He is easily deceived, and is a tool in the hands of the crafty. End of Book 3, Section 36. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, Section 37, of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 1, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, The World as Idea, Second Aspect. The idea independent of the principle of sufficient reason, the Platonic idea, the object of art. Section 37. Genius, then, consists, according to our explanation, in the capacity for knowing, independently of the principle of sufficient reason, not individual things, which have their existence only in their relations, but the ideas of such things, and of being oneself the correlative of the idea, and thus no longer an individual, but the pure subject of knowledge. Yet this faculty must exist in all men in a smaller and different degree, for if not, they would be just as incapable of enjoying works of art as of producing them. They would have no susceptibility for the beautiful or the sublime. Indeed, these words could have no meaning for them. We must therefore assume that there exists in all men this power of knowing the ideas in things, and consequently of transcending their personality for the moment, unless indeed there are some men who are capable of no æsthetic pleasure at all. The man of genius excels ordinary men only by possessing this kind of knowledge in a far higher degree and more continuously. Thus, while under its influence he retains the presence of mind which is necessary to enable him to repeat in a voluntary and intentional work what he has learned in this manner, and this repetition is the work of art. Through this he communicates to others the idea he has grasped. This idea remains unchanged and the same, so that æsthetic pleasure is one and the same whether it is called forth by a work of art or directly by the contemplation of nature and life. The work of art is only a means of facilitating the knowledge in which this pleasure consists. If the idea comes to us more easily from the work of art than directly from nature and the real world, arises from the fact that the artist, who knew only the idea, no longer the actual, has reproduced in his work the pure idea, has abstracted it from the actual, omitting all disturbing accidents. The artist lets us see the world through his eyes. That he has these eyes, that he knows the inner nature of things apart from all their relations, is the gift of genius, is inborn. But that he is able to lend us this gift, to let us see with his eyes, is acquired, and is the technical side of art. Therefore, after the account which I have given in the preceding pages of the inner nature of æsthetical knowledge in its most general outlines, the following more exact philosophical treatment of the beautiful and the sublime will explain them both in nature and in art, without separating them further. First of all, we shall consider what takes place in a man when he is affected by the beautiful and the sublime. Whether he derives this emotion directly from nature, from life, or partakes of it only through the medium of art, does not make any essential, but merely an external difference. End of Book 3, Section 37. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, Section 38, of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 1, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3. The World as Idea, Second Aspect. The idea independent of the principle of sufficient reason, the Platonic idea, the object of art. Section 38. In the æsthetical mode of contemplation we have found two inseparable constituent parts: the knowledge of the object, not as individual thing, but as Platonic idea, that is, as the enduring form of this whole species of things; and the self‐consciousness of the knowing person, not as individual, but as pure, will‐less subject of knowledge. The condition under which both these constituent parts appear, always united, was found to be the abandonment of the method of knowing which is bound to the principle of sufficient reason, and which, on the other hand, is the only kind of knowledge that is of value for the service of the will, and also for science. Moreover, we shall see that the pleasure which is produced by the contemplation of the beautiful arises from these two constituent parts, sometimes more from the one, sometimes more from the other, according to what the object of the æsthetical contemplation may be. All willing arises from want, therefore from deficiency, and therefore from suffering. The satisfaction of a wish ends it, yet for one wish that is satisfied there remain at least 10 which are denied. Further, the desire lasts long, the demands are infinite, the satisfaction is short and scantily measured out. But even the final satisfaction is itself only apparent. Every satisfied wish at once makes room for a new one. Both are illusions. The one is known to be so, the other not yet. No attained object of desire can give lasting satisfaction, but merely a fleeting gratification. It is like the alms thrown to the beggar, that keeps him alive today, that his misery may be prolonged till the morrow. Therefore, so long as our consciousness is filled by our will, so long as we are given up to the throng of desires with their constant hopes and fears, so long as we are the subject of willing, we can never have lasting happiness nor peace. It is essentially all the same whether we pursue or flee, fear injury or seek enjoyment. The care for the constant demands of the will, in whatever form it may be, continually occupies and sways the consciousness. But without peace no true well-being is possible. The subject of willing is thus constantly stretched on the revolving wheel of Ixion, pours water into the sieve of the Danaids, is the ever-longing Tantalus. But when some external cause or inward disposition lifts us suddenly out of the endless stream of willing, delivers knowledge from the slavery of the will, the attention is no longer directed to the motives of willing, but comprehends things free from their relation to the will, and thus observes them without personal interest, without subjectivity, purely objectively, gives itself entirely up to them so far as they are ideas, but not in so far as they are motives. Then all at once the peace which we were always seeking, but which always fled from us on the former path of the desires, comes to us of its own accord. And it is well with us. It is the painless state which Epicurus prized as the highest good, and as the state of the gods. For we are for the moment set free from the miserable striving of the will. We keep the Sabbath of the penal servitude of willing, the wheel of Ixion stands still. But this is just the state which I described above as necessary for the knowledge of the idea, as pure contemplation, as sinking oneself in perception, losing oneself in the object, forgetting all individuality, surrendering that kind of knowledge which follows the principle of sufficient reason, and comprehends only relations. The state by means of which at once and inseparably the perceived particular thing is raised to the idea of its whole species, and the knowing individual to the pure subject of will-less knowledge, and as such they are both taken out of the stream of time and all other relations. It is then all one whether we see the sun set from the prison or the palace. Inward disposition, the predominance of knowing over willing, can produce this state under any circumstances. This is shown by those admirable Dutch artists who directed this purely objective perception to the most insignificant objects, and established a lasting monument of their objectivity and spiritual peace in their pictures of still life, which the æsthetic beholder does not look on without emotion, for they present to him the peaceful, still frame of mind of the artist, free from will, which was needed to contemplate such insignificant things so objectively, to observe them so attentively, and to repeat this perception so intelligently. And as the picture enables the onlooker to participate in this state, his emotion is often increased by the contrast between it and the unquiet frame of mind, disturbed by vehement willing, in which he finds himself. In the same spirit, landscape painters, and particularly Ruisdael, have often painted very insignificant country scenes, which produce the same effect even more agreeably. All this is accomplished by the inner power of an artistic nature alone. But that purely objective disposition is facilitated and assisted from without by suitable objects, by the abundance of natural beauty which invites contemplation and even presses itself upon us. Whenever it discloses itself suddenly to our view, it almost always succeeds in delivering us, though it may be only for a moment, from subjectivity, from the slavery of the will, and in raising us to the state of pure knowing. This is why the man who is tormented by passion or want or care is so suddenly revived, cheered, and restored by a single free glance into nature. The storm of passion, the pressure of desire and fear, and all the miseries of willing are then at once, and in a marvellous manner, calmed and appeased. For at the moment at which, freed from the will, we give ourselves up to pure will-less knowing, we pass into a world from which everything is absent that influenced our will, and moved us so violently through it. This freeing of knowledge lifts us as wholly and entirely away from all that as do sleep and dreams. Happiness and unhappiness have disappeared. We are no longer individual, the individual is forgotten, we are only pure subject of knowledge. We are only that one eye of the world which looks out from all knowing creatures, but which can become perfectly free from the service of will in man alone. Thus all difference of individuality so entirely disappears that it is all the same whether the perceiving eye belongs to a mighty king or to a wretched beggar, for neither joy nor complaining can pass that boundary with us. So near us always lies a sphere in which we escape from all our misery. But who has the strength to continue long in it? As soon as any single relation to our will, to our person, even of these objects of our pure contemplation, comes again into consciousness, the magic is at an end. We fall back into the knowledge which is governed by the principle of sufficient reason. We know no longer the idea, but the particular thing, the link of a chain to which we also belong, and we are again abandoned to all our woe. Most men remain almost always at this standpoint, because they entirely lack objectivity, that is, genius. Therefore they have no pleasure in being alone with nature, they need company, or at least a book. For their knowledge remains subject to their will, they seek therefore in objects only some relation to their will, and whenever they see anything that has no such relation, there sounds within them like a ground bass in music, the constant inconsolable cry, "It is of no use to me." Thus in solitude the most beautiful surroundings have for them a desolate, dark, strange, and hostile appearance. Lastly, it is this blessedness of will-less perception which casts an enchanting glamour over the past and distant, and presents them to us in so fair a light by means of self-deception. For as we think of days long gone by, days in which we lived in a distant place, it is only the objects which our fancy recalls, not the subject of will, which bore about with it then its incurable sorrows just as it bears them now. But they are forgotten, because since then they have often given place to others. Now, objective perception acts with regard to what is remembered just as it would in what is present, if we let it have influence over us, if we surrendered ourselves to it free from will. Hence it arises that, especially when we are more than ordinarily disturbed by some want, the remembrance of past and distant scenes suddenly flits across our minds like a lost paradise. The fancy recalls only what was objective, not what was individually subjective, and we imagined that that objective stood before us then just as pure and undisturbed by any relation to the will as its image stands in our fancy now, while in reality the relation of the objects to our will gave us pain then just as it does now. We can deliver ourselves from all suffering just as well through present objects as through distant ones, whenever we raise ourselves to a purely objective contemplation of them, and so are able to bring about the illusion that only the objects are present and not we ourselves. Then, as the pure subject of knowledge, freed from the miserable self, we become entirely one with these objects, and for the moment our wants are as foreign to us as they are to them. The world as idea alone remains, and the world as will has disappeared. In all these reflections it has been my object to bring out clearly the nature and the scope of the subjective element in æsthetic pleasure, the deliverance of knowledge from the service of the will, the forgetting of self as an individual, and the raising of the consciousness to the pure will-less, timeless subject of knowledge, independent of all relations. With this subjective side of æsthetic contemplation, there must always appear as its necessary correlative the objective side, the intuitive comprehension of the Platonic Idea. But before we turn to the closer consideration of this, and to the achievements of art in relation to it, it is better that we should pause for a little at the subjective side of æsthetic pleasure, in order to complete our treatment of this, by explaining the impression of the sublime, which depends altogether upon it, and arises from a modification of it. After that we shall complete our investigation of æsthetic pleasure by considering its objective side. But we must first add the following remarks to what has been said. Light is the pleasantest and most gladdening of things. It has become the symbol of all that is good and salutary. In all religions it symbolizes salvation, while darkness symbolizes damnation. Ormuzd dwells in the purest light. Arimenes in eternal night. Dante's Paradise would look very much like Vauxhall in London, for all the blessed spirits appear as points of light, and arrange themselves in regular figures. The very absence of light makes us sad, its return cheers us. Colours excite directly a keen delight, which reaches its highest degree when they are transparent. All this depends entirely upon the fact that light is the correlative and condition of the most perfect kind of knowledge of perception, the only knowledge which does not in any way affect the will. For sight, unlike the affections of the other senses, cannot in itself, directly and through its sensuous effect, make the sensation of the special organ agreeable or disagreeable, that is, it has no immediate connection with the will. Such a quality can only belong to the perception which arises in the understanding, and then it lies in the relation of the object to the will. In the case of hearing this is to some extent otherwise. Sounds can give pain directly, and they may also be sensuously agreeable, directly, and without regard to harmony or melody. Touch, as one with the feeling of the whole body, is still more subordinated to this direct influence upon the will. And yet there is such a thing as a sensation of touch, which is neither painful nor pleasant. But smells are always either agreeable or disagreeable, and tastes still more so. The last two senses are most closely related to the will, and therefore they are always the most ignoble, and have been called by Kant the subjective senses. The pleasure which we experience from light is in fact only the pleasure which arises from the objective possibility of the purest and fullest perceptive knowledge, and as such it may be traced to the fact that pure knowledge, freed and delivered from all will, is in the highest degree pleasant, and of itself constitutes a large part of aesthetic enjoyment. Again, we must refer to this view of light the incredible beauty which we associate with the reflection of objects in water. That lightest, quickest, finest species of the action of bodies upon each other, that to which we owe by far the completest and purest of our perceptions, the action of reflected rays of light, is here brought clearly before our eyes, distinct and perfect, in cause and in effect, and indeed in its entirety. Hence the aesthetic delight it gives us, which in the most important aspect is entirely based on the subjective ground of aesthetic pleasure, and is delight in pure knowing and its method. End of Book 3, Section 38. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, Section 39, of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 1, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, The World as Idea, Second Aspect. The idea independent of the principle of sufficient reason, the Platonic idea, the object of art. Section 39. All these reflections are intended to bring out the subjective part of aesthetic pleasure. That is to say, that pleasure so far as it consists simply of delight in perceptive knowledge as such, in opposition to will. And as directly connected with this, there naturally follows the explanation of that disposition or frame of mind which has been called the sense of the sublime. We have already remarked above that the transition to the state of pure perception takes place most easily when the objects bend themselves to it, that is, when by their manifold and yet definite and distinct form they easily become representatives of their ideas, in which beauty, in the objective sense, consists. This quality belongs pre-eminently to natural beauty, which thus affords even to the most insensible at least a fleeting aesthetic satisfaction. Indeed, it is so remarkable how especially the vegetable world invites aesthetic observation, and, as it were, presses itself upon it, that one might say that these advances are connected with the fact that these organisms, unlike the bodies of animals, are not themselves immediate objects of knowledge, and therefore require the assistance of a foreign intelligent individual in order to rise out of the world of blind will and enter the world of idea, and that thus they long, as it were, for this entrance, that they may attain at least indirectly what is denied them directly. But I leave this suggestion which I have hazarded, and which borders perhaps upon extravagance, entirely undecided, for only a very intimate and devoted consideration of nature can raise or justify it. As long as that which raises us from the knowledge of mere relations, subject to the will, to æsthetic contemplation, and thereby exalts us to the position of the subject of knowledge free from will, is this fittingness of nature, this significance and distinctness of its forms, on account of which the Ideas individualised in them readily present themselves to us. So long is it merely beauty that affects us, and the sense of the beautiful that is excited. But if these very objects, whose significant forms invite us to pure contemplation, have a hostile relation to the human will in general, as it exhibits itself in its objectivity, the human body, if they are opposed to it, so that it is menaced by the irresistible predominance of their power, or sinks into insignificance before their immeasurable greatness, if, nevertheless, the beholder does not direct his attention to this eminently hostile relation to his will, but, although perceiving and recognising it, turns consciously away from it, forcibly detaches himself from his will and its relations, and, giving himself up entirely to knowledge, quietly contemplates those very objects that are so terrible to the will, comprehends only their idea, which is foreign to all relation, so that he lingers gladly over its contemplation, and is thereby raised above himself, his person, his will, and all will. In that case he is filled with the sense of the sublime, he is in the state of spiritual exaltation, and therefore the object producing such a state is called sublime. Thus what distinguishes the sense of the sublime from that of the beautiful is this. In the case of the beautiful, pure knowledge has gained the upper hand without a struggle for the beauty of the object, i.e., that property which facilitates the knowledge of its idea, has removed from consciousness without resistance, and therefore imperceptibly, the will and the knowledge of relations which is subject to it, so that what is left is the pure subject of knowledge without even a remembrance of will. On the other hand, in the case of the sublime, that state of pure knowledge is only attained by a conscious and forcible breaking away from the relations of the same object to the will, which are recognised as unfavourable, by a free and conscious transcending of the will and the knowledge related to it. This exaltation must not be only consciously won, but also consciously retained, and it is therefore accompanied by a constant remembrance of will, yet not of a single particular volition, such as fear or desire, but of human volition in general, so far as it is universally expressed in its objectivity, the human body. If a single real act of will were to come into consciousness, through actual personal pressure and danger from the object, then the individual will, thus actually influenced, would at once gain the upper hand, the peace of contemplation would become impossible, the impression of the sublime would be lost, because it yields to the anxiety in which the effort of the individual to right itself has sunk every other thought. A few examples will help very much to elucidate this theory of the æsthetic sublime and remove all doubt with regard to it. At the same time they will bring out the different degrees of this sense of the sublime. It is in the main identical with that of the beautiful, with pure will‐less knowing, and the knowledge that necessarily accompanies it of ideas out of all relation, determined by the principle of sufficient reason. And it is distinguished from the sense of the beautiful only by the additional quality that it rises above the known hostile relation of the idea contemplated to the will in general. Thus there come to be various degrees of the sublime, and transitions from the beautiful to the sublime, according as this additional quality is strong, bold, urgent, near, or weak, distant, and merely indicated. I think it is more in keeping with the plan of my treatise, first to give examples of these transitions, and of the weaker degrees of the impression of the sublime, although persons whose æsthetical susceptibility in general is not very great, and whose imagination is not very lively, will only understand the examples given later of the higher and more distinct grades of that impression. And they should therefore confine themselves to these, and pass over the examples of the very weak degrees of the sublime that are to be given first. As man is at once impetuous and blind striving of will, whose pole or focus lies in the genital organs, and eternal, free, serene subject of pure knowing, whose pole is the brain, so, corresponding to this antithesis, the sun is both the source of light, the condition of the most perfect kind of knowledge, and therefore of the most delightful of things, and the source of warmth, the first condition of life, that is, of all phenomena of will in its higher grades. Therefore, what warmth is for the will, light is for knowledge. Light is the largest gem in the crown of beauty, and has the most marked influence on the knowledge of every beautiful object. Its presence is an indispensable condition of beauty. Its favourable disposition increases the beauty of the most beautiful. Architectural beauty, more than any other object, is enhanced by favourable light, though even the most insignificant things become through its influence most beautiful. If in the dead of winter, when all nature is frozen and stiff, we see the rays of the setting sun reflected by masses of stone, illuminating without warming, and thus favourable only to the purest kind of knowledge, not to the will, the contemplation of the beautiful effect of the light upon these masses lifts us, as does all beauty, into a state of pure knowing. But in this case a certain transcending of the interests of the will is needed to enable us to rise into the state of pure knowing, because there is a faint recollection of the lack of warmth from these rays, that is, an absence of the principle of life. There is a slight challenge to persist in pure knowing and to refrain from all willing, and therefore it is an example of a transition from the sense of the beautiful to that of the sublime. It is the faintest trace of the sublime in the beautiful, and beauty itself is indeed present only in a slight degree. The following is almost as weak an example. Let us imagine ourselves transported to a very lonely place, with unbroken horizon, under a cloudless sky, trees and plants in the perfectly motionless air, no animals, no men, no running water, the deepest silence. Such surroundings are, as it were, a call to seriousness and contemplation, apart from all will and its cravings. But this is just what imparts to such a scene of desolate stillness a touch of the sublime. For, because it affords no object, either favourable or unfavourable, for the will which is constantly in need of striving and attaining, there only remains the state of pure contemplation, and whoever is incapable of this is ignominiously abandoned to the vacancy of unoccupied will and the misery of ennui. So far it is a test of our intellectual worth, of which, generally speaking, the degree of our power of enduring solitude, or our love of it, is a good criterion. The scene we have sketched affords us, then, an example of the sublime in a low degree. For in it, with the state of pure knowing in its peace and all-sufficiency, there is mingled, by way of contrast, the recollection of the dependence and poverty of the will which stands in need of constant action. This is the species of the sublime for which the sight of the boundless prairies of the interior of North America is celebrated. But let us suppose such a scene stripped also of vegetation and showing only naked rocks. Then, from the entire absence of that organic life which is necessary for existence, the will at once becomes uneasy, the desert assumes a terrible aspect, our mood becomes more tragic, the elevation to the sphere of pure knowing takes place with a more decided tearing of ourselves away from the interests of the will, and because we persist in continuing in the state of pure knowing, the sense of the sublime distinctly appears. The following situation may occasion this feeling in a still higher degree. Nature convulsed by a storm, the sky darkened by black threatening thunder clouds, stupendous, naked, overhanging cliffs, completely shutting out the view, rushing, foaming torrents, absolute desert, the wail of the wind sweeping through the clefts of the rocks. Our dependence, our strife with hostile nature, our will broken in the conflict, now appears visibly before our eyes. Yet so long as the personal pressure does not gain the upper hand, but we continue in æsthetic contemplation, The pure subject of knowing gazes unshaken and unconcerned through that strife of nature, through that picture of the broken will, and quietly comprehends the ideas even of those objects which are threatening and terrible to the will. In this contrast lies the sense of the sublime. But the impression becomes still stronger if, when we have before our eyes on a large scale the battle of the raging elements, in such a scene we are prevented from hearing the sound of our own voice by the noise of a falling stream; or if we are abroad in the storm of tempestuous seas, where the mountainous waves rise and fall, dash themselves furiously against steep cliffs, and toss their spray high into the air, the storm howls, the sea boils, the lightning flashes from black clouds, and the peals of thunder drown the voice of storm and sea. Then, in the undismayed beholder, the twofold nature of his consciousness reaches the highest degree of distinctness. He perceives himself on the one hand as an individual, as the frail phenomenon of will, which the slightest touch of these forces can utterly destroy, helpless against powerful nature, dependent, the victim of chance, a vanishing nothing in the presence of stupendous might; and on the other hand, as the eternal, peaceful, knowing subject, the condition of the object, and therefore the supporter of this whole world, the terrific strife of nature only his idea, the subject itself free and apart from all desires and necessities, in the quiet comprehension of the ideas. This is the complete impression of the sublime. Here he obtains a glimpse of a power beyond all comparison superior to the individual, threatening it with annihilation. The impression of the sublime may be produced in quite another way, by presenting a mere immensity in space and time. Its immeasurable greatness dwindles the individual to nothing. Adhering to Kant's nomenclature in his accurate division, we may call the first kind the dynamical, and the second the mathematical sublime, although we entirely dissent from his explanation of the inner nature of the impression, and can allow no share in it either to moral reflections or to hypostases from scholastic philosophy. If we lose ourselves in the contemplation of the infinite greatness of the universe in space and time, meditate on the thousands of years that are past or to come, or if the heavens at night actually bring before our eyes innumerable worlds, and so force upon our consciousness the immensity of the universe, we feel ourselves dwindle to nothing. As individuals, as living bodies, as transient phenomena of will, we feel ourselves pass away and vanish into nothing like drops in the ocean. But at once there rises against this ghost of our own nothingness, against such lying impossibility, the immediate consciousness that all these worlds exist only as our idea, only as modifications of the eternal subject of pure knowing, which we find ourselves to be as soon as we forget our individuality, and which is the necessary supporter of all worlds, and all times the condition of their possibility. The vastness of the world which disquieted us before rests now in us. Our dependence upon it is annulled by its dependence upon us. All this, however, does not come at once into reflection, but shows itself merely as the felt consciousness that in some sense or other, which philosophy alone can explain, we are one with the world, and therefore not oppressed, but exalted by its immensity. It is the felt consciousness of this that the Upanishads of the Vedas repeatedly express in such a multitude of different ways, very admirably in the saying already quoted: Hae omnes creaturae in totum ego sum, et praeter me aliud ens non est. It is the transcending of our own individuality, the sense of the sublime. We receive this impression of the mathematical sublime quite directly by means of a space which is small indeed as compared with the world, but which has become directly perceptible to us, and affects us with its whole extent in all its three dimensions, so as to make our own body seem almost infinitely small. An empty space can never be thus perceived, and therefore never an open space, but only space that is directly perceptible in all its dimensions by means of the limits which enclose it. Thus, for example, a very high vast dome, like that of St. Peter's at Rome or St. Paul's in London. The sense of the sublime here arises through the consciousness of the vanishing nothingness of our own body in the presence of a vastness which, from another point of view, itself exists only in our idea, and of which we are as knowing subject the supporter. Thus, here as everywhere, it arises from the contrast between the insignificance and dependence of ourselves as individuals, as phenomena of will, and the consciousness of ourselves as pure subject of knowing. Even the vault of the starry heaven produces this if it is contemplated without reflection, but just in the same way as the vault of stone, and only by its apparent, not its real extent. Some objects of our perception excite in us the feeling of the sublime, because not only on account of their spatial vastness, but also of their great age, that is, their temporal duration, we feel ourselves dwarfed to insignificance in their presence, and yet revel in the pleasure of contemplating them. Of this kind are very high mountains, the Egyptian pyramids, and colossal ruins of great antiquity. Our explanation of the sublime applies also to the ethical, to what is called the sublime character. Such a character arises from this, that the will is not excited by objects which are well calculated to excite it, but that knowledge retains the upper hand in their presence. A man of sublime character will accordingly consider men in a purely objective way, and not with reference to the relations which they might have to his will. He will, for example, observe their faults, even their hatred and injustice to himself, without being himself excited to hatred. He will behold their happiness without envy. He will recognize their good qualities, without desiring any closer relations with them. He will perceive the beauty of women, but he will not desire them. His personal happiness or unhappiness will not greatly affect him. He will rather be, as Hamlet describes Horatio, for thou hast been as one in suffering all, that suffers nothing. A man that fortune's buffets and rewards hath ta'en with equal thanks, etc. For in the course of his own life and its misfortunes, he will consider less his individual lot than that of humanity in general, and will therefore conduct himself in its regard rather as knowing than as suffering. End of Book 3, Section 39. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, Section 40, of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 1, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, The World as Idea, Second Aspect. The idea independent of the principle of sufficient reason, the Platonic idea, the object of art. Section 40. Opposites throw light upon each other, and therefore the remark may be in place here that the proper opposite of the sublime is something which would not at the first glance be recognized as such, the charming or attractive. By this, however, I understand that which excites the will by presenting to it directly its fulfilment, its satisfaction. We saw that the feeling of the sublime arises from the fact that something entirely unfavourable to the will becomes the object of pure contemplation, so that such contemplation can only be maintained by persistently turning away from the will and transcending its interests. This constitutes the sublimity of the character. The charming or attractive, on the other hand, draws the beholder away from the pure contemplation which is demanded by all apprehension of the beautiful, because it necessarily excites this will by objects which directly appeal to it, and thus he no longer remains pure subject of knowing, but becomes the needy and dependent subject of will. That every beautiful thing which is bright or cheering should be called charming is the result of a too general concept, which arises from a want of accurate discrimination, and which I must entirely set aside, and indeed condemn. But in the sense of the word which has been given and explained, I find only two species of the charming or attractive in the province of art, and both of them are unworthy of it. The one species, a very low one, is found in Dutch paintings of still life, when when they err by representing articles of food, which by their deceptive likeness necessarily excite the appetite for the things they represent. And this is just an excitement of the will, which puts an end to all aesthetic contemplation of the object. Painted fruit is yet admissible, because we may regard it as the further development of the flower, and as a beautiful product of nature in form and color, without being obliged to think of it as eatable. But unfortunately we often find, represented with deceptive naturalness, prepared and served dishes, oysters, herrings, crabs, bread and butter, beer, wine, and so forth, which is altogether to be condemned. In historical painting and in sculpture, the charming consists in naked figures, whose position, drapery, and general treatment are calculated to excite the passions of the beholder, and thus pure aesthetical contemplation is at once annihilated, and the aim of art is defeated. This mistake corresponds exactly to that which we have just censured in the Dutch paintings. The ancients are almost always free from this fault in their representations of beauty and complete nakedness of form, because the artist himself created them in a purely objective spirit, filled with ideal beauty, not in the spirit of subjective and base sensuality. The charming is thus everywhere to be avoided in art. There is also a negative species of the charming or exciting, which is even more reprehensible than the positive form which has been discussed. This is the disgusting or the loathsome. It arouses the will of the beholder, just as what is properly speaking charming, and therefore disturbs pure aesthetic contemplation. But it is an active aversion and opposition which is excited by it. It arouses the will by presenting to it objects which it abhors. Therefore it has always been recognized that it is altogether inadmissible in art, where even what is ugly, when it is not disgusting, is allowable in its proper place, as we shall see later. End of Book 3, Section 40. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, Section 41, of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 1, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, The World as Idea, Second Aspect. The idea, independent of the principle of sufficient reason, the Platonic idea, the object of art. The course of the discussion has made it necessary to insert at this point the treatment of the sublime, though we have only half done with the beautiful, as we have considered its subjective side only. For it was merely a special modification of this subjective side that distinguished the beautiful from the sublime. This difference was found to depend upon whether the state of pure will-less knowing, which is presupposed and demanded by all aesthetic contemplation, was reached without opposition, by the mere disappearance of the will from consciousness, because the object invited and drew us towards it, or whether it was only attained through the free, conscious transcending of the will, to which the object contemplated had an unfavorable and even hostile relation, which would destroy contemplation altogether if we were to give ourselves up to it. This is the distinction between the beautiful and the sublime. In the object they are not essentially different, for in every case the object of æsthetical contemplation is not the individual thing, but the idea in it which is striving to reveal itself; that is to say, adequate objectivity of will at a particular grade. Its necessary correlative, independent, like itself, of the principle of sufficient reason, is the pure subject of knowing, just as the correlative of the particular thing is the knowing individual, both of which lie within the province of the principle of sufficient reason. When we say that a thing is beautiful, we thereby assert that it is an object of our æsthetic contemplation, and this has a double meaning. On the one hand, it means that the sight of the thing makes us objective, that is to say, that in contemplating it, we are no longer conscious of ourselves as individuals, but as pure will-less subjects of knowledge. And on the other hand, it means that we recognize in the object not the particular thing, but an idea. and this can only happen so far as our contemplation of it is not subordinated to the principle of sufficient reason, does not follow the relation of the object to anything outside it, which is always ultimately connected with relations to our own will, but rests in the object itself. For the idea and the pure subject of knowledge always appear at once in consciousness as necessary correlatives, and on their appearance all distinction of time vanishes, for they are both entirely foreign to the principle of sufficient reason in all its forms, and lie outside the relations which are imposed by it. They may be compared to the rainbow and the sun, which have no part in the constant movement and succession of the falling drops. Therefore, if, for example, I contemplate a tree æsthetically, that is, with artistic eyes, and thus recognize not it, but its idea, it becomes at once of no consequence whether it is this tree or its predecessor which flourished 1,000 years ago, and whether the observer is this individual or any other that lived anywhere and at any time. The particular thing and the knowing individual are abolished with the principle of sufficient reason, and there remains nothing but the idea and the pure subject of knowing, which together constitute the adequate objectivity of will at this grade. And the idea dispenses not only with time, but also with space. For the idea proper is not this special form which appears before me, but its expression, its pure significance, its inner being, which discloses itself to me and appeals to me, and which may be quite the same, though the spatial relations of its form be very different. Since, on the one hand, every given thing may be observed in a purely objective manner and apart from all relations, and since, on the other hand, the will manifests itself in everything at some grade of its objectivity, so that everything is the expression of an idea, it follows that everything is also beautiful, that even the most insignificant things admit of pure objective and will-less contemplation, and thus prove that they are beautiful, is shown by what was said above in this reference about the Dutch pictures of still life. But one thing is more beautiful than another, because it makes this pure objective contemplation easier, it lends itself to it, and, so to speak, even compels it, and then we call it very beautiful. This is the case sometimes because, as an individual thing, it expresses in its purity the idea of its species by the very distinct, clearly defined, and significant relation of its parts, and also fully reveals that idea through the completeness of all the possible expressions of its species united in it, so that it makes the transition from the individual thing to the idea, and therefore also the condition of pure contemplation, very easy for the beholder. Sometimes this possession of special beauty in an object lies in the fact that the idea itself which appeals to us in it is a high grade of the objectivity of will, and therefore very significant and expressive. Therefore it is that man is more beautiful than all other objects, and the revelation of his nature is the highest aim of art. Human form and expression are the most important objects of plastic art, and human action the most important object of poetry. Yet each thing has its own peculiar beauty, not only every organism which expresses itself in the unity of an individual being, but also everything unorganized and formless, and even every manufactured article. For all these reveal the ideas through which the will objectifies itself at its lowest grades. They give, as it were, the deepest resounding bass notes of nature. Gravity, rigidity, fluidity, light, and so forth, are the ideas which express themselves in rocks, in buildings, in waters. Landscape gardening or architecture can do no more than assist them to unfold their qualities distinctly, fully, and variously. They can only give them the opportunity of expressing themselves purely, so that they lend themselves to æsthetic contemplation and make it easier. Inferior buildings or ill-favored localities, on the contrary, which nature has neglected or art has spoiled, perform this task in a very slight degree or not at all. Yet even from them these universal, fundamental ideas of nature cannot altogether disappear. To the careful observer they present themselves here also, and even bad buildings and the like are capable of being æsthetically considered. The ideas of the most universal properties of their materials are still recognisable in them, only the artificial form which has been given them does not assist but hinders æsthetic contemplation. Manufactured articles also serve to express ideas, only it is not the idea of the manufactured article which speaks in them, but the idea of the material to which this artificial form has been given. This may be very conveniently expressed in two words in the language of the schoolmen thus: the manufactured article expresses the idea of its forma substantialis, not that of its forma accidentalis. The latter leads to no idea, but only to a human conception of which it is the result. It is needless to say that by manufactured article no work of plastic art is meant. The schoolmen understand, in fact, by forma substantialis that which I call the grade of the objectification of will in a thing. We shall return immediately, when we treat of architecture, to the idea of the material. Our view, then, cannot be reconciled with that of Plato, if he is of opinion that a table or a chair express the idea of a table or a chair. But we say that they express the ideas which are already expressed in their mere material as such. According to Aristotle, however, Plato himself only maintained ideas of natural objects. Plato dixit, quod ideae eorum sunt, quae natura sunt. And in chapter 5 he says that according to the Platonists there are no ideas of house and ring. In any case, Plato's earliest disciples, as Alcinous informs us, denied that there were any ideas of manufactured articles. Definiunt autem ideam, exemplar aeternum eorum, quae secundum naturam existunt, nam plurimis ex iis, qui Platonem secuti sunt, minime placuit artefactorum ideas esse, ut clipe atque lyrae, neque rursus eorum, quae praetor naturam, ut febris et cholerae, neque particularium, queu Socratis et Platonis, neque etiam rerum vilium, veluti sordium et festucae, netque relationum, ut majoris excedentis, esse namque ideas, intellectiones, Dei aeternas, sepsis perfectas. We may take this opportunity of mentioning another point in which our doctrine of ideas differs very much from that of Plato. He teaches that the object which art tries to express, the ideal of painting and poetry, is not the idea, but the particular thing. Our whole exposition hitherto has maintained exactly the opposite, and Plato's opinion is the less likely to lead us astray, inasmuch as it is the source of one of the greatest and best known errors of this great man, his depreciation and rejection of art, and especially poetry. He directly connects his false judgment in reference to this with the passage quoted. End of Book 3, Section 41. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, Section 42, of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 1, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, The World as Idea, Second Aspect. The idea independent of the principle of sufficient reason, the Platonic idea, the object of art. Section 42. I return to the exposition of the æsthetic impression. The knowledge of the beautiful always supposes at once and inseparably the pure knowing subject and the known idea as object. Yet the source of æsthetic satisfaction will sometimes lie more in the comprehension of the known idea, sometimes more in the blessedness and spiritual peace of the pure knowing subject freed from all willing, and therefore from all individuality, and the pain that proceeds from it. And indeed, this predominance of one or the other constituent part of æsthetic feeling will depend upon whether the intuitively grasped idea is a higher or a lower grade of the objectivity of will. Thus, in æsthetic contemplation, in the real or through the medium of art, of the beauty of nature, in the inorganic and vegetable worlds, or in works of architecture, the pleasure of pure will‐less knowing will predominate, because the ideas which are here apprehended are only low grades of the objectivity of will, and are therefore not manifestations of deep significance and rich content. On the other hand, if animals and man are the objects of æsthetic contemplation or representation, the pleasure will consist rather in the comprehension of these ideas, which are the most distinct revelation of will. For they exhibit the greatest multiplicity of forms, the greatest richness and deep significance of phenomena, and reveal to us most completely the nature of will, whether in its violence, its terribleness, its satisfaction, or its aberration, the latter in tragic situations, or finally in its change and self‐surrender, which is the peculiar theme of Christian painting, as the idea of the will, enlightened by full knowledge, is the object of historical painting in general, and of the drama. We shall now go through the fine arts one by one, and this will give completeness and distinctness to the theory of the beautiful which we have advanced. End of Book 3, Section 42. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, Section 43, of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 1, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3. The World as Idea, Second Aspect. The Idea Independent of the Principle of Sufficient Reason, the Platonic Idea, the Object of Art. Section 43. Matter as such cannot be the expression of an idea. For, as we found in the first book, it is throughout nothing but causality. Its being consists in its casual action. But causality is a form of the principle of sufficient reason. Knowledge of the idea, on the other hand, absolutely excludes the content of that principle. We also found, in the second book, that matter is the common substratum of all particular phenomena of the ideas, and consequently is the connecting link between the idea and the phenomenon, or the particular thing. Accordingly, for both of these reasons, it is impossible that matter can for itself express any idea. This is confirmed a posteriori by the fact that it is impossible to have a perceptible idea of matter as such, but only an abstract conception. In the former, that is, in perceptible ideas, are exhibited only the forms and qualities of which matter is the supporter, and in all of which ideas reveal themselves. This corresponds also with the fact that causality, the whole essence of matter, cannot for itself be presented perceptibly, but is merely a definite causal connection. On the other hand, every phenomenon of an idea, because as such it has entered the form of the principle of sufficient reason, or the principium individuationis, must exhibit itself in matter as one of its qualities. So far, then, matter is, as we have said, the connecting link between the idea and the principium individuationis, which is the form of knowledge of the individual, or the principle of sufficient reason. Plato is therefore perfectly right in his enumeration, for after the idea and the phenomenon, which include all other things in the world, he gives matter only, as a third thing which is different from both. The individual, as a phenomenon of the idea, is always matter. Every quality of matter is also the phenomenon of an idea, and as such it may always be an object of æsthetic contemplation. That is, the idea expressed in it may always be recognized. This holds good of even the most universal qualities of matter, without which it never appears, and which are the weakest objectivity of will. Such are gravity, cohesion, rigidity, fluidity, sensitiveness to light, and so forth. If now we consider architecture simply as a fine art and apart from its application to useful ends, in which it serves the will and not pure knowledge, and therefore ceases to be art in our sense, we can assign to it no other aim than that of bringing to greatest distinctness some of those ideas which are the lowest grades of the objectivity of will, such as gravity, cohesion, rigidity, hardness, those universal qualities of stone, those first, simplest, most inarticulate manifestations of will, the base notes of nature. And after these light, which in many respects is their opposite. Even at these low grades of the objectivity of will, we see its nature revealing itself in discord. For properly speaking, the conflict between gravity and rigidity is the sole aesthetic material of architecture. Its problem is to make this conflict appear with perfect distinctness in a multitude of different ways. It solves it by depriving these indestructible forces of the shortest way to their satisfaction, and conducting them to it by a circuitous route, so that the conflict is lengthened, and the inexhaustible efforts of both forces become visible in many different ways. The whole mass of the building, if left to its original tendency, would exhibit a mere heap or clump, bound as closely as possible to the earth, to which gravity, the form in which the will appears here, continually presses, while rigidity, also objectivity of will, resists. But this very tendency, this effort, is hindered by architecture from obtaining direct satisfaction, and only allowed to reach it indirectly and by roundabout ways. The roof, for example, can only press the earth through columns, the arch must support itself, and can only satisfy its tendency towards the earth through the medium of the pillars, and so forth. But just by these enforced digressions, just by these restrictions, the forces which reside in the crude mass of stone unfold themselves in the most distinct and multifarious ways. And the purely æsthetic aim of architecture can go no further than this. Therefore the beauty, at any rate, of a building lies in the obvious adaptation of every part, not to the outward arbitrary end of man, so far the work belongs to practical architecture, but directly to the stability of the whole, to which the position, dimensions, and form of every part must have so necessary a relation, that where it is possible, if any one part were taken away, the whole would fall to pieces. For just because each part bears just as much as it conveniently can, and each is supported just where it requires to be, and just to the necessary extent, this opposition unfolds itself, this conflict between rigidity and gravity, which constitutes the life, the manifestation of will, in the stone, becomes completely visible, and these lowest grades of the objectivity of will reveal themselves distinctly. In the same way, the form of each part must not be determined arbitrarily, but by its end, and its relation to the whole. The column is the simplest form of support, determined simply by its end. The twisted column is tasteless. The four-cornered pillar is in fact not so simple as the round column, though it happens that it is easier to make it. The forms also of frieze, rafter, roof, and dome are entirely determined by their immediate end, and explain themselves from it. The decoration of capitals, etc., belongs to sculpture, not to architecture, which admits it merely as extraneous ornament, and could dispense with it. According to what has been said, it is absolutely necessary, in order to understand the æsthetic satisfaction afforded by a work of architecture, to have immediate knowledge through perception of its matter as regards its weight, rigidity, and cohesion, and our pleasure in such a work would suddenly be very much diminished by the discovery that the material used was pumice stone, for then it would appear to us as a kind of sham building. We would be affected in almost the same way if we were told that it was made of wood when we had supposed it to be of stone, just because this alters and destroys the relation between rigidity and gravity, and consequently the significance and necessity of all the parts, for these natural forces reveal themselves in a far weaker degree in a wooden building. Therefore no real work of architecture as a fine art can be made of wood. Although it assumes all forms so easily, this can only be explained by our theory. If we were distinctly told that a building, the site of which gave us pleasure, was made of different kinds of material of very unequal weight and consistency, but not distinguishable to the eye, the whole building would become as utterly incapable of affording us pleasure as a poem in an unknown language. All this proves that architecture does not affect us mathematically, but also dynamically, and that what speaks to us through it is not mere form and symmetry, but rather those fundamental forces of nature, those first ideas, those lowest grades of the objectivity of will. The regularity of the building and its parts is partly produced by the direct adaptation of each member to the stability of the whole. Partly it serves to facilitate the survey and comprehension of the whole, and finally, regular figures to some extent enhance the beauty because they reveal the constitution of space as such. But all this is of subordinate value and necessity, and by no means the chief concern. Indeed, symmetry is not invariably demanded, as ruins are still beautiful. Works of architecture have further quite a special relation to light. They gain a double beauty in the full sunshine, with the blue sky as a background, and again they have quite a different effect by moonlight. Therefore, when a beautiful work of architecture is to be erected, special attention is always paid to the effects of the light and to the climate. The reason of all this is, indeed, principally, that all the parts and their relations are only made clearly visible by a bright, strong light. But besides this, I am of opinion that it is the function of architecture to reveal the nature of light, just as it reveals that of things so opposite to it as gravity and rigidity. For the light is intercepted, confined, and reflected by the great opaque, sharply outlined and variously formed masses of stone, and thus it unfolds its nature and qualities in the purest and clearest way, to the great pleasure of the beholders. For light is the most joy‐giving of things, as a condition and the objective correlative of the most perfect kind of knowledge of perception. Now, because the ideas which architecture brings to clear perception are the lowest grades of the objectivity of will, and consequently their objective significance, which architecture reveals to us, is comparatively small, the aesthetic pleasure of looking at a beautiful building in a good light will lie, not so much in the comprehension of the idea, as in the subjective correlative which accompanies this comprehension. It will consist preeminently in the fact that the beholder, set free from the kind of knowledge that belongs to the individual, and which serves the will and follows the principle of sufficient reason, is raised to that of the pure subject of knowing free from will. It will consist then principally in pure contemplation itself, free from all the suffering of will and of individuality. In this respect, the opposite of architecture and the other extreme of the series of the fine arts is the drama, which brings to knowledge the most significant ideas. Therefore, in the aesthetic pleasure afforded by the drama, the objective side is throughout predominant. Architecture has this distinction from plastic art and poetry. It does not give us a copy, but the thing itself. It does not repeat, as they do, the known idea, so that the artist lends his eyes to the beholder, but in it the artist merely presents the object to the beholder, and facilitates for him the comprehension of the idea by bringing the actual, individual object to a distinct and complete expression of its nature. Unlike the works of the other arts, those of architecture are very seldom executed for purely æsthetic ends. These are generally subordinated to other useful ends which are foreign to art itself. Thus the great merit of the architect consists in achieving and attaining the pure æsthetic ends, in spite of their subordination to other ends which are foreign to them. This he does by cleverly adapting them in a variety of ways to the arbitrary ends in view, and by rightly judging which form of æsthetical architectonic beauty is compatible and may be associated with a temple, which with a palace, which with a prison, and so forth. The more a harsh climate increases these demands of necessity and utility, determines them definitely, and prescribes them more inevitably, the less free play has beauty in architecture. In the mild climate of India, Egypt, Greece, and Rome, where the demands of necessity were fewer and less definite, architecture could follow its aesthetic ends with the greatest freedom. But under a northern sky this was sorely hindered. Here, when caissons, pointed roofs, and towers were what was demanded, architecture could only unfold its own beauty within very narrow limits, and therefore it was obliged to make amends by resorting all the more to the borrowed ornaments of sculpture, as is seen in Gothic architecture. We thus see that architecture is greatly restricted by the demands of necessity and utility, but on the other hand it has in them a very powerful support, for on account of the magnitude and costliness of its works, and the narrow sphere of its aesthetic effect, it could not continue to exist merely as a fine art, if it had not also, as a useful and necessary profession, a firm and honourable place among the occupations of men. It is the want of this that prevents another art from taking its place beside architecture as a sister art, although, in an æsthetical point of view, it is quite properly to be classed along with it as its counterpart, I mean artistic arrangements of water. For what architecture accomplishes for the idea of gravity when it appears in connection with that of rigidity, hydraulics accomplishes for the same idea when it is connected with fluidity, that is, formlessness, the greatest mobility and transparency. Leaping waterfalls foaming and tumbling over rocks, cataracts dispersed into floating spray, springs gushing up as high columns of water, and clear reflecting lakes reveal the ideas of fluid and heavy matter in precisely the same way as the works of architecture unfold the ideas of rigid matter. Artistic hydraulics, however, obtains no support from practical hydraulics, for as a rule their ends cannot be combined. Yet in exceptional cases this happens, for example in the Cascata di Trevi at Rome. End of Book 3, Section 43. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, Section 44. Of the World as Will and Idea, Volume 1, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, The World as Idea. Second aspect. The idea independent of the principle of sufficient reason, the Platonic idea, the object of art. Section 44. What the two arts we have spoken of accomplish for these lowest grades of the objectivity of will is performed for the higher grades of vegetable nature by artistic horticulture. The landscape beauty of a scene consists for the most part in the multiplicity of natural objects which are present in it, and then in the fact that they are clearly separated, appear distinctly, and yet exhibit a fitting connection and alternation. These two conditions are assisted and promoted by landscape gardening, but it has by no means such a mastery over its material as architecture, and therefore its effect is limited. The beauty with which it is concerned belongs almost exclusively to nature. It has done little for it, and on the other hand it can do little against unfavourable nature, and when nature works not for it but against it, its achievements are small. The vegetable world offers itself everywhere for aesthetic enjoyment without the medium of art, but so far as it is an object of art, it belongs principally to landscape painting, to the province of which all the rest of unconscious nature also belongs. In paintings of still life and of mere architecture, ruins, interiors of churches, etc., the subjective side of aesthetic pleasure is predominant. That is, our satisfaction does not lie principally in the direct comprehension of the represented ideas, but rather in the subjective correlative of this comprehension, pure will-less knowing. For, because the painter lets us see these things through his eyes, we at once receive a sympathetic and reflected sense of the deep spiritual peace and absolute silence of the will, which were necessary in order to enter with knowledge so entirely into these lifeless objects, and comprehend them with such love, that is, in this case, with such a degree of objectivity. The effect of landscape painting proper is indeed, as a whole, of this kind, but because the ideas expressed are more distinct and significant, as higher grades of the objectivity of will, the objective side of æsthetic pleasure already comes more to the front and assumes as much importance as the subjective side. Pure knowing as such is no longer the paramount consideration, for we are equally affected by the known Platonic idea, the world as idea at an important grade of the objectification of will. But a far higher grade is revealed by animal painting and sculpture. Of the latter we have some important antique remains. For example, horses at Venice, on Monte Cavallo, and on the Elgin marbles, also at Florence in bronze and marble, the ancient boar, howling wolves, the lions in the arsenal at Venice, also in the Vatican a whole room almost filled with ancient animals, etc. In these representations the objective side of æsthetic pleasure obtains a marked predominance over the subjective. The piece of the subject which knows these ideas, which has silenced his own will, is indeed present, as it is in all æsthetic contemplation, but its effect is not felt, for we are occupied with the restlessness and impetuosity of the will represented. It is that very will which constitutes our own nature that here appears to us in forms, in which its manifestation is not, as in us, controlled and tempered by intellect, but exhibits itself in stronger traits and with a distinctness that borders on the grotesque and monstrous. For this very reason there is no concealment. It is free, naive, open as the day, and this is the cause of our interest in animals. The characteristics of species appeared already in the representation of plants, but showed itself only in the forms. Here it becomes much more distinct, and expresses itself not only in the form, but in the action, position, and mien, yet always merely as the character of the species, not of the individual. This knowledge of the ideas of higher grades, which in painting we receive through extraneous means, we may gain directly by the pure contemplative perception of plants and observation of beasts, and indeed of the latter in their free, natural, and unrestrained state. The objective contemplation of their manifold and marvellous forms, and of their actions and behaviour, is an instructive lesson from the great book of nature. It is a deciphering of the true signatura rerum. We see in them the manifold grades and modes of the manifestation of will, which in all beings of one and the same grade wills always in the same way, which objectifies itself as life, as existence in such endless variety and such different forms, which are all adaptations to the different external circumstances, and may be compared to many variations on the same theme. But if we had to communicate to the observer, for reflection, and, in a word, the explanation of their inner nature, it would be best to make use of that Sanskrit formula which occurs so often in the sacred books of the Hindus, and is called Mahavakya, that is, the great word, Tat Tvam Asi, which means, this living thing art thou. End of Book 3, Section 44. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, Section 45 of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 1, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3. The World as Idea, Second Aspect. The idea independent of the principle of sufficient reason, the Platonic idea, the object of art. Section 45. The great problem of historical painting and sculpture is to express directly and for perception the idea in which the will reaches the highest grade of its objectification. The objective side of the pleasure afforded by the beautiful is here always predominant, and the subjective side has retired into the background. It is further to be observed that at the next grade below this, animal painting, the characteristic is entirely one with the beautiful. The most characteristic lion, wolf, horse, sheep, or ox was always the most beautiful also. The reason of this is that animals have only the character of their species, no individual character. In the representation of men, the character of the species is separated from that of the individual. The former is now called beauty, entirely in the objective sense, but the latter retains the name, character, or expression, and the new difficulty arises of representing both at once and completely in the same individual. Human beauty as an objective expression, which means the fullest objectification of will at the highest grade at which it is knowable, the idea of man in general, completely expressed in the sensible form. But however much the objective side of the beautiful appears here, the subjective side still always accompanies it. And just because no object transports us so quickly into pure æsthetic contemplation as the most beautiful human countenance and form, at the sight of which we are instantly filled with unspeakable satisfaction, and raised above ourselves and all that troubles us, this is only possible because this most distinct and purest knowledge of will raises us most easily and quickly to the state of pure knowing, in which our personality, our will with its constant pain disappears, so long as the pure æsthetic pleasure lasts. Therefore it is that Goethe says, "No evil can touch him who looks on human beauty. He feels himself at one with himself and with the world." That a beautiful human form is produced by nature must be explained in this way. At this, its highest grade, the will objectifies itself in an individual, and therefore through circumstances and its own power, it completely overcomes all the hindrances and opposition which the phenomena of the lower grades present to it. Such are the forces of nature, from which the will must always first extort and win back the matter that belongs to all its manifestations. Further, the phenomenon of will at its higher grades always has multiplicity in its form. Even the tree is only a systematic aggregate of innumerably repeated sprouting fibres. This combination assumes greater complexity in higher forms, and the human body is an exceedingly complex system of different parts, each of which has a peculiar life of its own, vita propria, subordinate to the whole. Now that all these parts are in the proper fashion subordinate to the whole and coordinate to each other, that they all work together harmoniously for the expression of the whole, nothing superfluous, nothing restricted, all these are the rare conditions whose result is beauty, the completely expressed character of the species. So it is in nature, but how in art? One would suppose that art achieved the beautiful by imitating nature. But how is the artist to recognize the perfect work which is to be imitated, and distinguish it from the failures, if he does not anticipate the beautiful before experience? And besides this, has nature ever produced a human being perfectly beautiful in all his parts? It has accordingly been thought that the artist must seek out the beautiful parts, distributed among a number of different human beings, and out of them construct a beautiful whole, a perverse and foolish opinion. For it will be asked, how is he to know that just these forms and not others are beautiful? We also see what kind of success attended the efforts of the old German painters to achieve the beautiful by imitating nature. Observe their naked figures. No knowledge of the beautiful is possible purely a posteriori, and from mere experience. It is always, at least in part, a priori, although quite different in kind, from the forms of the principle of sufficient reason, of which we are conscious a priori. These concern the universal form of phenomena as such, as it constitutes the possibility of knowledge in general, the universal how of all phenomena, and from this knowledge proceed mathematics and pure natural science. But this other kind of knowledge a priori, which makes it possible to express the beautiful, concerns not the form but the content of phenomena, not the how but the what of the phenomenon. That we all recognize human beauty when we see it, but that in the true artist this takes place with such clearness that he shows it as he has never seen it, and surpasses nature in his representation, this is only possible because we ourselves are the will whose adequate objectification at its highest grade is here to be judged and discovered. Thus alone have we in fact an anticipation of that which nature, which is just the will that constitutes our own being, strives to express. and in the true genius this anticipation is accompanied by so great a degree of intelligence that he recognizes the idea in the particular thing, and thus, as it were, understands the half‐uttered speech of nature, and articulates clearly what she only stammered forth. He expresses in the hard marble that beauty of form which in 1,000 attempts she failed to produce. He presents it to nature, saying, as it were, to her, "That is what you wanted to say." And whoever is able to judge replies, "Yes, that is it." Only in this way was it possible for the genius of the Greeks to find the type of human beauty and establish it as a canon for the school of sculpture. And only by virtue of such an anticipation is it possible for all of us to recognize beauty, when it has actually been achieved by nature in the particular case. This anticipation is the ideal. It is the idea, so far as it is known a priori, at least half, and it becomes practical for art because it corresponds to and completes what is given a posteriori through nature. The possibility of such an anticipation of the beautiful a priori in the artist, and of its recognition a posteriori by the critic, lies in the fact that the artist and the critic are themselves the in itself of nature, the will which objectifies itself. For, as Empedocles said, like can only be known by like. Only nature can understand itself, only nature can fathom itself, but only spirit also can understand spirit. The opinion which is absurd, although expressed by the Socrates of Xenophon, that the Greeks discovered the established ideal of human beauty empirically by collecting particular beautiful parts, uncovering and noting here a knee, there an arm, has an exact parallel in the art of poetry. The view is entertained that Shakespeare, for example, observed and then gave forth from his own experience of life the innumerable variety of the characters in his dramas, so true, so sustained, so profoundly worked out. The impossibility and absurdity of such an assumption need not be dwelt upon. It is obvious that the man of genius produces the works of poetic art by means of an anticipation of what is characteristic, just as he produces the works of plastic and pictorial art by means of a prophetic anticipation of the beautiful. Yet both require experience as a pattern or model, for thus alone can that which is dimly known a priori be called into clear consciousness, and an intelligent representation of it becomes possible. Human beauty was explained above as the fullest objectification of will at the highest grade at which it is knowable. It expresses itself through the form, and this lies in space alone, and has no necessary connection with time, as, for example, motion has. Thus far, then, we may say, the adequate objectification of will through a merely spatial phenomenon is beauty, in the objective sense. A plant is nothing but such a merely spatial phenomenon of will, for no motion, and consequently no relation to time, regarded apart from its development, belongs to the expression of its nature. Its mere form expresses its whole being, and displays it openly. But brutes and men require further, for the full revelation of the will which is manifested in them, a series of actions, and thus the manifestation in them takes on a direct relation to time. All this has already been explained in the preceding book. It is related to what we are considering at present in the following way. As the merely spatial manifestation of will can objectify it fully or defectively at each definite grade, and it is this which constitutes beauty or ugliness, so the temporal objectification of will, that is, the action, and indeed the direct action, the movement, may correspond to the will, which objectifies itself in it purely and fully without foreign admixture, without superfluity, without defect, only expressing exactly the act of will determined in each case. Or the converse of all this may occur. In the first case the movement is made with grace, in the second case without it. Thus, as beauty is the adequate representation of will generally through its merely spatial manifestation, grace is the adequate representation of will through its temporal manifestation, that is to say, the perfectly accurate and fitting expression of each act of will through the movement and position which objectify it. Since movement and position presuppose the body, Winckelmann's expression is very true and suitable when he says, "Grace is the proper relation of the acting person to the action." It is thus evident that beauty may be attributed to a plant, but no grace, unless in a figurative sense, but to brutes and men both beauty and grace. Grace consists, according to what has been said, in every movement being performed, and every position assumed in the easiest, most appropriate and convenient way, and therefore being the pure, adequate expression of its intention, or of the act of will, without any superfluity, which exhibits itself as aimless, meaningless bustle, or as wooden stiffness. Grace presupposes, as its condition, a true proportion of all the limbs, and a symmetrical, harmonious figure; for complete ease and evident appropriateness of all positions and movements are only possible by means of these. Grace is therefore never without a certain degree of beauty of person. The two, complete and united, are the most distinct manifestation of will at the highest grade of its objectification. It was mentioned above that in order rightly to portray man, it is necessary to separate the character of the species from that of the individual, so that to a certain extent every man expresses an idea peculiar to himself, as was said in the last book. Therefore the arts, whose aim is the representation of the idea of man, have as their problem not only beauty, the character of the species, but also the character of the individual, which is called, par excellence, character. But this is only the case in so far as this character is to be regarded, not as something accidental and quite peculiar to the man as a single individual, but as a side of the idea of humanity which is specially apparent in this individual, and the representation of which is therefore of assistance in revealing this idea. Thus the character, although as such it is individual, must yet be ideal, that is, its significance in relation to the idea of humanity generally, the objectifying of which it assists in its own way, must be comprehended and expressed with special prominence. Apart from this, the representation is a portrait, a copy of the individual as such, with all his accidental qualities; and even the portrait ought to be, as Winckelmann says, the ideal of the individual. That character which is to be ideally comprehended as the prominence of a special side of the idea of humanity expresses itself visibly, partly through permanent physiognomy and bodily form, partly through passing emotion and passion, the reciprocal modification of knowing and willing by each other, which is all exhibited in the mien and movements. Since the individual always belongs to humanity, and, on the other hand, humanity always reveals itself in the individual with what is indeed peculiar ideal significance, beauty must not be destroyed by character, nor character by beauty. For if the character of the species is annulled by that of the individual, the result is caricature; and if the character of the individual is annulled by that of the species, the result is an absence of meaning. Therefore the representation which aims at beauty, as sculpture principally does, will yet always modify this, the character of the species, in some respect, by the individual character, and will always express the idea of man in a definite individual manner, giving prominence to a special side of it. For the human individual as such has to a certain extent the dignity of a special idea, and it is essential to the idea of man that it should express itself in individuals of special significance. Therefore we find in the works of the ancients that the beauty distinctly comprehended by them is not expressed in one form, but in many forms of different character. It is always apprehended, as it were, from a different side, and expressed in one way in Apollo, in another way in Bacchus, in another in Hercules, in another in Antinous; indeed the characteristic may limit the beautiful, and finally extend even to hideousness, in the drunken Silenus, in the Faun, &c. If the characteristic goes so far as actually to annul the character of the species, if it extends to the unnatural, it becomes caricature. But we can far less afford to allow grace to be interfered with by what is characteristic than even beauty, for graceful position and movement are demanded for the expression of the character also. But yet it must be achieved in the way which is most fitting, appropriate, and easy for the person. This will be observed not only by the sculptor and the painter, but also by every good actor, Otherwise caricature will appear here also as grimace or distortion. In sculpture, beauty and grace are the principal concern, the special character of the mind, appearing in emotion, passion, alternations of knowing and willing, which can only be represented by the expression of the countenance and the gestures, is the peculiar sphere of painting. For although eyes and colour, which lie outside the province of sculpture, contribute much to beauty, they are yet far more essential to character. Further, beauty unfolds itself more completely when it is contemplated from various points of view, but the expression, the character, can only be completely comprehended from one point of view. Because beauty is obviously the chief aim of sculpture, Lessing tried to explain the fact that the Laocoon does not cry out by saying that crying out is incompatible with beauty. The Laocoon formed for Lessing the theme, or at least the text of a work of his own, and both before and after him a great deal has been written on the subject. I may therefore be allowed to express my views about it in passing, although so special a discussion does not properly belong to the scheme of this work, which is throughout concerned with what is general. End of Book 3, Section 45. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, Section 46, of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 1, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, The World as Idea, Second Aspect. The idea independent of the principle of sufficient reason, the Platonic idea, the object of art. Section 46. That Laocoon in the celebrated group does not cry out is obvious, and the universal and ever-renewed surprise at this must be occasioned by the fact that any of us would cry out if we were in his place. And nature demands that it should be so, for in the case of the acutest physical pain and the sudden seizure by the greatest bodily fear, all reflection that might have inculcated silent endurance is entirely expelled from consciousness, and nature relieves itself by crying out, thus expressing both the pain and the fear, summoning the deliverer and terrifying the assailer. Thus Winckelmann missed the expression of crying out, but as he wished to justify the artist, he turned Laocoon into a Stoic, who considered it beneath his dignity to cry out secundum naturam, but added to his pain the useless constraint of suppressing all utterance of it. Winckelmann therefore sees in him the tried spirit of a great man, who writhes in agony, and yet seeks to suppress the utterance of his feeling and to lock it up in himself. He does not break forth into loud cries as in Virgil, but only anxious sighs escape him. Now Lessing criticized this opinion of Winckelmann's in his Laocoon, and improved it in the way mentioned above. In place of the psychological, he gave the purely aesthetic reason that beauty, the principle of ancient art, does not admit of the expression of crying out. Another argument which he added to this, that a merely passing state incapable of duration ought not to be represented in motionless works of art, has 100 examples of most excellent figures against it, which are fixed in merely transitory movements, dancing, wrestling, catching, etc. Indeed, Goethe, in the essay on the Laocoon, which opens the Propylaen, holds that the choice of such a merely fleeting moment is absolutely necessary. In our own day, Hirt finally decided the point, deducing everything from the highest truth of expression, that Laocoon does not cry out, because he can no longer do so, as he is at the point of death from choking. Lastly, Fernow expounded and weighed all these opinions. He added, however, no new one of his own, but combined these three eclectically. I cannot but wonder that such thoughtful and acute men should laboriously bring far-fetched and insufficient reasons, should resort to psychological and physiological arguments to explain a matter the reason of which lies so near at hand, and is obvious at once to the unprejudiced, and especially I wonder that Lessing, who came so near the true explanation, should yet have entirely missed the real point. Before all psychological and physiological inquiries as to whether Laocoon would cry out in his position or not, and I certainly affirm that he would, it must be decided as regards the group in question that crying out ought not to be expressed in it, for the simple reason that its expression lies quite outside the province of sculpture. A shrieking Laocoon could not be produced in marble, but only a figure with the mouth open vainly endeavouring to shriek, a Laocoon whose voice has stuck in his throat, vox faucibus haesit. The essence of shrieking, and consequently its effect upon the onlooker, lies entirely in sound, not in the distortion of the mouth. This phenomenon, which necessarily accompanies shrieking, derives motive and justification only from the sound produced by means of it. Then it is permissible and indeed necessary as characteristic of the action, even though it interferes with beauty. But in plastic art, to which the representation of shrieking is quite foreign and impossible, it would be actual folly to represent the medium of violent shrieking, the distorted mouth, which would disturb all the features and the remainder of the expression. For thus, at the sacrifice of many other things, the means would be represented, while its end, the shrieking itself, and its effect upon our feelings would be left out. Nay more, there would be produced the spectacle of a continuous effort without effect, which is always ridiculous, and may really be compared to what happened when someone for a joke stopped the horn of a night watchman with wax while he was asleep, and then awoke him with the cry of fire, and amused himself by watching his vain endeavours to blow the horn. When, on the other hand, the expression of shrieking lies in the province of poetic or histrionic art, it is quite admissible, because it helps to express the truth, that is, the complete expression of the idea. Thus it is with poetry, which claims the assistance of the imagination of the reader in order to enable it to represent things perceptibly. Therefore Virgil makes Laocoon cry out like the bellowing of an ox that has broken loose after being struck by the axe, and Homer makes Mars and Minerva shriek horribly without derogating from their divine dignity or beauty. The same with acting. Laocoon on the stage would certainly have to shriek. Sophocles makes Philoctetus cry out, and on the ancient stage at any rate he must actually have done so. As a case in point, I remember having seen in London the great actor Kemble play in a part called Pizarro, translated from the German. He took the part of the American, a half savage, but a very noble character. When he was wounded he cried out loudly and wildly, which had a great and admirable effect, for it was exceedingly characteristic, and therefore assisted the truth of the representation very much. On the other hand, a painted or sculptured model of a man shrieking would be much more absurd than the painted music which is censured in Goethe's Propylaen. For shrieking does far more injury to the expression and beauty of the whole than music, which at the most only occupies the hands and arms, and is to be looked upon as an occupation characteristic of the person. Indeed, thus far it may quite rightly be painted, as long as it demands no violent movement of the body, or distortion of the mouth. For example, St. Cecilia at the organ, Raphael's violin player in the Sciarra Gallery at Rome, and others. Since then, on account of the limits of the art, the pain of Laocoon must not be expressed by shrieking, the artist was obliged to employ every other expression of pain. This he has done in the most perfect manner, as is ably described by Winckelmann, whose admirable account thus retains its full value and truth, as soon as we abstract from the stoical view which underlies it. End of Book 3, section 46. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, section 47. Of the World as Will and Idea, Volume 1, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, The World as Idea, Second Aspect. The Idea Independent of the Principle of Sufficient Reason, the Platonic Idea, the Object of Art. Section 47. Because beauty accompanied with grace is the principal object of sculpture, it loves nakedness, and allows clothing only so far as it does not conceal the form. It makes use of drapery not as a covering, but as a means of exhibiting the form, a method of exposition that gives much exercise to the understanding, for it can only arrive at a perception of the cause, the form of the body, through the only directly given effect, the drapery. Thus, to a certain extent, drapery is in sculpture what foreshortening is in painting. Both are suggestions, yet not symbolical, but such that, if they are successful, they force the understanding directly to perceive what is suggested, just as if it were actually given. I may be allowed, in passing, to insert here a comparison that is very pertinent to the arts we are discussing. It is this. As the beautiful bodily form is seen to the greatest advantage when clothed in the lightest way, or indeed without any clothing at all, and therefore a very handsome man, if he had also taste and the courage to follow it, would go about almost naked, clothed only after the manner of the ancients. So every one who possesses a beautiful and rich mind will always express himself in the most natural, direct, and simple way, concerned, if it be possible, to communicate his thoughts to others, and thus relieve the loneliness that he must feel in such a world as this. And conversely, poverty of mind, confusion, and perversity of thought will clothe itself in the most far‐fetched expressions and the obscurest forms of speech, in order to wrap up in difficult and pompous phraseology small, trifling, insipid, or commonplace thoughts, like a man who has lost the majesty of beauty, and trying to make up for the deficiency by means of clothing, seeks to hide the insignificance or ugliness of his person under barbaric finery, tinsel, feathers, ruffles, cuffs, and mantles. Many an author, if compelled to translate his pompous and obscure book into its little clear content, would be as utterly spoilt as this man if he had to go naked. End of Book 3, Section 47. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, Section 48, of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 1, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, The World as Idea, Second Aspect. The idea independent of the principle of sufficient reason, the Platonic idea, the object of art. Section 48. Historical painting has for its principal object, besides beauty and grace, character. By character we mean generally the representation of will at the highest grade of its objectification, when the individual, as giving prominence to a particular side of the idea of humanity, has special significance, and shows this not merely by his form, but makes it visible in his bearing and occupation, by action of every kind, and the modifications of knowing and willing that occasion and accompany it. The idea of man must be exhibited in these circumstances, and therefore the unfolding of its many-sidedness must be brought before our eyes by means of representative individuals, and these individuals can only be made visible in their significance through various scenes, events, and actions. This is the endless problem of the historical painter, and he solves it by placing before us scenes of life of every kind, of greater or less significance. No individual and no action can be without significance. In all and through all the idea of man unfolds itself more and more. Therefore no event of human life is excluded from the sphere of painting. It is thus a great injustice to the excellent painters of the Dutch school to prize merely their technical skill, and to look down upon them in other respects, because for the most part they represent objects of common life, whereas it is assumed that only the events of the history of the world or the incidents of biblical story have significance. We ought first to bethink ourselves that the inward significance of an action is quite different from its outward significance, and that these are often separated from each other. The outward significance is the importance of an action in relation to its result for and in the actual world, thus according to the principle of sufficient reason. The inward significance is the depth of the insight into the Idea of man which it reveals, in that it brings to light sides of that idea which rarely appear, by making individuals who assert themselves distinctly and decidedly disclose their peculiar characteristics by means of appropriately arranged circumstances. Only the inward significance concerns art, the outward belongs to history. They are both completely independent of each other. They may appear together, but may each appear alone. An action which is of the highest significance for history may in inward significance be a very ordinary and common one. And conversely, a scene of ordinary daily life may be of great inward significance, if human individuals and the inmost recesses of human action and will appear in it in a clear and distinct light. Further, the outward and the inward significance of a scene may be equal and yet very different. Thus, for example, it is all the same, as far as inward significance is concerned, whether ministers discuss the fate of countries and nations over a map, or boors wrangle in a beer house over cards and dice, just as it is all the same whether we play chess with golden or wooden pieces. But apart from this, the scenes and events that make up the life of so many millions of men, their actions, their sorrows, their joys, are on that account important enough to be the object of art, and by their rich variety they must afford material enough for unfolding the many-sided Idea of man. Indeed, the very transitoriness of the moment which art has fixed in such a picture, now called genre painting, excites a slight and peculiar sensation. For to fix the fleeting, ever‐changing world in the enduring picture of a single event, which yet represents the whole, is an achievement of the art of painting by which it seems to bring time itself to a standstill, for it raises the individual to the idea of its species. Finally, the historical and outwardly significant subjects of painting have often the disadvantage that just what is significant in them cannot be presented to perception, but must be arrived at by thought. In this respect, the nominal significance of the picture must be distinguished from its real significance. The former is the outward significance, which, however, can only be reached as a conception. The latter is that side of the Idea of man which is made visible to the onlooker in the picture. For example, Moses found by the Egyptian princess is the nominal significance of a painting. It represents a moment of the greatest importance in history. The real significance, on the other hand, that which is really given to the onlooker, is a foundling child rescued from its floating cradle by a great lady, an incident which may have happened more than once. The costume alone can here indicate the particular historical case to the learned, but the costume is only of importance to the nominal significance, and is a matter of indifference to the real significance, for the latter knows only the human being as such, not the arbitrary forms. Subjects taken from history have no advantage over those which are taken from mere possibility, and which are therefore to be called not individual, but merely general. For what is peculiarly significant in the former is not the individual, not the particular event as such, but the universal in it, the side of the Idea of humanity which expresses itself through it. But, on the other hand, definite historical subjects are not on this account to be rejected. Only the really artistic view of such subjects, both in the painter and in the beholder, is never directed to the individual particulars in them, which properly constitute the historical, but to the universal which expresses itself in them, to the Idea. And only those historical subjects are to be chosen the chief point of which can actually be represented, and not merely arrived at by thought. Otherwise the nominal significance is too remote from the real. What is merely thought in connection with a picture becomes of most importance and interferes with what is perceived. If even on the stage it is not right that the chief incident of the plot should take place behind the scenes, as in French tragedies, it is clearly a far greater fault in a picture. Historical subjects are distinctly disadvantageous only when they confine the painter to a field which has not been chosen for artistic, but for other reasons, and especially when this field is poor in picturesque and significant objects. If, for example, it is the history of a small, isolated, capricious, hierarchical, that is, ruled by error, obscure people like the Jews, despised by the great contemporary nations of the East and the West. Since the wandering of the tribes lies between us and all ancient nations, as the change of the bed of the ocean lies between the earth's surface as it is today, and as it was when those organizations existed, which we only know from fossil remains, it is to be regarded generally as a great misfortune that the people whose culture was to be the principal basis of our own were not the Indians or the Greeks or even the Romans, but these very Jews. But it was especially a great misfortune for the Italian painters of genius in the 15th and 16th centuries, that in the narrow sphere to which they were arbitrarily driven for the choice of subjects, they were obliged to have recourse to miserable beings of every kind. For the New Testament, as regards its historical part, is almost more unsuitable for painting than the Old, and the subsequent history of martyrs and doctors of the Church is a very unfortunate subject. Yet of the pictures whose subject is the history or mythology of Judaism and Christianity, we must carefully distinguish those in which the peculiar, that is, the ethical spirit of Christianity is revealed for perception by the representation of men who are full of this spirit. These representations are in fact the highest and most admirable achievements of the art of painting, and only the greatest masters of this art succeeded in this, particularly Raphael and Correggio, and especially in their earlier pictures. Pictures of this kind are not properly to be classed as historical, for as a rule they represent no event, no action, but are merely groups of saints, with the Saviour himself, often still a child, with his mother, angels, etc. In their countenances, and especially in the eyes, we see the expression, the reflection of the completest knowledge, that which is not directed to the particular things, but has fully grasped the ideas, and thus the whole nature of the world and life. And this knowledge in them, reacting upon the will, does not, like other knowledge, convey motives to it, but on the contrary has become a quieter of all will, from which proceeded the complete resignation which is the innermost spirit of Christianity, as of the Indian philosophy, the surrender of all volition, conversion, the suppression of will, and with it of the whole inner being of this world, that is to say, salvation. Thus these masters of art, worthy of eternal praise, express perceptibly in their works the highest wisdom. And this is the summit of all art. It has followed the will in its adequate objectivity, the ideas through all its grades, in which it is affected and its nature unfolded in so many ways, first by causes, then by stimuli, and finally by motives. And now art ends with the representation of the free self-suppression of will, by means of the great peace which it gains from the perfect knowledge of its own nature. End of Book 3, Section 48. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, Section 49, of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 1, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3. The World as Idea, Second Aspect. The Idea independent of the principle of sufficient reason, the Platonic Idea, the object of art. Section 49. The truth which lies at the foundation of all that we have hitherto said about art is that the object of art, the representation of which is the aim of the artist, and the knowledge of which must therefore precede his work as its germ and source, is an idea in Plato's sense, and never anything else; not the particular thing, the object of common apprehension, and not the concept, the object of rational thought and of science. Although the idea and the concept have something in common, because both represent as unity a multiplicity of real things, yet the great difference between them has no doubt been made clear and evident enough by what we have said about concepts in the first book, and about ideas in this book. I by no means wish to assert, however, that Plato really distinctly comprehended this difference. Indeed, many of his examples of ideas, and his discussions of them, are applicable only to concepts. Meanwhile we leave this question alone and go on our own way, glad when we come upon traces of any great and noble mind, yet not following his footsteps, but our own aim. The concept is abstract, discursive, undetermined within its own sphere, only determined by its limits, attainable and comprehensible by him who has only reason, communicable by words without any other assistance, entirely exhausted by its definition. The idea, on the contrary, although defined as the adequate representative of the concept, is always object of perception, and although representing an infinite number of particular things, is yet thoroughly determined. It is never known by the individual as such, but only by him who has raised himself above all willing and all individuality to the pure subject of knowing. Thus it is only attainable by the man of genius, and by him who, for the most part through the assistance of the works of genius, has reached an exalted frame of mind, by increasing his power of pure knowing. It is therefore not absolutely, but only conditionally communicable, because the idea, comprehended and repeated in the work of art, appeals to every one only according to the measure of his own intellectual worth. So that just the most excellent works of every art, the noble productions of genius, must always remain sealed books to the dull majority of men, inaccessible to them, separated from them by a wide gulf, just as the society of princes is inaccessible to the common people. It is true that even the dullest of them accept on authority recognizedly great works, lest otherwise they should argue their own incompetence. But they wait in silence, always ready to express their condemnation as soon as they are allowed to hope that they may do so without being left to stand alone. And then their long restrained hatred against all that is great and beautiful, and against the authors of it, gladly relieves itself, for such things never appealed to them, and for that very reason were humiliating to them. For as a rule, a man must have worth in himself in order to recognize it and believe in it willingly and freely in others. On this rests the necessity of modesty in all merit, and the disproportionately loud praise of this virtue, which alone of all its sisters is always included in the eulogy of every one who ventures to praise any distinguished man, in order to appease and quiet the wrath of the unworthy. What then is modesty but hypocritical humility, by means of which, in a world swelling with base envy, a man seeks to obtain pardon for excellences and merits from those who have none? For whoever attributes to himself no merits because he actually has none, is not modest but merely honest. The idea is the unity that falls into multiplicity on account of the temporal and spatial form of our intuitive apprehension. The concept, on the contrary, is the unity reconstructed out of multiplicity by the abstraction of our reason. The latter may be defined as unitas post rem, the former as unitas ante rem. Finally, we may express the distinction between the idea and the concept by a comparison thus. The concept is like a dead receptacle, in which whatever has been put actually lies side by side, but out of which no more can be taken by analytical judgment than was put in by synthetical reflection. The Platonic Idea, on the other hand, develops in him who has comprehended it ideas which are new as regards the concept of the same name. It resembles a living organism, developing itself and possessed of the power of reproduction, which brings forth what was not put into it. It follows from all that has been said that the concept, useful as it is in life, and serviceable, necessary and productive as it is in science, is yet always barren and unfruitful in art. The comprehended Idea, on the contrary, is the true and only source of every work of art. In its powerful originality, it is only derived from life itself, from nature, from the world, and that only by the true genius, or by him whose momentary inspiration reaches the point of genius. Genuine and immortal works of art spring only from such direct apprehension. Just because the idea is and remains object of perception, the artist is not conscious in the abstract of the intention and aim of his work. Not a concept, but an idea floats before his mind. Therefore he can give no justification of what he does. He works, as people say, from pure feeling, and unconsciously, indeed instinctively. On the contrary, imitators, mannerists, imitatores, servum pecus, start in art from the concept. They observe what pleases and affects us in true works of art, understand it clearly, fix it in a concept, and thus abstractly, and then imitate it, openly or disguisedly, with dexterity and intentionally. They suck their nourishment like parasite plants from the works of others, and like polypi they become the colour of their food. We might carry comparison further, and say that they are like machines which mince fine and mingle together whatever is put into them, but can never digest it, so that the different constituent parts may always be found again if they are sought out and separated from the mixture. The man of genius alone resembles the organized, assimilating, transforming, and reproducing body. For he is indeed educated and cultured by his predecessors and their works, but he is really fructified only by life and the world directly, through the impression of what he perceives. Therefore the highest culture never interferes with his originality. All imitators, all mannerists, apprehend in concepts the nature of representative works of art. But concepts can never impart inner life to a work. The age, that is, the dull multitude of every time, knows only concepts and sticks to them, and therefore receives mannered works of art with ready and loud applause. But after a few years these works become insipid, because the spirit of the age, that is, the prevailing concepts, in which alone they could take root, have changed. Only true works of art, which are drawn directly from nature and life, have eternal youth and enduring power, like nature and life themselves. For they belong to no age, but to humanity, and as on that account they are coldly received by their own age, to which they disdain to link themselves closely, and because indirectly and negatively they expose the existing errors, they are slowly and unwillingly recognized. On the other hand, they cannot grow old, but appear to us ever fresh and new down to the latest ages. Then they are no longer exposed to neglect and ignorance, for they are crowned and sanctioned by the praise of the few men capable of judging, who appear singly and rarely in the course of ages, and give in their votes, whose slowly growing number constitutes the authority, which alone is the judgment seat we mean when we appeal to posterity. It is these successively appearing individuals, for the mass of posterity will always be and remain just as perverse and dull as the mass of contemporaries always was and always is. We read the complaints of great men in every century about the customs of their age. They always sound as if they referred to our own age, for the race is always the same. At every time and in every art, mannerisms have taken the place of the spirit, which was always the possession of a few individuals. But mannerisms are just the old cast‐off garments of the last manifestation of the spirit that existed and was recognized. From all this it appears that, as a rule, the praise of posterity can only be gained at the cost of the praise of one's contemporaries, and vice versa. End of Book 3, Section 49. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, Section 50. Of the World as Will and Idea, Volume 1, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3. The World as Idea, Second Aspect. The idea independent of the principle of sufficient reason, the Platonic idea, the object of art. Section 50. If the aim of all art is the communication of the comprehended idea, which through the mind of the artist appears in such a form that it is purged and isolated from all that is foreign to it, and may now be grasped by the man of weaker comprehension and no productive faculty. If, further, it is forbidden in art to start from the concept, we shall not be able to consent to the intentional and avowed employment of a work of art for the expression of a concept. This is the case in the allegory. An allegory is a work of art which means something different from what it represents. But the object of perception, and consequently also the idea, expresses itself directly and completely, and does not require the medium of something else which implies or indicates it. Thus, that which in this way is indicated and represented by something entirely different, because it cannot itself be made object of perception, is always a concept. Therefore, through the allegory, a conception has always to be signified, and consequently the mind of the beholder has to be drawn away from the expressed perceptible idea to one which is entirely different, abstract, and not perceptible, and which lies quite outside the work of art. The picture or statue is intended to accomplish here what is accomplished far more fully by a book. Now, what we hold is the end of art, representation of a perceivable, comprehensible idea, is not here the end. No great completeness in the work of art is demanded for what is aimed at here. It is only necessary that we should see what the thing is meant to be, for as soon as this has been discovered the end is reached, and the mind is now led away to quite a different kind of idea, to an abstract conception, which is the end that was in view. Allegories in plastic and pictorial art are, therefore, nothing but hieroglyphics. The artistic value which they may have as perceptible representations belongs to them not as allegories, but otherwise. That the Night of Correggio, the Genius of Fame of Hannibal Caracci, and the Hours of Poussin are very beautiful pictures is to be separated altogether from the fact that they are allegories. As allegories they do not accomplish more than a legend, indeed rather less. We are here again reminded of the distinction drawn above between the real and the nominal significance of a picture. The nominal is here the allegorical as such, for example, the Genius of Fame. The real is what is actually represented, in this case a beautiful winged youth surrounded by beautiful boys. This expresses an idea. But this real significance affects us only so long as we forget the nominal, allegorical significance. If we think of the latter, we forsake the perception, and the mind is occupied with an abstract conception. But the transition from the idea to the conception is always a fall. Indeed, that nominal significance, that allegorical intention, often injures the real significance, the perceptible truth. For example, the unnatural light in the Night of Correggio, which, though beautifully executed, has yet a merely allegorical motive, and is really impossible. If then an allegorical picture has artistic value, it is quite separate from and independent of what it accomplishes as allegory. Such a work of art serves two ends at once, the expression of a conception and the expression of an idea. Only the latter can be an end of art. The other is a foreign end, the trifling amusement of making a picture also do service as a legend, as a hieroglyphic, invented for the pleasure of those to whom the true nature of art can never appeal. It is the same thing as when a work of art is also a useful implement of some kind, in which case it also serves two ends. For example, a statue which is at the same time a candelabrum or a caryatid, or a bas-relief which is also the shield of Achilles. True lovers of art will allow neither the one nor the other. It is true that an allegorical picture may, because of this quality, produce a vivid impression upon the feelings, but when this is the case, a legend would under the same circumstances produce the same effect. For example, if the desire of fame were firmly and lastingly rooted in the heart of a man, because he regarded it as his rightful possession, which is only withheld from him so long as he has not produced the charter of his ownership, and if the Genius of Fame with his laurel crown were to appear to such a man, his whole mind would be excited, and his powers called into activity. But the same effect would be produced if he were suddenly to see the word fame in large distinct letters on the wall. Or if a man has made known a truth which is of importance either as a maxim for practical life or as insight for science, but it has not been believed. An allegorical picture representing time as it lifts the veil and discloses the naked figure of truth will affect him powerfully. But the same effect would be produced by the legend Le temps découvre la vérité, for what really produces the effect here is the abstract thought, not the object of perception. If then, in accordance with what has been said, allegory in plastic and pictorial art is a mistaken effort, serving an end which is entirely foreign to art, it becomes quite unbearable when it leads so far astray that the representation of forced and violently introduced subtleties degenerates into absurdity. Such, for example, is a tortoise, to represent feminine seclusion, the downward glance of Nemesis into the drapery of her bosom, signifying that she can see into what is hidden, the explanation of Bellori that Hannibal Carracci represents voluptuousness clothed in a yellow robe, because he wishes to indicate that her lovers soon fade and become yellow as straw. If there is absolutely no connection between the representation and the conception signified by it, founded on subsumption under the concept or association of ideas, but the signs and the things signified are combined in a purely conventional manner by positive, accidentally introduced laws, then I call this degenerate kind of allegory symbolism. Thus, the rose is the symbol of secrecy, the laurel is the symbol of fame, the palm is the symbol of peace, the scallop shell is the symbol of pilgrimage, the cross is the symbol of the Christian religion. To this class also belongs all significance of mere color, as yellow is the color of falseness, and blue is the color of fidelity. Such symbols may often be of use in life, but their value is foreign to art. They are simply to be regarded as hieroglyphics, or like Chinese word writing, and really belong to the same class as armorial bearings, the bush that indicates a public house, the key of the chamberlain, or the leather of the mountaineer. If, finally, certain historical or mythical persons, or personified conceptions, are represented by certain fixed symbols, these are properly called emblems. Such are the beasts of the evangelists, the owl of Minerva, the apple of Paris, the anchor of hope, etc. For the most part, however, we understand by emblems those simple allegorical representations explained by a motto, which are meant to express a moral truth, and of which large collections have been made by J. Camerarius, Alciatus, and others. They form the transition to poetical allegory, of which we shall have more to say later. Greek sculpture devotes itself to the perception, and therefore it is æsthetical. Indian sculpture devotes itself to the conception, and therefore it is merely symbolical. This conclusion in regard to allegory, which is founded on our consideration of the nature of art, and quite consistent with it, is directly opposed to the opinion of Winckelmann, who, far from explaining allegory, as we do, as something quite foreign to the end of art, and often interfering with it, always speaks in favour of it, and indeed places the highest aim of art in the representation of universal conceptions and non-sensuous things. We leave it to every one to adhere to whichever view he pleases. Only the truth became very clear to me from these and similar views of Winckelmann, connected with his peculiar metaphysic of the beautiful, that one may have the greatest susceptibility for artistic beauty, and the soundest judgment in regard to it, without being able to give an abstract and strictly philosophical justification of the nature of the beautiful, just as one may be very noble and virtuous, and may have a tender conscience, which decides with perfect accuracy in particular cases, without on that account being in a position to investigate and explain in the abstract the ethical significance of action. Allegory has an entirely different relation to poetry from that which it has to plastic and pictorial art, and although it is to be rejected in the latter, it is not only permissible, but very serviceable to the former. For in plastic and pictorial art it leads away from what is perceptibly given, the proper object of all art, to abstract thoughts. But in poetry the relation is reversed. For here what is directly given in words is the concept, and the first aim is to lead from this to the object of perception, the representation of which must be undertaken by the imagination of the hearer. If in plastic and pictorial art we are led from what is immediately given to something else, this must always be a conception, because here only the abstract cannot be given directly. But a conception must never be the source, and its communication must never be the end of a work of art. In poetry, on the contrary, the conception is the material, the immediately given, and therefore we may very well leave it, in order to call up perceptions which are quite different, and in which the end is reached. Many a conception or abstract thought may be quite indispensable to the connection of a poem, which is yet in itself and directly quite incapable of being perceived, and then it is often made perceptible by means of some example which is subsumed under it. This takes place in every trope, every metaphor, simile, parable, and allegory, all of which differ only in the length and completeness of their expression. Therefore, in the arts which employ language as their medium, similes and allegories are of striking effect. How beautifully Cervantes says of sleep, in order to express the fact that it frees us from all spiritual and bodily suffering, "It is a mantle that covers all mankind." How beautifully Kleist expresses allegorically the thought that philosophers and men of science enlighten mankind in the line, "Those whose midnight lamp lights the world." How strongly and sensuously Homer describes the harmful Ate when he says she has tender feet, for she walks not on the hard earth, but treads on the heads of men. How forcibly we are struck by Menenius Agrippa's fable of the belly and the limbs, addressed to the people of Rome when they seceded. How beautifully Plato's figure of the cave, at the beginning of the 7th book of the Republic, to which we have already referred, expresses a very abstract philosophical dogma. The fable of Persephone is also to be regarded as a deeply significant allegory of philosophical tendency, for she became subject to the nether world by tasting a pomegranate. This becomes peculiarly enlightening from Goethe's treatment of the fable as an episode in the Triumph der Empfindsamkeit, which is beyond all praise. 3 detailed allegorical works are known to me. One, open and avowed, is the incomparable Kritikon of Balthazar Gracian. It consists of a great rich web of connected and highly ingenious allegories, that serve here as the fair clothing of moral truths, to which he thus imparts the most perceptible form, and astonishes us by the richness of his invention. The 2 others are concealed allegories, Don Quixote and Gulliver's Travels. The first is an allegory of the life of every man, who will not, like others, be careful merely for his own welfare, but follows some objective, ideal end, which has taken possession of his thoughts and will, and certainly in this world he has then a strange appearance. In the case of Gulliver we have only to take everything physical as spiritual or intellectual, in order to see what the satirical rogue, as Hamlet would call him, meant by it. Such, then, in the poetical allegory, the conception is always the given, which it tries to make perceptible by means of a picture. It may sometimes be expressed or assisted by a painted picture. Such a picture will not be regarded as a work of art, but only as a significant symbol, and it makes no claim to pictorial, but only to poetical worth. Such is that beautiful allegorical vignette of Lavater's, which must be so heartening to every defender of truth. A hand holding a light is stung by a wasp, while gnats are burning themselves in the flame above. Underneath is the motto, "And although it singes the wings of the gnats, destroys their heads and all their little brains, light is still light. And although I am stung by the angriest wasp, I will not let it go." To this class also belongs the gravestone with the burnt out, smoking candle, and the inscription, "When it is out, it becomes clear whether the candle was tallow or wax." Finally, of this kind is an old German genealogical tree, in which the last representative of a very ancient family thus expresses his determination to live his life to the end in abstinence and perfect chastity, and therefore to let his race die out. He represents himself at the root of the high branching tree, cutting it over himself with shears. In general, all those symbols referred to above, commonly called emblems, which might also be defined as short painted fables with obvious morals, belong to this class. Allegories of this kind are always to be regarded as belonging to poetry, not to painting, and as justified thereby. Moreover, the pictorial execution is here always a matter of secondary importance, and no more is demanded of it than that it shall represent the thing so that we can recognize it. But in poetry, as in plastic art, the allegory passes into the symbol if there is merely an arbitrary connection between what it presented to perception and the abstract significance of it. For as all symbolism rests at bottom on an agreement, the symbol has this among other disadvantages, that in time its meaning is forgotten, and then it is dumb. Who would guess why the fish is a symbol of Christianity if he did not know? Only a Champollion, for it is entirely a phonetic hieroglyphic. Therefore, as a poetical allegory, the Revelation of John stands much in the same position as the release with Magnus Deus Sol Mithra, which are still constantly being explained. End of Book 3, Section 50. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, Section 51, of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 1, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, The World as Idea, Second Aspect. The idea independent of the principle of sufficient reason, the Platonic idea, the object of art. Section 51. If now, with the exposition which has been given of art in general, we turn from plastic and pictorial art to poetry, we shall have no doubt that its aim also is the revelation of the Ideas, the grades of the objectification of will, and the communication of them to the hearer with the distinctness and vividness with which the poetical sense comprehends them. Ideas are essentially perceptible. If, therefore, in poetry only abstract conceptions are directly communicated through words, it is yet clearly the intention to make the hearer perceive the Ideas of life in the representatives of these conceptions, and this can only take place through the assistance of his own imagination. But in order to set the imagination to work for the accomplishment of this end, the abstract conceptions, which are the immediate material of poetry as of dry prose, must be so arranged that their spheres intersect each other in such a way that none of them can remain in its abstract universality. But, instead of it, a perceptible representative appears to the imagination. And this is always further modified by the words of the poet according to what his intention may be. As the chemist obtains solid precipitates by combining perfectly clear and transparent fluids, the poet understands how to precipitate, as it were, the concrete, the individual, the perceptible idea out of the abstract and transparent universality of the concepts, by the manner in which he combines them. For the idea can only be known by perception, and knowledge of the idea is the end of art. The skill of a master, in poetry as in chemistry, enables us always to obtain the precise precipitate we intended. This end is assisted by the numerous epithets in poetry, by means of which the universality of every concept is narrowed more and more till we reach the perceptible. Homer attaches to almost every substantive an adjective, whose concept intersects and considerably diminishes the sphere of the concept of the substantive, which is thus brought so much the nearer to perception. For example, accidit vero in oceanum splendidum lumen solis, tragens noctem nigram super almam terram, and where gentle winds from the blue heavens sigh, there stand the myrtles still, the laurel high, calls up before the imagination by means of a few concepts the whole delight of a southern clime. Rhythm and rhyme are quite peculiar aids to poetry. I can give no other explanation of their incredibly powerful effect than that our faculties of perception have received from time, to which they are essentially bound, some quality on account of which we inwardly follow and, as it were, consent to each regularly recurring sound. In this way rhythm and rhyme are partly a means of holding our attention, because we willingly follow the poem read, and partly they produce in us a blind consent to what is read prior to any judgment, and this gives the poem a certain emphatic power of convincing independent of all reasons. From the general nature of the material, that is, the concepts, which poetry uses to communicate the Ideas, the extent of its province is very great. The whole of nature, the Ideas of all grades, can be represented by means of it, for it proceeds according to the idea it has to impart, so that its representations are sometimes descriptive, sometimes narrative, and sometimes directly dramatic. If, in the representation of the lower grades of the objectivity of will, plastic and pictorial art generally surpass it, because lifeless nature, and even brute nature, reveals almost its whole being in a single well‐chosen moment, man, on the contrary, so far as he does not express himself by the mere form and expression of his person, but through a series of actions and the accompanying thoughts and emotions, is the principal object of poetry, in which no other art can compete with it, for here the progress or movement which cannot be represented in plastic or pictorial art just suits its purpose. The revelation of the Idea, which is the highest grade of the objectivity of will, the representation of man in the connected series of his efforts and actions, is thus the great problem of poetry. It is true that both experience and history teach us to know man, yet oftener men than man, that is, they give us empirical notes of the behaviour of men to each other, from which we may frame rules for our own conduct, oftener than they afford us deep glimpses of the inner nature of man. The latter function, however, is by no means entirely denied them. But as often as it is the nature of mankind itself that discloses itself to us in history or in our own experience, we have comprehended our experience, and the historian has comprehended history with artistic eyes, poetically, that is, according to the Idea, not the phenomenon in its inner nature, not in its relations. Our own experience is the indispensable condition of understanding poetry as of understanding history, for it is, so to speak, the dictionary of the language that both speak. But history is related to poetry as portrait painting is related to historical painting. The one gives us the true in the individual, the other the true in the universal. The one has the truth of the phenomenon, and can therefore verify it from the phenomenal; the other has the truth of the Idea, which can be found in no particular phenomenon, but yet speaks to us from them all. The poet from deliberate choice represents significant characters in significant situations. The historian takes both as they come. Indeed, he must regard and select the circumstances and the persons, not with reference to their inward and true significance, which expresses the Idea, but according to the outward, apparent, and relatively important significance with regard to the connection and the consequences. He must consider nothing in and for itself, in its essential character and expression, but must look at everything in its relations, in its connection, in its influence upon what follows, and especially upon its own age. Therefore he will not overlook an action of a king, though of little significance, and in itself quite common because it has results and influence; and, on the other hand, actions of the highest significance of particular and very eminent individuals are not to be recorded by him if they have no consequences. For his treatment follows the principle of sufficient reason, and apprehends the phenomenon of which this principle is the form. But the poet comprehends the Idea, the inner nature of man apart from all relations, outside all time, the adequate objectivity of the thing in itself at its highest grade. Even in that method of treatment which is necessary for the historian, the inner nature and significance of the phenomena, the kernel of all these shells, can never be entirely lost. He who seeks for it, at any rate, may find it and recognise it. Yet that which is significant in itself, not in its relations, the real unfolding of the Idea, will be found far more accurately and distinctly in poetry than in history. And therefore, however paradoxical it may sound, far more really genuine inner truth is to be attributed to poetry than to history. For the historian must accurately follow the particular event according to life, as it develops itself in time in the manifold tangled chains of causes and effects. It is, however, impossible that he can have all the data for this. He cannot have seen all and discovered all. He is forsaken at every moment by the original of his picture, or a false one substitutes itself for it, and this so constantly that I think I may assume that in all history the false outweighs the true. The poet, on the contrary, has comprehended the Idea of man from some definite side which is to be represented. Thus it is the nature of his own self that objectifies itself in it for him. His knowledge, as we explained above when speaking of sculpture, is half a priori. His ideal stands before his mind, firm, distinct, brightly illuminated, and cannot forsake him. Therefore he shows us in the mirror of his mind the Idea pure and distinct, and his delineation of it down to the minutest particular is true as life itself. The great ancient historians are therefore, in those particulars in which their data fail them, for example in the speeches of their heroes, poets. Indeed, their whole manner of handling their material approaches to the epic. But this gives their representations unity, and enables them to retain inner truth, even when outward truth was not accessible, or indeed was falsified. And as we compared history to portrait painting, in contradistinction to poetry, which corresponds to historical painting, we find that Winckelmann's maxim that the portrait ought to be the ideal of the individual was followed by the ancient historians. For they represent the individual in such a way as to bring out that side of the Idea of man which is expressed in it. Modern historians, on the contrary, with few exceptions, give us in general only a dust‐bin and a lumber‐room, and at the most a chronicle of the principal political events. Therefore, whoever desires to know man in his inner nature, identical in all its phenomena and developments, to know him according to the Idea, will find that the works of the great immortal poet present a far truer, more distinct picture than the historians can ever give. For even the best of the historians are, as poets, far from the first, and moreover their hands are tied. In this aspect the relation between the historian and the poet may be illustrated by the following comparison. The mere pure historian, who works only according to data, is like a man who, without any knowledge of mathematics, has investigated the relations of certain figures, which he has accidentally found, by measuring them; and the problem thus empirically solved is affected, of course, by all the errors of the drawn figure. The poet, on the other hand, is like the mathematician, who constructs these relations a priori in pure perception, and expresses them not as they actually are in the drawn figure, but as they are in the Idea, which the drawing is intended to render for the senses. Therefore Schiller says, "What has never anywhere come to pass, that alone never grows old." Indeed, I must attribute greater value to biographies, and especially to autobiographies, in relation to the knowledge of the nature of man, than to history proper, at least as it is commonly handled. Partly because in the former the data can be collected more accurately and completely than in the latter. Partly because in history proper it is not so much men as nations and heroes that act, and the individuals who do appear seem so far off, surrounded with such pomp and circumstance, clothed in the stiff robes of state or heavy, inflexible armor, that it is really hard through all this to recognize the human movements. On the other hand, the life of the individual when described with truth in a narrow sphere shows the conduct of men in all its forms and subtleties, the excellence, the virtue, and even holiness of a few, the perversity, meanness, and knavery of most, the dissolute profligacy of some. Besides, in the only aspect we are considering here, that of the inner significance of the phenomenal, it is quite the same whether the objects with which the action is concerned are, relatively considered, trifling or important, farmhouses or kingdoms; for all these things in themselves are without significance, and obtain it only in so far as the will is moved by them. The motive has significance only through its relation to the will, while the relation which it has as a thing to other things like itself does not concern us here. As a circle of 1 inch in diameter and a circle of 40,000,000 miles in diameter have precisely the same geometrical properties, so are the events and the history of a village and a kingdom essentially the same, and we may study and learn to know mankind as well in the one as in the other. It is also a mistake to suppose that autobiographies are full of deceit and dissimulation. On the contrary, lying, though always possible, is perhaps more difficult there than elsewhere. Dissimulation is easiest in mere conversation; indeed, though it may sound paradoxical, it is really more difficult even in a letter. For in the case of a letter the writer is alone and looks into himself, and not out on the world, so that what is strange and distant does not easily approach him. And he is not the test of the impression made upon another before his eyes. But the receiver of the letter peruses it quietly in a mood unknown to the writer, reads it repeatedly and at different times, and thus easily finds out the concealed intention. We also get to know an author as a man most easily from his books, because all these circumstances act here still more strongly and permanently. And in an autobiography it is so difficult to dissimulate that perhaps there does not exist a single one that is not as a whole more true than any history that ever was written. The man who writes his own life surveys it as a whole. The particular becomes small, the near becomes distant, the distant becomes near again, the motives that influenced him shrink. He seats himself at the confessional, and has done so of his own free will. The spirit of lying does not so easily take hold of him here, for there is also in every man an inclination to truth which has first to be overcome whenever he lies, and which here has taken up a specially strong position. The relation between biography and the history of nations may be made clear for perception by means of the following comparison. History shows us mankind as a view from a high mountain shows us nature. We see much at a time, wide stretches, great masses, but nothing is distinct nor recognizable in all the details of its own peculiar nature. On the other hand, the representation of the life of the individual shows us the man, as we see nature if we go about among her trees, plants, rocks, and waters. But in landscape painting, in which the artist lets us look at nature with his eyes, the knowledge of the Ideas and the condition of pure will-less knowing, which is demanded by these, is made much easier for us. And in the same way poetry is far superior both to history and biography in the representation of the Ideas which may be looked for in all three. For here also genius holds up to us the magic glass, in which all that is essential and significant appears before us, collected and placed in the clearest light, and what is accidental and foreign is left out. The representation of the Idea of man, which is the work of the poet, may be performed, so that what is represented is also the representer. This is the case in lyrical poetry, in songs, properly so called, in which the poet only perceives vividly his own state and describes it. Thus, a certain subjectivity is essential to this kind of poetry from the nature of its object. Again, what is to be represented may be entirely different from him who represents it, as is the case in all other kinds of poetry, in which the poet more or less conceals himself behind his representation, and at last disappears altogether. In the ballad, the poet still expresses to some extent his own state through the tone and proportion of the whole. Therefore, though much more objective than the lyric, it has yet something subjective. This becomes less in the idyll, still less in the romantic poem, almost entirely disappears in the true epic, and even to the last vestige in the drama, which is the most objective, and in more than one respect the completest and most difficult form of poetry. The lyrical form of poetry is consequently the easiest, and although art as a whole belongs only to the true men of genius, who so rarely appears even as a man who is not in general very remarkable may produce a beautiful song, if by actual strong excitement from without some inspiration raises his mental powers. For all that is required for this is a lively perception of his own state at a moment of emotional excitement. This is proved by the existence of many single songs by individuals who have otherwise remained unknown, especially the German national songs, of which we have an exquisite collection in the Wunderhorn, and also by innumerable love songs and other songs of the people in all languages. For to seize the mood of a moment and embody it in a song is the whole achievement of this kind of poetry. Yet in the lyrics of true poets, the inner nature of all mankind is reflected, and all that millions of past, present, and future men have found or will find in the same situations, which are constantly recurring, finds its exact expression in them. And because these situations, by constant recurrence, are permanent as man himself, and always call up the same sensations, the lyrical productions of genuine poets remain through thousands of years true, powerful, and fresh. But if the poet is always the universal man, then all that has ever moved a human heart, all that human nature in any situation has ever produced from itself, all that dwells and broods in any human breast, is his theme and his material, and also all the rest of nature. Therefore the poet may just as well sing of voluptuousness as of mysticism, be Anacreon or Angelus Silesius, write tragedies or comedies, represent the sublime or the common mind, according to humor or vocation. And no one has the right to prescribe to the poet what he ought to be, noble and sublime, moral, pious, Christian, one thing or another, still less to reproach him because he is one thing and not another. He is the mirror of mankind, and brings to its consciousness what it feels and does. If we now consider more closely the nature of the lyric proper, and select as examples exquisite and pure models, not those that approach in any way to some other form of poetry, such as the ballad, the elegy, the hymn, the epigram, etc., we shall find that the peculiar nature of the lyric, in the narrowest sense, is this: it is the subject of will, that is, his own volition, which the consciousness of the singer feels, often as a released and satisfied desire, joy, but still oftener as a restricted desire, grief, always as an emotion, a passion, a moved frame of mind. Besides this, however, and along with it, by the sight of surrounding nature, the singer becomes conscious of himself as the subject of pure will-less knowing, whose unbroken blissful peace now appears in contrast to the stress of desire, which is always restricted and always needy. The feeling of this contrast, this alternation, is really what the lyric as a whole expresses, and what principally constitutes the lyrical state of mind. In it pure knowing comes to us, as it were, to deliver us from desire and its stain. We follow, but only for an instant. Desire, the remembrance of our own personal ends, tears us anew from peaceful contemplation. Yet ever again the next beautiful surrounding in which the pure will-less knowledge presents itself to us allures us away from desire. Therefore, in the lyric and the lyrical mood, desire, the personal interest of the ends, and pure perception of the surrounding presented are wonderfully mingled with each other. Connections between them are sought for and imagined, the subjective disposition, the affection of the will, imparts its own hue to the perceived surrounding, and conversely, the surroundings communicate the reflex of their colour to the will. The true lyric is the expression of the whole of this mingled and divided state of mind. In order to make clear by examples this abstract analysis of a frame of mind, that is very far from all abstraction, any of the immortal songs of Goethe might be taken. As specially adapted for this end, I shall recommend only a few: The Shepherd's Lament, Welcome and Farewell, To the Moon, On the Lake, Autumn. Also the songs in the Wunderhorn are excellent examples, particularly the one which begins, "O Bremen, I must now leave thee." As a comical and happy parody of the lyrical character, a song of Voss strikes me as remarkable. It describes the feeling of a drunk plumber falling from a tower, who observes in passing that the clock on the tower is at 11:30, a remark which is quite foreign to his condition, and thus belongs to knowledge free from will. Whoever accepts the view that has been expressed of the lyrical frame of mind will also allow that it is the sensuous and poetical knowledge of the principle which I established in my essay on the principle of sufficient reason, and have also referred to in this work, that the identity of the subject of knowing with that of willing may be called the miracle, κατ' εξοχην, so that the poetical effect of the lyric rests finally on the truth of that principle. In the course of life these two subjects, or, in popular language, head and heart, are ever becoming further apart. Men are always separating more between their subjective feeling and their objective knowledge. In the child the two are still entirely blended together. It scarcely knows how to distinguish itself from its surroundings; it is at one with them. In the young man all perception chiefly affects feeling and mood, and even mingles with it, as Byron very beautifully expresses, "I live not in myself, but I become portion of that around me, and to me high mountains are a feeling." This is why the youth clings so closely to the perceptible and outward side of things. This is why he is only fit for lyrical poetry, and only the full-grown man is capable of the drama. The old man we can think of as at the most an epic poet, like Ossian and Homer, for narration is characteristic of old age. In the more objective kinds of poetry, especially in the romance, the epic, and the drama, the end, the revelation of the Idea of man, is principally attained by two means: by true and profound representation of significant characters, and by the invention of pregnant situations in which they disclose themselves. For as it is incumbent upon the chemist not only to exhibit the simple elements, pure and genuine, and their principal compounds, but also to expose them to the influence of such reagents as will clearly and strikingly bring out their peculiar qualities, so is it incumbent on the poet not only to present to us significant characters truly and faithfully as nature itself, but, in order that we may get to know them, he must place them in those situations in which their peculiar qualities will fully unfold themselves, and appear distinctly in sharp outline, situations which are therefore called significant. In real life and in history, situations of this kind are rarely brought about by chance, and they stand alone, lost and concealed in the multitude of those which are insignificant. The complete significance of the situations ought to distinguish the romance, the epic, and the drama from real life, as completely as the arrangement and selection of significant characters. In both, however, absolute truth is a necessary condition of their effect, and want of unity in the characters, contradiction either of themselves or of the nature of humanity in general, as well as impossibility or very great improbability in the events, even in mere accessories offend, just as much in poetry as badly drawn figures, false perspective, or wrong lighting in painting. For both in poetry and painting we demand the faithful mirror of life, of man, of the world, only made more clear by the representation, and more significant by the arrangement. For there is only one end of all the arts, the representation of the Ideas, and their essential difference lies simply in the different grades of the objectification of will to which the Ideas that are to be represented belong. This also determines the material of the representation. Thus, the arts which are most widely separated may yet throw light on each other. For example, in order to comprehend fully the Ideas of water, it is not sufficient to see it in the quiet pond or in the evenly flowing stream. But these Ideas disclose themselves fully only when the water appears under all circumstances and exposed to all kinds of obstacles. The effects of the varied circumstances and obstacles give it the opportunity of fully exhibiting all its qualities. This is why we find it beautiful when it tumbles, rushes and foams, or leaps into the air, or falls in a cataract of spray; or lastly, if artificially confined, it springs up in a fountain. Thus showing itself different under different circumstances, it yet always faithfully asserts its character. It is just as natural to it to spout up as to lie in glassy stillness. It is as ready for the one as for the other, as soon as the circumstances appear. Now, what the engineer achieves with the fluid matter of water, the architect achieves with the rigid matter of stone; and just this the epic or dramatic poet achieves with the Idea of man. Unfolding and rendering distinct the Idea expressing itself in the object of every art, the Idea of the will, which objectifies itself at each grade, is the common end of all the arts. The life of man, as it shows itself for the most part in the real world, is like the water, as it is generally seen in the pond and the river. But in the epic, the romance, the tragedy, selected characters are placed in those circumstances in which all their special qualities unfold themselves, the depths of the human heart are revealed and become visible in extraordinary and very significant actions. Thus poetry objectifies the Idea of man, an Idea which has the peculiarity of expressing itself in highly individual characters. Tragedy is to be regarded, and is recognised as the summit of poetical art, both on account of the greatness of its effect and the difficulty of its achievement. It is very significant for our whole system, and well worthy of observation, that the end of this highest poetical achievement is the representation of the terrible side of life. The unspeakable pain, the wail of humanity, the triumph of evil, the scornful mastery of chance, and the irretrievable fall of the just and innocent, is here presented to us. And in this lies a significant hint of the nature of the world and of existence. It is the strife of will with itself, which here, completely unfolded at the highest grade of its objectivity, comes into fearful prominence. It becomes visible in the suffering of men, which is now introduced, partly through chance and error, which appear as the rulers of the world, personified as fate, on account of their insidiousness, which even reaches the appearance of design; partly it proceeds from man himself, through the self‐mortifying efforts of a few, through the wickedness and perversity of most. It is one and the same will that lives and appears in them all, but whose phenomena fight against each other and destroy each other. In one individual it appears powerfully, in another more weakly; in one more subject to reason, and softened by the light of knowledge, in another less so, till at last in some single case this knowledge, purified and heightened by suffering itself, reaches the point at which the phenomenon, the veil of Maya, no longer deceives it. It sees through the form of the phenomenon, the principium individuationis. The egoism which rests on this perishes with it, so that now the motives, that were so powerful before, have lost their might, and instead of them the complete knowledge of the nature of the world, which has a quieting effect on the will, produces resignation, the surrender not merely of life, but of the very will to live. Thus we see in tragedies the noblest men, after long conflict and suffering, at last renounce the ends they have so keenly followed, and all the pleasures of life forever, or else freely and joyfully surrender life itself. So is it with the steadfast Prince of Calderon, with Gretchen in Faust, with Hamlet, whom his friend Horatio would willingly follow, but is bade remain a while, and in this harsh world draw his breath in pain, to tell the story of Hamlet and clear his memory. So also is it with the Maid of Orleans, the Bride of Messina. They all die purified by suffering, that is, after the will to live, which was formerly in them, is dead. In the Mohammed of Voltaire this is actually expressed in the concluding words which the dying Palmyra addresses to Mohammed: "The world is for tyrants, live." On the other hand, the demand for so‐called poetical justice rests on entire misconception of the nature of tragedy, and indeed of the nature of the world itself. It boldly appears in all its dullness in the criticisms which Dr. Samuel Johnson made on particular plays of Shakespeare, for he very naively laments its entire absence. And its absence is certainly obvious, for in what has Ophelia, Desdemona, or Cordelia offended? But only the dull, optimistic, Protestant, rationalistic, or peculiarly Jewish view of life will make the demand for poetical justice, and find satisfaction in it. The true sense of tragedy is the deeper insight, that it is not his own individual sins that the hero atones for, but original sin, that is, the crime of existence itself. For the greatest crime of man is that he was born, as Calderon exactly expresses it. I shall allow myself only one remark, more closely concerning the treatment of tragedy. The representation of a great misfortune is alone essential to tragedy. But the many different ways in which this is introduced by the poet may be brought under three specific conceptions. It may happen by means of a character of extraordinary wickedness, touching the utmost limits of possibility, who becomes the author of the misfortune. Examples of this kind are Richard III., Iago in Othello, Shylock in The Merchant of Venice, Franz Moor, Phaedra of Euripides, Creon in the Antigone, etc., etc. Secondly, it may happen through blind fate, that is, chance and error. A true pattern of this kind is the Oedipus Rex of Sophocles, the Trachiniae also, and in general most of the tragedies of the ancients belong to this class. Among modern tragedies, Romeo and Juliet, Tancred by Voltaire, and The Bride of Messina are examples. Lastly, the misfortune may be brought about by the mere position of the dramatis personae with regard to each other, through their relations, so that there is no need either for a tremendous error or an unheard of accident, nor yet for a character whose wickedness reaches the limits of human possibility. But characters of ordinary morality, under circumstances such as often occur, are so situated with regard to each other that their position compels them, knowingly and with their eyes open, to do each other the greatest injury, without any one of them being entirely in the wrong. This last kind of tragedy seems to me far to surpass the other two, for it shows us the greatest misfortune not as an exception, not as something occasioned by rare circumstances or monstrous characters, but as arising easily and of itself out of the actions and characters of men, indeed almost as essential to them, and thus brings it terribly near to us. In the other two kinds we may look on the prodigious fate and the horrible wickedness as terrible powers which certainly threaten us, but only from afar, which we may very well escape without taking refuge in renunciation. But in the last kind of tragedy we see that those powers which destroy happiness and life are such that their path to us also is open at every moment. We see the greatest sufferings brought about by entanglements that our fate might also partake of, and through actions that perhaps we also are capable of performing, and so could not complain of injustice. Then, shuddering, we feel ourselves already in the midst of hell. This last kind of tragedy is also the most difficult of achievement, for the greatest effect has to be produced in it with the least use of means and causes of movement, merely through the position and distribution of the characters. Therefore even in many of the best tragedies this difficulty is evaded. Yet one tragedy may be referred to as a perfect model of this kind, a tragedy which in other respects is far surpassed by more than one work of the same great master. It is Clavigo. Hamlet belongs to a certain extent to this class as far as the relation of Hamlet to Laertes and Ophelia is concerned. Wallenstein has also this excellence. Faust belongs entirely to this class if we regard the events connected with Gretchen and her brother as the principal action. Also the Cid of Corneille, only that it lacks the tragic conclusion, while on the contrary the analogous relation of Max to Thecla has it. End of Book 3, Section 51. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3, Section 52. Of the World as Will and Idea, Volume 1, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 3. The World as Idea, Second Aspect. The idea independent of the principle of sufficient reason, the Platonic idea, the object of art. Section 52. Now that we have considered all the fine arts in the general way that is suitable to our point of view, beginning with architecture, the peculiar end of which is to elucidate the objectification of will at the lowest grades of its visibility, in which it shows itself as the dumb, unconscious tendency of the mass in accordance with laws, and yet already reveals a breach of the unity of will with itself in a conflict between gravity and rigidity, and ending with the consideration of tragedy, which presents to us at the highest grades of the objectification of will this very conflict with itself in terrible magnitude and distinctness. We find that there is still another fine art which has been excluded from our consideration, and had to be excluded, for in the systematic connection of our exposition there was no fitting place for it. I mean music. It stands alone, quite cut off from all the other arts. In it we do not recognize the copy or repetition of any idea of existence in the world. Yet it is such a great and exceedingly noble art, its effect on the inmost nature of man is so powerful, and it is so entirely and deeply understood by him in his inmost consciousness as a perfectly universal language, the distinctness of which surpasses even that of the perceptible world itself, that we certainly have more to look for in it than an exercitum arithmeticae occultum nescientis se numerare animi, which Leibniz called it. Yet he was perfectly right, as he considered only its immediate external significance, its form. But if it were nothing more, the satisfaction which it affords would be like that which we feel when a sum in arithmetic comes out right, and could not be that intense pleasure with which we see the deepest recesses of our nature find utterance. From our standpoint, therefore, at which the æsthetic effect is the criterion, we must attribute to music a far more serious and deep significance connected with the inmost nature of the world and our own self, and in reference to which the arithmetical proportions to which it may be reduced are related not as the thing signified, but merely as the sign. That in some sense music must be related to the world as the representation to the thing represented, as the copy to the original, we may conclude from the analogy of the other arts, all of which possess this character and affect us on the whole in the same way as it does, only that the effect of music is stronger, quicker, more necessary, and infallible. Further, its representative relation to the world must be very deep, absolutely true, and strikingly accurate, because it is instantly understood by every one, and has the appearance of a certain infallibility, because its form may be reduced to perfectly definite rules expressed in numbers, from which it cannot free itself without entirely ceasing to be music. Yet the point of comparison between music and the world, the respect in which it stands to the world in the relation of a copy or repetition, is very obscure. Men have practiced music in all ages without being able to account for this. Content to understand it directly, they renounce all claim to an abstract conception of this direct understanding itself. I gave my mind entirely up to the impression of music in all its forms, and then returned to reflection and the system of thought expressed in the present work. And thus I arrived at an explanation of the inner nature of music and of the nature of its imitative relation to the world, which from analogy had necessarily to be presupposed. An explanation which is quite sufficient for myself and satisfactory to my investigation, and which will doubtless be equally evident to any one who has followed me thus far and has agreed with my view of the world. Yet I recognize the fact that it is essentially impossible to prove this explanation, for it assumes and establishes a relation of music as idea to that which from its nature can never be idea, and music will have to be regarded as the copy of an original which can never itself be directly presented as idea. I can therefore do no more than state here, at the conclusion of this third book, which has been principally devoted to the consideration of the arts, the explanation of the marvellous art of music which satisfies myself, and I must leave the acceptance or denial of my view to the effect produced upon each of my readers both by music itself and by the whole system of thought communicated in this work. Moreover, I regard it as necessary, in order to be able to assent with full conviction to the exposition of the significance of music I am about to give, that one should often listen to music with constant reflection upon my theory concerning it, and for this again it is necessary to be very familiar with the whole of my system of thought. The Platonic Ideas are the adequate objectification of will. To excite or suggest the knowledge of these, by means of the representation of particular things, for works of art themselves are always representations of particular things, is the end of all the other arts, which can only be attained by a corresponding change in the knowing subject. Thus all these arts objectify the will indirectly only by means of the Ideas. And since our world is nothing but the manifestation of the Ideas in multiplicity, through their entrance into the principium individuationis, the form of the knowledge possible for the individual as such, music also, since it passes over the Ideas, is entirely independent of the phenomenal world, ignores it altogether, could to a certain extent exist if there was no world at all, which cannot be said of the other arts. Music is as direct an objectification and copy of the whole will as the world itself, nay, even as the Ideas, whose multiplied manifestation constitutes the world of individual things. Music is thus by no means like the other arts, the copy of the Ideas, but the copy of the will itself, whose objectivity the Ideas are. This is why the effect of music is so much more powerful and penetrating than that of the other arts, for they speak only of shadows, but it speaks of the thing itself. Since, however, it is the same will which objectifies itself both in the Ideas and in music, though in quite different ways, there must be not indeed a direct likeness, but yet a parallel, an analogy between music and the Ideas whose manifestation in multiplicity and incompleteness is the visible world. The establishing of this analogy will facilitate, as an illustration, the understanding of this exposition, which is so difficult on account of the obscurity of the subject. I recognize in the deepest tones of harmony, in the bass, the lowest grades of the objectification of will, unorganized nature, the mass of the planet. It is well known that all the high notes which are easily sounded, and die away more quickly, are produced by the vibration in their vicinity of the deep bass notes. When also the low notes sound, the high notes always sound faintly, and it is a law of harmony that only those high notes may accompany a bass note which actually already sound along with it of themselves, its sons harmoniques, on account of its vibration. This is analogous to the fact that the whole of the bodies and organizations of nature must be regarded as having come into existence through gradual development out of the mass of the planet. This is both their supporter and their source, and the same relation subsists between the high notes and the bass. There is a limit of depth, below which no sound is audible. This corresponds to the fact that no matter can be perceived without form and quality, that is, without the manifestation of a force which cannot be further explained, in which an idea expresses itself, and, more generally, that no matter can be entirely without will. Thus, as a certain pitch is inseparable from the note as such, so a certain grade of the manifestation of will is inseparable from matter. Bass is thus for us. In harmony what unorganized nature, the crudest mass upon which all rests, and from which everything originates and develops, is in the world. Now further, in the whole of the complemental parts which make up the harmony between the bass and the leading voice singing the melody, I recognize the whole gradation of the Ideas in which the will objectifies itself. Those nearer to the bass are the lower of these grades, the still unorganized but yet manifold phenomenal things. The higher represent to me the world of plants and beasts. The definite intervals of the scale are parallel to the definite grades of the objectification of will, the definite species in nature. The departure from the arithmetical correctness of the intervals, through some temperament, or produced by the key selected, is analogous to the departure of the individual from the type of the species. Indeed, even the impure discords, which give no definite interval, may be compared to the monstrous abortions produced by beasts of two species, or by man and beast. But to all these base and complemental parts which make up the harmony, there is wanting that connected progress, which belongs only to the high voice singing the melody, and it alone moves quickly and lightly in modulations and runs, while all these others have only a slower movement without a connection in each part for itself. The deep bass moves most slowly, the representative of the crudest mass. Its rising and falling occurs only by large intervals, in thirds, fourths, fifths, never by one tone, unless it is a bass inverted by double counterpoint. This slow movement is also physically essential to it. A quick run or shake in the low notes cannot even be imagined. The higher complemental parts, which are parallel to animal life, move more quickly, but yet without melodious connection and significant progress. The disconnected course of all the complemental parts, and their regulation by definite laws, is analogous to the fact that in the whole irrational world, from the crystal to the most perfect animal, no being has a connected consciousness of its own which would make its life into a significant whole. And none experiences a succession of mental developments, none perfects itself by culture, but everything exists always in the same way, according to its kind, determined by fixed law. Lastly, in the melody, in the high singing principal voice leading the whole and progressing with unrestrained freedom, in the unbroken significant connection of one thought from beginning to end representing a whole, I recognize the highest grade of the objectification of will, the intellectual life and effort of man. As he alone, because endowed with reason, constantly looks before and after on the path of his actual life and its innumerable possibilities, and so achieves a course of life which is intellectual and therefore connected as a whole. Corresponding to this, I say, the melody has significant intentional connection from beginning to end. It records, therefore, the history of the intellectually enlightened will. This will expresses itself in the actual world as the series of its deeds. But melody says more. It records the most secret history of this intellectually enlightened will, pictures every excitement, every effort, every movement of it, all that which the reason collects under the wide and negative concept of feeling, and which it cannot apprehend further through its abstract concepts. Therefore it has always been said that music is the language of feeling and of passion, as words are the language of reason. Plato explains it as melodiarum motus animi affectus imitans, and also Aristotle says, cur numeri musici et modi, qui voces sunt, moribus similes sese exhibent. Now the nature of man consists in this, that his will strives, is satisfied and strives anew, and so on forever. Indeed, his happiness and well-being consists simply in the quick transition from wish to satisfaction, and from satisfaction to a new wish. For the absence of satisfaction is suffering, the empty longing for a new wish, languor, ennui. And corresponding to this, the nature of melody is a constant digression and deviation from the key note in 1,000 ways, not only to the harmonious intervals to the third and dominant, but to every tone, to the dissonant sevenths and to the superfluous degrees. Yet there always follows a constant return to the key note. In all these deviations melody expresses the multifarious efforts of will, but always its satisfaction also by the final return to an harmonious interval, and still more to the keynote. The composition of melody, the disclosure in it of all the deepest secrets of human willing and feeling, is the work of genius, whose action, which is more apparent here than anywhere else, lies far from all reflection and conscious intention, and may be called an inspiration. The conception is here, as everywhere in art, unfruitful. The composer reveals the inner nature of the world, and expresses the deepest wisdom in a language which his reason does not understand, as a person under the influence of mesmerism tells things of which he has no conception when he awakes. Therefore in the composer, more than in any other artist, the man is entirely separated and distinct from the artist. Even in the explanation of this wonderful art, the concept shows its poverty and limitation. I shall try, however, to complete our analogy. As quick transition from wish to satisfaction, and from satisfaction to a new wish, is happiness and well-being, so quick melodies without great deviations are cheerful. Slow melodies, striking painful discords, and only winding back through many bars to the keynote, are, as analogous to the delayed and hardly won satisfaction, sad. The delay of the new excitement of will, languor, could have no other expression than the sustained keynote, the effect of which would soon be unbearable. Very monotonous and unmeaning melodies approach this effect. The short, intelligible subjects of quick dance music seem to speak only of easily attained common pleasure. On the other hand, the allegro maestoso, in elaborate movements, long passages, and wide deviations, signifies a greater, nobler effort towards a more distant end, and its final attainment. The adagio speaks of the pain of a great and noble effort, which despises all trifling happiness. But how wonderful is the effect of the minor and major! How astounding that the change of half a tone, the entrance of a minor third instead of a major, at once and inevitably forces upon us an anxious, painful feeling, from which again we are just as instantaneously delivered by the major. The adagio lengthens in the minor the expression of the keenest pain, and becomes even a convulsive wail. Dance music in the minor seems to indicate the failure of that trifling happiness which we ought rather to despise, seems to speak of the attainment of a lower end with toil and trouble. The inexhaustibleness of possible melodies corresponds to the inexhaustibleness of nature, indifference of individuals, physiognomies, and courses of life. Then transition from one key to an entirely different one, since it altogether breaks the connection with what went before, is like death, for the individual ends in it, but the will which appeared in this individual lives after him as before him, appearing in other individuals, whose consciousness, however, has no connection with his. But it must never be forgotten, in the investigation of all these analogies I have pointed out, that music has no direct, but merely an indirect relation to them, for it never expresses the phenomenon, but only the inner nature, the in itself of all phenomena, the will itself. It does not therefore express this or that particular and definite joy, this or that sorrow or pain or horror or delight or merriment or peace of mind, but joy, sorrow, pain, horror, delight, merriment, peace of mind themselves, to a certain extent in the abstract, their essential nature, without accessories, and therefore without their motives. Yet we completely understand them in this extracted quintessence. Hence it arises that our imagination is so easily excited by music, and now seeks to give form to that invisible yet actively moved spirit world which speaks to us directly and clothe it with flesh and blood, that is, to embody it in an analogous example. This is the origin of the song with words, and finally of the opera, the text of which should therefore never forsake that subordinate position in order to make itself the chief thing, and the music a mere means of expressing it, which is a great misconception and a piece of utter perversity. For music always expresses only the quintessence of life and its events, never these themselves, and therefore their differences do not always affect it. It is precisely this universality which belongs exclusively to it, together with the greatest determinateness, that gives music the high worth which it has as the panacea for all our woes. Thus, if music is too closely united to the words, and tries to form itself according to the events, it is striving to speak a language which is not its own. No one has kept so free from this mistake as Rossini. Therefore his music speaks its own language so distinctly and purely that it requires no words, and produces its full effect when rendered by instruments alone. According to all this, we may regard the phenomenal world, or nature, and music as two different expressions of the same thing, which is therefore itself the only medium of their analogy, so that a knowledge of it is demanded in order to understand that analogy. Music, therefore, if regarded as an expression of the world, is in the highest degree a universal language, which is related indeed to the universality of concepts, much as they are related to the particular things. Its universality, however, is by no means that empty universality of abstraction, but quite of a different kind, and is united with thorough and distinct definiteness. In this respect it resembles geometrical figures and numbers, which are the universal forms of all possible objects of experience, and applicable to them all a priori, and yet are not abstract, but perceptible and thoroughly determined. All possible efforts, excitements, and manifestations of will, all that goes on in the heart of man, and that reason includes in the wide negative concept of feeling, may be expressed by the infinite number of possible melodies, but always in the universal, in the mere form, without the material, always according to the thing in itself, not the phenomenon, the inmost soul, as it were, of the phenomenon, without the body. This deep relation which music has to the true nature of all things also explains the fact that suitable music played to any scene, action, event, or surrounding seems to disclose to us its most secret meaning, and appears as the most accurate and distinct commentary upon it. This is so truly the case that whoever gives himself up entirely to the impression of a symphony seems to see all the possible events of life and the world take place in himself. Yet if he reflects, he can find no likeness between the music and the things that pass before his mind. For as we have said, music is distinguished from all the other arts by the fact that it is not a copy of the phenomenon, or, more accurately, the adequate objectivity of will, but is the direct copy of the will itself, and therefore exhibits itself as the metaphysical to everything physical in the world, and as the thing in itself to every phenomenon. We might therefore just as well call the world embodied music as embodied will, and this is the reason why music makes every picture, and indeed every scene of real life and of the world, at once appear with higher significance, certainly all the more in proportion as its melody is analogous to the inner spirit of the given phenomenon. It rests upon this that we are able to set a poem to music as a song, or a perceptible representation as a pantomime, or both as an opera. Such particular pictures of human life, set to the universal language of music, are never bound to it, or correspond to it with stringent necessity, but they stand to it only in the relation of an example chosen at will to a general concept. In the determinateness of the real, they represent that which music expresses in the universality of mere form. For melodies are to a certain extent, like general concepts, an abstraction from the actual. This actual world, then, the world of particular things, affords the object of perception, the special and individual, the particular case, both to the universality of the concepts and to the universality of the melodies. But these two universalities are in a certain respect opposed to each other. For the concepts contain particulars only as the first forms abstracted from perception, as it were, the separated shell of things. Thus they are, strictly speaking, abstracta. Music, on the other hand, gives the inmost kernel which precedes all forms, or the heart of things. This relation may be very well expressed in the language of the schoolmen, by saying the concepts are the universalia post rem, but music gives the universalia ante rem, and the real world the universalia in re. To the universal significance of a melody to which a poem has been set, it is quite possible to set other equally arbitrarily selected examples of the universal expressed in this poem, corresponding to the significance of the melody in the same degree. This is why the same composition is suitable to many verses, and this is also what makes the vaudeville possible. But that in general a relation is possible between a composition and a perceptible representation rests, as we have said, upon the fact that both are simply different expressions of the same inner being of the world. When now, in the particular case, such a relation is actually given, that is to say, when the composer has been able to express in the universal language of music the emotions of will which constitute the heart of an event, then the melody of the song, the music of the opera, is expressive. But the analogy discovered by the composer between the two must have proceeded from the direct knowledge of the nature of the world unknown to his reason, and must not be an imitation produced with conscious intention by means of conceptions. Otherwise the music does not express the inner nature of the will itself, but merely gives an inadequate imitation of its phenomenon. All specially imitative music does this. For example, The Seasons by Haydn, also many passages of his Creation, in which phenomena of the external world are directly imitated, also all battle pieces. Such music is entirely to be rejected. The unutterable depth of all music, by virtue of which it floats through our consciousness as the vision of a paradise firmly believed in, yet ever distant from us, and by which also it is so fully understood, and yet so inexplicable, rests on the fact that it restores to us all the emotions of our inmost nature, but entirely without reality and far removed from their pain. So also the seriousness which is essential to it, which excludes the absurd from its direct and peculiar province, is to be explained by the fact that its object is not the idea, with reference to which alone deception and absurdity are possible, but its object is directly the will, and this is essentially the most serious of all things, for it is that on which all depends. How rich in content and full of significance the language of music is, we see from the repetitions, as well as the da capo, the like of which would be unbearable in works composed in a language of words, but in music are very appropriate and beneficial, for in order to comprehend it fully we must hear it twice. In the whole of this exposition of music I have been trying to bring out clearly that it expresses in a perfectly universal language, in a homogeneous material, mere tones, and with the greatest determinateness and truth, the inner nature, the in itself of the world, which we think under the concept of will, because will is its most distinct manifestation. Further, according to my view and contention, philosophy is nothing but a complete and accurate repetition or expression of the nature of the world in very general concepts, for only in such is it possible to get a view of that whole nature which will everywhere be adequate and applicable. Thus, whoever has followed me and entered into my mode of thought will not think it so very paradoxical if I say, that supposing it were possible to give a perfectly accurate, complete explanation of music, extending even to particulars, that is to say, a detailed repetition in concepts of what it expresses, this would also be a sufficient repetition and explanation of the world in concepts, or at least entirely parallel to such an explanation, and thus it would be the true philosophy. Consequently, the saying of Leibniz, quoted above, which is quite accurate from a lower standpoint, may be parodied in the following way to suit our higher view of music. Musica est exercitium metaphysices occultum nescientis se philosophari animi. For scire, to know, always means to have fixed in abstract concepts. But further, on account of the truth of the saying of Leibniz, which is confirmed in various ways, music, regarded apart from its æsthetic or inner significance, and looked at merely externally and purely empirically, is simply the means of comprehending directly and in the concrete large numbers and complex relations of numbers, which otherwise we could only know indirectly by fixing them in concepts. Therefore, by the union of these two very different but correct views of music, we may arrive at a conception of the possibility of a philosophy of number, such as that of Pythagoras and of the Chinese in I Ching, and then interpret in this sense the saying of the Pythagoreans, which Sextus Empiricus quotes, numero cuncta assimilantur. And if, finally, we apply this view to the interpretation of harmony and melody given above, we shall find that a mere moral philosophy without an explanation of nature, such as Socrates wanted to introduce, is precisely analogous to a mere melody without harmony, which Rousseau exclusively desired. And, in opposition to this, mere physics and metaphysics without ethics will correspond to mere harmony without melody. Allow me to add to these cursory observations a few more remarks concerning the analogy of music with the phenomenal world. We found in the second book that the highest grade of the objectification of will, man, could not appear alone and isolated, but presupposed the grades below him, as these again presupposed the grades lower still. In the same way music, which directly objectifies the will, just as the world does, is complete only in full harmony. In order to achieve its full effect, the high leading voice of the melody requires the accompaniment of all the other voices, even to the lowest bass, which is to be regarded as the origin of all. The melody itself enters as an integral part into the harmony, as the harmony enters into it, and only thus, in the full harmonious whole, music expresses what it aims at expressing. Thus also the one will outside of time finds its full objectification only in the complete union of all the steps which reveal its nature in the innumerable ascending grades of distinctness. The following analogy is also very remarkable. We have seen in the preceding book that notwithstanding the self-adaptation of all the phenomena of will to each other as regards their species, which constitutes their teleological aspect, there yet remains an unceasing conflict between those phenomena as individuals, which is visible at every grade, and makes the world a constant battlefield of all those manifestations of one and the same will, whose inner contradiction with itself becomes visible through it. In music also there is something corresponding to this. A complete, pure, harmonious system of tones is not only physically but arithmetically impossible. The numbers themselves by which the tones are expressed have inextricable irrationality. There is no scale in which, when it is counted, every fifth will be related to the keynote as 2 to 3, every major third as 4 to 5, every minor third as 5 to 6, and so on. For if they are correctly related to the keynote, they can no longer be so to each other. Because, for example, the fifth must be the minor third to the third, etc. For the notes of the scale may be compared to actors who must play now one part, now another. Therefore a perfectly accurate system of music cannot even be thought, far less worked out. And on this account all possible music deviates from perfect purity. It can only conceal the discords essential to it by dividing them among all the notes, that is, by temperament. On this see Chladni's Akustik and his Kurze Übersicht der Schall- und Klanglehre. I might still have something to say about the way in which music is perceived, namely in and through time alone, with absolute exclusion of space, and also apart from the influence of the knowledge of causality, thus without understanding. For the tones make the æsthetic impression as effect, and without obliging us to go back to their causes, as in the case of perception. I do not wish, however, to lengthen this discussion, as I have perhaps already gone too much into detail with regard to some things in this third book, or have dwelt too much on particulars. But my aim made it necessary, and it will be the less disapproved if the importance and high worth of art, which is seldom sufficiently recognized, be kept in mind. For if, according to our view, the whole visible world is just the objectification, the mirror of the will, conducting it to knowledge of itself, and indeed, as we shall soon see, to the possibility of its deliverance, and if at the same time the world as idea, if we regard it in isolation, and, freeing ourselves from all volition, allow it alone to take possession of our consciousness, is the most joy-giving and the only innocent side of life, we must regard art as the higher ascent, the more complete development of all this, for it achieves essentially just what is achieved by the visible world itself, only with greater concentration, more perfectly, with intention and intelligence, and therefore may be called, in the full significance of the word, the flower of life. If the whole world as idea is only the visibility of will, the work of art is to render this visibility more distinct. It is the camera obscura, which shows the objects more purely, and enables us to survey them and comprehend them better. It is the play within the play, the stage upon the stage in Hamlet. The pleasure we receive from all beauty, the consolation which art affords, the enthusiasm of the artist which enables him to forget the cares of life, the latter an advantage of the man of genius over other men, which alone repays him for the suffering that increases in proportion to the clearness of consciousness, and for the desert loneliness among men of a different race. All this rests on the fact that the in itself of life, the will, existence itself, is, as we shall see farther on, a constant sorrow, partly miserable, partly terrible, while on the contrary, as idea alone, purely contemplated or copied by art, free from pain, it presents to us a drama full of significance. This purely knowable side of the world and the copy of it in any art is the element of the artist. He is chained to the contemplation of the play, the objectification of will. He remains beside it, does not get tired of contemplating it, and representing it in copies, and meanwhile he bears himself the cost of the production of that play, that is, he himself is the will which objectifies itself, and remains in constant suffering. That pure, true, and deep knowledge of the inner nature of the world becomes now for him an end in itself. He stops there. Therefore it does not become to him a quieter of the will, as we shall see in the next book it does in the case of the saint who has attained to resignation. It does not deliver him for ever from life, but only at moments, and is therefore not for him a path out of life, but only an occasional consolation in it, till his power, increased by this contemplation, and at last tired of the play, lays hold on the real. The St. Cecilia of Raphael may be regarded as a representation of this transition. To the real, then, we now turn in the following book. End of Book 3. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 4, Section 53, of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 1, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 4, The World as Will, Second Aspect. The assertion and denial of the will to live when self-consciousness has been attained. Tempore quo cognitio simul advenit, amor e medio supersurrexit. Section 53. The last part of our work presents itself as the most serious, for it relates to the action of men, the matter which concerns every one directly, and can be foreign or indifferent to none. It is indeed so characteristic of the nature of man to relate everything else to action, that in every systematic investigation he will always treat the part that has to do with action as the result or outcome of the whole world, so far, at least, as it interests him, and will therefore give his most serious attention to this part, even if to no other. In this respect the following part of our work would, in ordinary language, be called practical philosophy, in opposition to the theoretical which has occupied us hitherto. But in my opinion all philosophy is theoretical, because it is essential to it that it should retain a purely contemplative attitude, and should investigate, not prescribe. To become, on the contrary, practical, to guide conduct, to transform character are old claims, which with fuller insight it ought finally to give up. For here, where the worth or worthlessness of an existence, where salvation or damnation are in question, the dead conceptions of philosophy do not decide the matter, but the inmost nature of man himself, the demon that guides him and that has not chosen him, but been chosen by him, as Plato would say, his intelligible character, as Kant expresses himself. Virtue cannot be taught any more than genius. Indeed, for it the concept is just as unfruitful as it is in art, and in both cases can only be used as an instrument. It would therefore be just as absurd to expect that our moral systems and ethics will produce virtuous, noble, and holy men, as that our æsthetics will produce poets, painters, and musicians. Philosophy can never do more than interpret and explain what is given. It can only bring to distinct abstract knowledge of the reason, the nature of the world which in the concrete, that is, as feeling, expresses itself comprehensibly to every one. This, however, it does in every possible reference and from every point of view. Now, as this attempt has been made from other points of view in the three preceding books, with the generality that is proper to philosophy, in this book the action of men will be considered in the same way, and this side of the world might indeed be considered the most important of all, not only subjectively, as I remarked above, but also objectively. In considering it, I shall faithfully adhere to the method I have hitherto followed, and shall support myself by presupposing all that has already been advanced. There is indeed just one thought which forms the content of this whole work. I have endeavoured to work it out in all other spheres, and I shall now do so with regard to human action. I shall then have done all that is in my power to communicate it as fully as possible. The given point of view and the method of treatment announced are themselves sufficient to indicate that in this ethical book no precepts, no doctrine of duty must be looked for. Still less will a general moral principle be given, an universal receipt, as it were, for the production of all the virtues. Neither shall we talk of an absolute ought, for this contains a contradiction, as is explained in the appendix, nor yet of a law of freedom, which is in the same position. In general, we shall not speak at all of ought, for this is how one speaks to children and to nations still in their childhood, but not to those who have appropriated all the culture of a full-grown age. It is a palpable contradiction to call the will free, and yet to prescribe laws for it according to which it ought to will. Ought to will! Wooden iron! But it follows from the point of view of our system that the will is not only free, but almighty. From it proceeds not only its action, but also its world. And as the will is, so does its action and its world become. Both are self-knowledge of the will, and nothing more. The will determines itself, and at the same time both its action and its world, for besides it there is nothing, and these are the will itself. Only thus is the will truly autonomous, and from every other point of view it is heteronymous. Our philosophical endeavours can only extend to exhibiting and explaining the action of men in its inner nature and content, the various and even opposite maxims, whose living expression it is. This we shall do in connection with the preceding portion of our work, and in precisely the same way as we have hitherto explained the other phenomena of the world, and have sought to bring their inmost nature to distinct abstract knowledge. Our philosophy will maintain the same immanency in the case of action as in all that we have hitherto considered. Notwithstanding Kant's great doctrine, it will not attempt to use the forms of the phenomenon, the universal expression of which is the principle of sufficient reason, as a leaping pole to jump over the phenomenon itself, which alone gives meaning to these forms, and land in the boundless sphere of empty fictions. But this actual world of experience in which we are, and which is in us, remains both the material and the limits of our consideration. A world which is so rich in content that even the most searching investigation of which the human mind is capable could not exhaust it. Since then the real world of experience will never fail to afford material and reality to our ethical investigations, any more than to those we have already conducted. Nothing will be less needful than to take refuge in negative conceptions void of content, and then somehow or other make even ourselves believe that we are saying something when we speak of lifted eyebrows, of absolutes, infinites, supersensibles, and whatever other mere negations of this sort there may be. Nihil est nisi negationis nomen, cum obscura notione. Instead of which it would be shorter to say at once Cloud Cuckoo Town. We shall not require to serve up covered empty dishes of this kind. Finally, we shall not in this book, any more than in those which have preceded it, narrate histories and give them out as philosophy. For we are of opinion that whoever supposes that the inner nature of the world can in any way, however plausibly disguised, be historically comprehended, is infinitely far from a philosophical knowledge of the world. Yet this is what is supposed whenever a becoming or a having become or an about to become enters into a theory of the nature of the world, whenever an earlier or a later has the least place in it, and in this way a beginning and an end of the world, and the path it pursues between them, is, either openly or disguisedly, both sought for and found. And the individual who philosophizes even recognizes his own position on that path. Such historical philosophizing in most cases produces a cosmogony which admits of many varieties, or else a system of emanations, a doctrine of successive disengagements from one being; or finally, driven in despair from fruitless efforts upon these paths to the last path of all, it takes refuge in the converse doctrine of a constant becoming, springing up, arising, coming to light out of darkness, out of the hidden ground source or groundlessness, or whatever other nonsense of this sort there may be, which is most shortly disposed of with the remark that at the present moment a whole eternity, that is, an endless time, has already passed, so that everything that can or ought to become must have already done so. For all such historical philosophy, whatever airs it may give itself, regards time just as if Kant had never lived, as a quality of the thing in itself, and thus stops at that which Kant calls the phenomenon in opposition to the thing in itself, which Plato calls the becoming and never being in opposition to the being and never becoming, and which finally is called in the Indian philosophy the web of Maya. It is just the knowledge which belongs to the principle of sufficient reason, with which no one can penetrate to the inner nature of things, but endlessly pursues phenomena, moving without end or aim, like a squirrel in its wheel, till tired out at last he stops at some point or other arbitrarily chosen, and now desires to extort respect for it from others also. The genuine philosophical consideration of the world, that is, the consideration that affords us a knowledge of its inner nature, and so leads us beyond the phenomenon, is precisely that method which does not concern itself with the whence, the whither, and the why of the world, but always and everywhere demands only the what; the method which considers things not according to any relation, not as becoming and passing away, in short, not according to one of the four forms of the principle of sufficient reason, but on the contrary, just that which remains when all that belongs to the form of knowledge proper to that principle has been abstracted, the inner nature of the world, which always appears unchanged in all the relations, but is itself never subject to them, and has the ideas of the world as its object or material. From such knowledge as this proceeds philosophy like art, and also, as we shall see in this book, that disposition of mind which alone leads to true holiness and to deliverance from the world. End of Book 4, Section 53. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.